Watching Political Roundtable with UB. Like, subscribe, and leave your thoughts in the comments.
Yeah. You be in the building. Hey, vibe with Uncle Bino. Let's go. Now happy hour things, you know. Hang out with you, babe. It's our vibe tonight. Hey, laugh and learn. We shine it.
We can
Hello,
hear you.
Candy, are you here?
We can hear you.
Frank, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, Candy, do you want to contribute to the conversation, please? Have you been listening?
Like what does everyone lived with South Africa?
South Africa. How old are you?
I'm 28, turning 29 this year, 1995.
28. Okay. What's your zodiac sign?
Sagittarius.
Sagittarius. Okay.
Yes.
Sandy, South Africa, 28 Sagittarius. What do you do for a living?
I'm a student. I'm doing my honors in psychology.
Students. Okay. Do you have any kids?
No, I don't.
How do you pay your bills as a student? You live by yourself?
I live with my mother. She pays my bills.
Oh, okay. You live with your mom. Okay. She
Yeah.
lives with her mom. All right, boo. What kind of man you looking for, girl?
Okay, so I'm looking for a man who's romantic, Christian, thoughtful, provider, a protector, and likes to travel.
Money. Should he make a certain amount of money?
Yes, I know I'll get a lot of judgment for this, but look, if I'm going to become a mother, I'm not going to settle. So I definitely $400,000 a year.
$400. So U.S. money.
$400,000 a year.
$400,000 in U.S. money.
Yes.
Ooh, big money over here, Sandy. So what are you going to school for?
Psychology.
Psychology. I'm going to ask you one more time. I just want to, what is your currency? What's your money currency in South Africa?
Rand.
Rand. But not 400 Rand. You mean 400,000 US dollars?
Yes, per year. Yes.
Per year. Okay. Now, they're saying you live at home with your mother. So why does he have to make $400,000?
Why not? Like what does everyone lived with their parents at some point? What does me living with my mother have to do with what I want to seek in a future husband? That doesn't make sense.
Well, I guess what they're saying is you're not even in a position of making 400K yourself, and that's what you're requiring.
Yes, provider men don't worry about what their wife earns. True provider men, as long as she's submissive and, is feminine, they don't worry about how much the woman's earning. It's usually the dusties who care about what the woman's earning.
She said, y'all dusties only care about what the woman is earning. Clay said, so if you don't know one person who makes that, why ask for it? You have no idea what you're asking for, babe. Reevaluation.
I know exactly what I'm asking for, and I'd rather stay single and childless than settle. Kendra.
Sandy said,
I'm serious.
I don't give a shit what y'all talking about. Here's the deal.
Seriously.
400K or I'll be single.
Absolutely. I know exactly what I'm asking for.
She knows exactly what she's asking for. Okay, we got other people now. Here he wants to be clear because we know you're in South Africa. He said 400K US dollars is over 7 million Rand. Does that?
Yes, correct.
That is correct. So we got the clarity. She is, you guys, she is well aware. So she's in South Africa. That is 7 million rand, but no, 400K US dollars. That is what you're asking for, correct?
Yes, I did the conversion rates. I know exactly what I'm asking. Kendra.
He said, big money. Big money don't play with it. Big money don't play with it. Hey, she said you were dusty if you don't got it. I got a question though. If a man made 100K US, you can't talk to him. He's an option?
No.
No. 200K, not an option.
No. No.
Tandy said, it is what it is, big money. Dwayne Smith said, hi, Kendra. We will wait for her to receive that 400K child. Is she prepared for that rich man to have more than one woman?
Look, child. Okay, look. Obviously, when I'm married, I want faithfulness. But while we're dating, a broke man will cheat. A rich man will cheat. So I'd rather cry in a Ferrari than in a taxi.
Someone said you have been Americanized. Andre Foss says she's Americanized.
What does that mean?
They're saying, okay, because you live in South, okay, so I'm not sure if you're aware, but there's a term in America that they call the passport bros, and it's all about going outside of America to find a woman to be with because they're tired of American women and their standards. So I guess they're saying you're coming across like an American woman.
Okay, yeah, I've heard about passport bros. They confuse me because they're leaving Americans women because they're not submissive enough. To be honest, I think passport bros just want to go to poor countries so that they can find women who are poor and desperate. And then when they see an American man, they're like, oh yes, oh my gosh, yes. Meanwhile, he's actually a dusty, but she won't realize it because she's in a third world country. So I mean, passport bros just really take advantage of vulnerable women who don't know their worth and who don't have any better options to choose from.
Woo! Yeah.
Thank you. I'm so honored to be here. Thank you.
Oh, you have an accent. Where are you calling from?
South
All right. Welcome, my people. I see Misty is in the building. What's up, Misty? I'm not even gonna start with the bass boost you were trying to start backstage, Misty. So I feel like we left this conversation unfinished yesterday. So I think it's better we come back to still deliberate on it. Hopefully, we will get somewhere positive on this one. I don't know, maybe Abby is planning to go live. I'm seeing a lot of changes here. I have to text Abby so that I will not use my show to disturb Abby's show. I see a lot of changes here. Or maybe my daughter is the one doing this. I don't know what's going on. But we're going to have this conversation real quick. And my question is simple. How much money do a man has to make before he even start considering marriage proposal? Yesterday, I tried to make a point by saying if a man makes $50,000 in America, you cannot actually say that's a poor man or he's not ready. And shout out to all my sisters that joined yesterday. They all battled me like, no, you be. If a man is making 50 grand, that man ain't ready for marriage. And I think it was Sister Oluchi who said, okay, if he's making 50K and he want to get married, then you better look for someone in his tax bracket. And I kept wondering what is really going on. So when I ran into the video that I just played, the one with this South African lady who says the man she's looking for must make at least $400,000. the first thought on my mind is this is classical Delulu, serious Delulu at play. But again, people might have different opinion, and I don't want to make it seem like, oh, Ben, you are projecting. But according to what Kedra asked her, that is one of the reasons I love Kedra's show. Kedra asks necessary questions. So Kedra asked her, what are you doing right now? She says she's a student. Where do you live? She lives with her mom. So, in other words, she's not even worth a dime herself. And she come here, put her face on camera and said she wants a man that makes $400,000. Make it make sense, please. So you welcome everybody. Sister Yinkus, I don't know how free you are today, my lovely sister, and Misty, but this is what we want to discuss. How much should a man really make before proposing? Does that really matter? If you ask me, I think a man who make anything between $50,000 to $80,000 is ready to go. Because if a man makes $50,000 to $80,000 and the woman he wants to propose and marry is making within that range also, even if the woman is making like $60,000, I think they are both good. Remember, that is not the end of their lives. They both still have a long way to go. And as soon as the two of them become one, if they work together as a team, they can actually move faster, make more money, and live their dream lives. But it baffles me when ladies said from the get-go that this guy should be making 150, 200, or they're not going to marry him. And just like I said yesterday, it makes me wonder if you truly want this guy or you want his money. I don't understand. Do you want this guy or you want his money? Let's listen to this other lady right here.
America earn less than $80,000 a year, meaning that majority of men in America are average earners.
Y'all go back and watch that latest video. Basically, she just told a lot of women, if y'all are waiting for this six-figure earning millionaire potential husband to come save you and give you this soft life, you're going to be waiting a long time because they're just not out there. There's not a whole lot of men that are making that kind of money that you won't ever have to go to work. And I do agree with that. I 100% agree with that. But at the same time, I believe more people should get married. I believe more people should still go ahead and get married because
Like
getting married
to
a man who's making $80,000, that's still a softer life than being single, trying to go through life alone. But at the same time, too, most men need to marry a woman in order to unlock their full potential. Because most men who are making six figures and those millionaires, they're already married. Y'all check out this.
Our community, we're missing that, especially when studies come out to show that over 80% of millionaires are married.
So y'all go back and watch that dude's video. I think it's on Cam Newton's page. But basically that man got out here and he said 80% of men who are millionaires, they're married. They're already married. So it's not a whole lot of millionaires out there to be wifing up some of you single women. So with that being said, it is so much easier to find a man, a good man. Now, if you got to find a man with character, drive, and passion who needs direction, because that's what marriage is designed for a woman to be that helpmate. Woman to be the helpmate and unlock his potential. And that's when men become millionaires outside of the professional athletes. So, and it's much easier to create your own millionaire and have a long-lasting relationship than it is to find an already made millionaire and expect him to be faithful and loyal to you for the long term.
All right. I believe we heard what that guy said right there, the point he's trying to make, which of course make sense to me. And on a serious note, we really, really need to talk about this. Okay. Now, speaking of what the guy said, let me show you something I found on social media this morning. I'll be right back.
Welcome to UB Reactions, the place where we keep it real. Today, we've got some hot topics, so let's jump right in. I am UB, your favorite Gen Z uncle, and this is my take.
All right. So this morning, I was just minding my business. I went to Instagram and I saw this lady for the first time. Her name is Mercy Gono. On further research, I discovered she's actually an RN and at the same time an influencer. Then I pay attention to her followers and then discovered that many of my friends, especially my female friends, they are following her. And then when I saw Sister Natu, I'm like, okay, hold on, Ben. Sister Natu will not follow this lady if there is not something special about her. So I dig for that to finally discover who she is. So the one thing I noticed real quick was that she's successful, at least based on what she displays on social media. She's making a lot of money. She lives in a very beautiful house. And I think she's really doing well for herself. But let's come back to the post that I saw. I saw this post with this caption, and she said, most successful men have a wife. Most successful women are single. And my brain goes da da da. It be like say he's saying something. Oh. So that's when I started scrolling through her content and everything, both on Facebook, on Instagram, and I don't see a man. And from all indications, she's really, really doing well for herself. She shared all that content. Let me see if I can find them and share with you, my people. She usually caption everything, and I think she's doing this influencing thing really well. She's super, super good at it. So I saw some other content that she shared. Let me see if I can. Okay, yep. Oh yeah, now you know what? Activate again. I be my village people don't come. Okay, here is another one. She said, no one truly knows what the strong people go through every day. And another one, she said, me waiting for my bestie to stop making fun of me so I can tell her the worst part of the story. I think she's a very interesting person anyway. From the few of her posts that I saw, I kind of like her. On this one, she said, when you start liking someone and you don't know if they are God sent or another life lesson to be learned, all of these lead to one thing. It all boils down to one thing. Abby is asking Mary Gono Abby. I really don't know how to this morning. I think her name is Mercy Gono. I really don't know how to this morning. So I saw this one when she said, when you start liking someone and you don't know if they are God sent or another life lesson to be learned. But let's really get down to serious conversation here, my sisters. Are women marrying money or they are marrying their own ribs, their own love, their life partner, best friend, the man who got them? Yes, thank you, Abby. She got 1.8 million followers on YouTube. Yeah, and just for context, one of the things I quickly noticed, because like I said, when I saw Sister Natu following her, that's when I really take her seriously. Like, I know Sister Natu will not just follow somebody who is doing anyhow. And it wasn't long before I saw the magic. So she has this long natural hair, well groomed, well taken care of hair. Most of her videos, she's always displaying. If she's not displaying the hair, she's displaying her house, or she's displaying affluence in one way or the other. And don't get me wrong, there is nothing, absolutely nothing wrong with that. If you got the money, if you're an influencer, flaunt it. But the questions remain based on the first post that attracted me to her. Let me go back to that one. Based on this post, most successful men have a wife, most successful women are single. That's the one that actually, that's the one that kind of nudged me to say, okay, Ben, I think we may have to go back to the conversation we had yesterday. So I'm sharing the link for anybody who want to contribute, because this one, we have to extract lesson. We have to find a way to make this work. We can't have all these successful women roaming around single when we have a lot of great brothers who can wife them and they can husband them. And it all boils down to this conversation about money. I don't want a broke man. I don't want a broke man. The man must make certain amount of money. So my question still remains. Sister Yinka, you say you were like, wow. Sister Yinka, in a serious conversation though. So, Sister BJ, you welcome my lovely sister. Sister BJ, don't say you disagree with me on this one today again. No. So I was like, okay, the reason, this is just the way I answered the question. I don't type anywhere. I did not leave a comment. If you are following me, you would have noticed that I don't drop comments on a lot of people's posts, because as Uncle Beno, I know if I drop comments, people who know me might find it and they might be like, you disappoint me. Why did you say this? So when I saw it, the answer that readily came to mind was that the reason most successful women are single is because they are looking for a man who is as successful as themselves, or a man who is probably more successful than them. And those men are rare. The numbers are so insignificant. And like she herself said, when you find these men, they are already married. They are in a serious relationship. That's the problem. So tell me now, my sister, if you want to join the show, please come in. Don't call the studio line. I'm not at home. You can only call me through this link, or you can drop a comment. So if we're gonna start from this point to start being honest with this conversation, do you agree with me that the quest for a richer guy, wealthy guy, he has to make 200,000 before we start talking? At least before, I think about 2-3 years ago, the emphasis was on 100K. Yeah. And I think ever since I've been watching Kendra, that's when I start hearing that 100K. I don't lie to you now. That 100K one time almost won't make me overstress myself, because I started looking at my account balance, looking at what I'm earning, and I'm like, whoa, if I'm not crossing this 100K, I'm useless. Because I'm thinking maybe my madam self, they look me, they say, see in big head and in pot belly, you don't even make 100K. So I was feeding into that social media BS that, I have to make 100K until I cross and finish. Now I can't say, wahala day. Until Uncle Sam begin want to dey romance me. Now I say, more. It be like say na enjoyment I did before. I won't do Odogun go enter trouble. So, joking aside, if I ask right now, what is the reason most successful men have a wife and most successful women are single? Will you say it's because of money? Or what could be the answer? Let me take my glasses and start dissecting comments. So, Uncle Ola, welcome, sir. I see your hair, Okola. This one go get back so. Okola say, as a masculist, I think men should have many wives. Okola, why are you running? Why are you running? Why don't you wait, sir? Then Sister Yiku replied and said, are you a multi-billionaire? Sister Yika, where are you taking us to the authority or no? This is another aspect of this conversation that baffles me. Sometimes I'm seeing a lot of influential women now, especially African women, Nigeria in specific. And they are saying, Nigerians are saying, you know what, so far, I don't care. I'm ready to be second, third, even fourth wives. I think I heard one of these popular ladies, Tiwa Savage, I think Tiwa Savage or Tukema Kiwa, one of them said that a few months ago, that the way it is right now, they don't mind to be second or third or fourth wife. So far, the man is rich. If the man get jet, I heard Tiwa Savage emphasize jet, that he's looking for a man who wants a jet. And I asked myself, so in other words, you don't love that man, you just love the idea that he's a jet owner. Like I say, multi-billionaire in dollars and pounds sterling. And Abby says, I don't even have energy to argue this evening. Abby, you go argue this one. No. You must answer this question. Now, fellow women like Una, this is a successful lady. 1.85 million followers. No big Gary. She's a successful lady, and I think she's probably a single parent too, because I saw one beautiful girl. That girl is Adora. That girl is well taken care of, man. So, and I do believe he's probably wearing the same shoe a lot of women are wearing these days. So let us put this conversation to rest. Is it money you are looking for, or you are looking for the love of your life? Is it money? Misty said, I used to follow Mercy for hair solutions back in the day. Then he went over to home decor and real estate. Yeah, she's probably making a lot of money. And sometimes, if I suggest something now, I'm not expecting my sisters to agree with me. But do you know what's happening here? Okay. Oh, okay. Abby, you are the one. But do you know, sometimes when you make a lot of money as a single woman, you are not supposed to flaunt it. Flaunting that wealth is part of the reason why it's even hard in the first place to find a man. And I will explain. When you flaunt your wealth, you are trying to impress your fellow women. And I think Sisi have said this before, that women nowadays are in competition with each other. So when you flaunt your wealth, I have this car, I have this house, I have this, I have that. Now, your friends and your fellow women, they will start building expectation for you. They start looking, okay, let's see who she's gonna marry now. The man must be so rich, man, because she's married. She's balling. And then the pressure will be on. As a woman, you want to satisfy your friends' wishes by trying to find that man who can match your status. And in that process, when you make 250, 300K, you begin to walk past men who make 70, 50, 100 grand. Even though they are better quality men, you don't consider them because they are not in your tax bracket. That's my point. So, Abby, you're welcome. Uncle Ola, Uncle Ola, sisters, they para. If you go tell sisters, say you want marry double wife, wow. Abby, let me start.
Uncle Ben, don't tell me welcome. Don't tell me welcome.
I say
because you and I know that this welcome is soft landing, because we know that we're going to fight.
We're not going to fight. It's a simple question. Maybe now your fellow gender, an influencer, now impose the question now. Most successful men have wife. Most successful women are single. My question is, why?
Uncle
You want to address it?
say that Messi Gono, I mean Mary Gono, whatever her name is. I just want to say that she's speaking from experience. She was married to a
Okay.
user.
Is the user an African or a white?
And I'm an African in America with
Okay.
her. So she's an RN. Like Misty said, she started with natural hair solutions and styles, and that's why most of us followed her back in the day. So she married this guy, even went on to do like couple content. So I really do think that this became her content because they got into serious legal battles. The man even created a YouTube channel, back and forth fighting. You know that nonsense toxic thing that when people break up, they do on the internet. They did all of that.
Like Cora Obidi husband did.
Even worse, in my opinion, because he became even
Jesus Christ.
criminal. He became a big criminal where it
Wow.
became criminal where like police and safety issues. She had to move cities. It was pretty bad that period. That was her whole content for a long time, and the man wouldn't stop. But the story here really is that she married a man that was not on par with her financially, pretty much, right? So he didn't have much. She basically, again, being a registered nurse, we know how it goes with, so she was basically building him up. So I want you to understand. I'm not saying this to invalidate your question. I'm saying this to say that a lot of things that she's posts is going to be based off of her own story. And most of the things that she posts about men will be from where she's coming from that phase of her life. Do you understand? I'm just saying that for context. So of course, you can imagine that after that experience, she would only be looking for successful men in quotes. Right, so that would be her whole content about men moving forward. Anyway, now to answer your question, what's your question? Most successful men have a wife, most successful men are single. Uncle Ben, I do think there's a couple of things. If you read my comments, I do think that when women get to a certain age, which is why sometimes when you leave things a bit too long, it's the same thing as being single. You've been single for 4 years, 5 years. I think it becomes difficult to get comfortable in a relationship, right? You're so single that you don't even compromise. You can't be a little bit uncomfortable and wait for people to adjust, if that makes sense. So any little thing that somebody does in a relationship, you're ready to leave, like you're ready to be out the door. So I think that happens as well when a woman is quite successful, maybe a bit advanced in age as well. I think that comes with a different level of confidence that could also be cocky, like borderline cocky. Do you understand, Uncle Ben? So I think that is not just money. I think that at that point, women may know themselves a bit too much. And I have to be very honest as well. I do think that they can become picky when like a lot of things are working for you besides the marriage. So yeah, I think it can be problematic. I don't know what else to say. I think
I know it's going to be a very difficult topic to address, but let's hear from Uncle Ola real quick. Uncle Ola, sir, from your wealth of experience, sir, what do you think could be responsible for the reason why a lot of successful men are married and successful women are single?
I don't know where she got I don't know the criteria, because normally,
Okay, maybe I should just give you a kind of few background. So yesterday we did a part one of this show yesterday, and the talking point yesterday was that should broke men be dating in 2016? So while we're having the conversation, we end up. My position was like, if a man is making 50K a year and a woman is making 250K, if truly they are in love and they work together as a team, there shouldn't be an issue. But all my sisters that were here yesterday, they disagree with me. They said, nope, that man is still considered a broke man to a woman who is making 250. You get the gist now, Kola. So for me, coming from the angle that two shall become one, you have to work together, because if the shoe happens to be on the other foot, If the man is the one making 250 or 300K and the wife is barely making 50K, there will be no issue. The sisters agree. So, but why is it that you make 250, you can't marry a man who is making 50K? So we had that conversation yesterday, and then I came across this lady post today, Mercy Gono. The lady happens to be an RON, very successful. She shared this on her wall that most successful men are married and most successful women are single. So my question today is, could it be that that's, the way women talk these days, could it be that urge or the desire to marry a man who is making 150, 200? That is the reason why a lot of successful women are single. So you get the gist now, sir.
Yeah, I actually got your point. And I think one thing about human race is we are actually working against the nature, the way the earth is created. So that's why we find it difficult to value for each gender, you understand, to value each other. You see, when let's even make draw an example from the animal kingdom. It is said that the lioness, for example, a lioness is a better hunter than the lion. So when you see the animal kingdom, you understand, you see the lioness hunt for everybody. It doesn't mean that the male lion will not hunt, but you see the way even in the animal kingdom that they work together in unison, just because they know that they are supposed to pursue common purpose. Why the male lion will be there for security, will be guiding everything around. The female lion will go and hunt. But when it comes to human race, it is everything, especially when it comes to our culture. You see, our culture see marriage as transfer liability. And we've carried that transfer liability from generation to generation, because when a woman is leaving the parent, going to the husband home, it's like they are transferring the liability. That's the mentality, not partnership. Because if it is partnership, this idea of money will not matter, because assuming the wife is earning even 1 million and maybe the husband is earning 300, it is normal if they really want to work together. If the word love is not fraud in human race, you understand? They should work together. Okay, what are our needs? What do we need? So you minus vanity. You see, what is creating some of these problems within among our people is not really because of the need. It's just because of the vanity, what you want, not what you need. So what you need is now taking over. What you want is now taking over your need, your necessity. That is where you start having friction when the woman earn more than husband. So, and the crisis starts coming. So when the crisis starts coming, a man, you need your brain for full concentration. And the first thing, a man can easily go volatile. And before you know it, you understand, the man can start doing something that will lead to the eventual breakdown of that marriage. So when you see men avoiding successful women, they are just trying to maintain their sanity. They don't want problem. They want to keep their mental health 100%. After all, what's the value when you go into a relationship that is going to train you mentally, that will make you miserable and make you live like you are already serving your hell time on the surface of the earth? So it's not a surprise when you see men avoiding those people. But mind you, that is general, right? But there are some men too, they are very skilled in attracting successful women, and they have that skill that even if you are a successful woman, you are the like of Bill Gates, there are some men that we catch them and they have them mumu bot in a nutshell. So it's both way, but human being, like human race, like I said, we are working against the nature. That is why we don't value each other. So just imagine during the olden days when men will be the one that will be at the war front. Even as I speak today, who are those people defending the country most, whether internal security or external against external aggression? They are men. So if you value men around that area, just imagine someone that got married to Shoja now, for example, and you are seeing yourself as a banker, you are earning 2 million, maybe 5 million monthly, and your Shoja man is earning just like 800,000, and you are saying you cannot work with that person. If you really valued his contribution, then we won't be saying this. So to me, what we should focus more. This marriage will be something of partnership. I think we should eliminate this idea of love, because that word love in marriage, it does not really exist, to be honest. So,
Uncle,
it's just feelings. It's not love. It's feelings.
Okay.
It's infatuation. So when you come to marriage, it's transfer liability, like I said. We are just transferring liability. So when you now see that place we are transferring the liability to is not enough to absorb that liability, then the thing just escalates. You understand?
Okay.
Otherwise,
Yeah. Yes, sir. No verse Okola. So, but Okola, if I may ask now, because the original show itself, these are just part of it. The original show itself is this one. How much should a man really make before proposing? So, Okola, if you have to advise young men right now, because we know their generation is different and they are faster, and if they are truly serious, they can make a lot of money. But how much do you think a man should make before proposing? And to the people in the chat, my people, please drop your take in the chat. How much, if it is range or anything, drop it. How much should a man at least be making before he should say, all right, I think it's time I pop the question to my girlfriend, even if she's making times 2 or 3 of what I'm making. So, Uncola, what would you recommend?
No, it should not be about money. Like, I've made my mind known, even though a man should make money, it should not be about money if truly it's all about love. You understand? It should be about partnership, because look at it this way now. How many people, according to Nigerian statistics, how many Nigerians have up to 500,000 in their accounts? So if it is all about money, then where do we put teachers? When do we put all those public servants that are not earning much? Because when some people are saying, no, my husband should be making 10 million monthly before I can get married to that person. So what about those people that don't even earn 2 million annually? So they should go
But Uncle Ola, I know right now you will have a lot of young men you are mentoring. If they should come to you and say, sir, I think I want to propose, I want to start family so that I can have my kids earlier. Definitely we have to put finances into consideration. What range would you suggest that at least, boy, before you go into these things, you should make sure financially you're good. You should be around this pay grade or something? What would you tell them, sir? Or you will just tell them, even if they don't have money, they should just go ahead and do it.
If you are listening to me, you will miss road. See, one thing about me is this: I want man to build himself. You understand? Don't just go and be a useless person. Be a creative man. Even if you don't have degree, you should be able to be creative and be entrepreneurial in nature, so that you should be independent on your own. Now, as long as you can be independent on your own, I would not telling you, oh boy, go after a lawyer, go after a doctor. Don't go after that lady that is just shaking bomb. If that lady is just maybe somewhere and is getting like a D in his polytechnic university, or don't go for those people. You understand? Go for top women. Go for lawyer.
But how much should he be making, sir? Okola, you are trying to avoid telling men these things, sir. How much should he at least be making?
I live in a Western country whereby you get job today, you might not get tomorrow. Your partner should be there for you. That's why I'm not basing it on money. You know what crashes marriage is that a man that is doing very well before, and the man lost his job. Just give like 3 months before you know the domestic violence starts, and before you know they are in the divorce court already. See, the thing is this: it should be have it from that thing. Okay, you are making 10 million a month today, does not mean you are going to make 10 million tomorrow. So what happened? So if the criteria is okay, I want someone that is making 10 million, and they got married, and 3 years down the line, that guy is no longer able to make 10 million. So what happens? So the marriage will scatter. You understand?
Okay, so
So to me,
in a nutshell, the money really don't matter. Whether the guy is making 20 or
the
10K
prospect that
a
matters to
year.
me. Prospect is
Okay.
prospect that matters to me. So to me, as a man, if you tell me, if you ask me who to follow, I will say, okay, look at that lady that can make that is a doctor that can make like 300,000 in a year. Look at that lady that is nurse. But if you tell, sorry, I'm not saying this is bad. Me, I've done well. I'm not saying this is bad. But if that lady is a cleaner, I'll say, please avoid it. Please don't go to that place.
Ogola, you will make women come for us. So. Anyway, thank you. I get that. But Sister Duchess, hey, Duchess Vivi. This Sister Duchess fine. Oh, yay! This woman fine, oh. But no worry, no worry. I no good talk. Hey, anyway, Duchess Vivi.
Let me see her face, because maybe I'm building.
No. Even me, I don't go let anybody.
Portfolio now, so because I can
The
see
sister,
wives before.
Okola, the sister where I get here, if you talk of polygamy, yeah, peace two. I be waiting me that Morogun. Now 2 by 2 they'll take pursue you, sir.
I know we go agree now. Don't worry, we go talk.
So Duchess is saying, Uncle Ola, I thought the command for men was love your wife. So why is love out of the equation? I'm lost. You want to clear that, Okola, real quick?
Because see, in Nigeria context, you know, after spending some decades on the surface of this earth, I've come to realize that what we call love in Nigeria is transferred liability. You understand? Where we be like, all those stuff. It's more of transfer liability. That is why you'll be looking at, that guy should be the bank CEO and should be telecom CEO, should be working in oil and gas. Those people that are teachers, did they commit any crime? Those people that are civil servants, did they commit any crime? So that's the point I'm saying. You understand? Because when you see some ladies' demand, it's even more than what some men earn in a year. You know, Brazilian hairs, Argentinians hairs, like Cuba, you know, Americans. So all those things. So because the thing is, it should not be about that money, because be a initiary or la or ribe. You understand?
Okay.
Depending that he making big money today might not make it tomorrow. So what happens? You start breaking bottles?
Okay, all right. You have a very good point, sir. A very good point. Thank you, Uncle Ola. But let's continue the conversation, because we're about to examine another dimension now.
Welcome to UB Reactions, the place where we keep it real. Today, we've got some hot topics, so let's jump right in. I am UB, your favorite Gen Z uncle. And this is my take.
All right. I think Abby has finally, Abby, you have finally leave me with me.
I've accepted. Favorite Gen Z uncle, no problem. I've accepted.
Yeah. So you have agreed now that really I'm Gen Z, the favorite of all favorite Gen Z uncle. Or you won't carry my Gen Z position, give a caller.
Don't worry, you can have it so that I can rest. Because if you don't have it, you don't let me rest, Uncle Ben. So have it.
Okay. So Abby, can you clarify what you mean when you said, I think when materialism takes over, and then these women have been single for so long, they no longer care for love. You want to at least shine light on that a little bit?
Yes. So I'm going to use, who am I going to use as a case study? I'm going to use TM as a case study. Uncle Ben, imagine you've gone your 20s, your 30s, your 40s focused on collecting Birkins, whether it's through some funny ways or hard work, combination of both, right? In a way, you also, I'm not saying they're not hard workers, but we've heard the rumors, right? Allegedly, they've done so many things that in quotes are somewhat easy, right? And then you've done, it's been working, it's been working, it's been working. Now you're 45, 46. The only thing you can see as comfort is just luxury and material things. Do you understand? And then you have to combine that with the kind of family that you come from as well. Are you someone that values love, values family, values friendship? So I think that that's what a lot of these women, because I posted this at a point when you talked about Tiwa Savage and that whole talk about being a second wife and private jet. That's when I put this um
Okay.
so I just realized that these women, they're so comfortable in materialism that they're not going to set, like, love to them is more luxury. You know,
Yeah.
a man loving them means that he has bought a Rolls Royce, because you can't say, you can't even say that is Mercedes anymore, because they already done that for themselves, right? So what they see as love is more than what they have, because they're so comfortable in materialism. That's what I've noticed. And I've seen this over and over again with a lot of women that are above 40 and did not manage to get married to a millionaire or whatever before. And they've just been into materialism. The whole content, the whole lifestyle is just the bags I have, the shoes I have, the clothes I have, the travels and all. And that has not come from maybe they were born with a silver spoon or anything. It just comes from like hustling, sleeping their way up and stuff. That's what I think. So of course
Okay.
they won't care for love. They'll just care for more material stuff.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Okay, now I understand it. All right. Sister Yinka said it really should be about partnership, but lots of women have gotten burnt so many times. They are now ironclad on their own, and they need to man to still play his role. Okay, and they need the man to still play his role. Abby, we had this conversation yesterday when I said, I think it was Misty that said, Misty actually said point blankly that she's not going to settle for a guy who make 50K if she's making her 250, 300, because she want to go to Bora Bora, she want to go to how many vacation in a year, and maybe the guy that is making 50K who only wanted to settle for like maybe just one vacation in a year. And yesterday I asked Misty, if you remember, I said, okay, Misty, what's wrong with your money? Because I think there is a video here that I download the video itself, I don't remember, but I'll find the video. Yeah, I think it's from this lady.
So
So
I
when I
used to
asked Misty,
mm-hmm.
like, what wrong? What happened to your own money? Okay, you want to go to 3, 4 vacation in a year, you're already killing it. The money is there. Your man is just making 50, maybe 50, 60K a year. What happened? Can't you sponsor the vacation? The money is there. What's your plan with the money? It's too no longer one, but it's like the energy I was getting is like women just feel like, okay, it just have to come from you. The money must come from you by fire, by force. What would you say to that?
Uncle Ben, I don't think so. I think that sometimes these conversations can be very difficult, which is why at the end of the yesterday's show, I brought balance, right? Because I think that people are just hearing what they want to hear. I think the real issue here, Uncle Ben, like I said, is difference in lifestyle. I'm going to use myself as an example. I've been traveling since I was a child, even before I started to make my own money, right? So for me, it's normal for me to care for vacations or to look forward to something going like, summer break or whatever. And I feel like I want to give my children the same or even better. Do you understand? I like to think that that is everybody's dream. Now, Uncle Ben, what you don't understand is that I've said this on this platform before, that I've dated somebody that their idea of life was simple. They said that they like the simple things of life, right? Now, when you hear that, you will think that, okay, they are not. But anyway, point is, I find later on, I realized that it wasn't about simple. He just did not think that he could make more or he could do more. Because as the longer I stayed with him and I had conversations with him, mind you, this person was my friend for a couple of years. He has big dreams of the kind of car that he wants to drive, right? He has big dreams of holidays. He was very into Formula One. So for him, his ideal holidays would be to go for all of the Grand Prix and all of that stuff. But he did not think it was attainable because in his head, he can't do better than the 50K salary, right? But there's me that my idea for him was, oh my God, you're literally like this marketing genius, right? How about you start your own little thing on the side while you still work for the company? Because for me, Uncle Ben, we say this all the time. You're never going to make the money that you dream of making just being stuck in your 9 to 5. You might have to be creative, right? So there's me who has this mastermind. I've always been quite creative and, entrepreneurial. And I said to him, you could actually do like a whole marketing agency. You could do this, you could outsource. I even was letting him know that even with you, all of this, your experience, because I really do believe that he was a really smart guy. You know that you can also be a lot of Nigerian companies outsource these things because they cannot afford to have people, they can't afford full-time staff. So you may just be able to get like a gig here and there. The next thing you're making an extra £3,000 a month. I told him I do that a lot of consulting and strategy. Uncle Ben, now this is me being a woman that has that mind where I'm not even trying to date you for your money, but I want you to have that kind of mind. And I don't want you to see that I'm pushing you. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. So
it makes sense to some extent, but I can see some other flags around it.
Uncle Ben, focus
Go
on what I'm
ahead.
trying to say, where there's some men that even with your own ideas, I said this yesterday, that some people, because even this thing of, the men that are rich, a woman is beside them, blah, blah, blah. You also either need to be the person that has the bright idea, or even when an idea is thrown on your lap, you need to be able to take it. But you have to have that mindset of wanting more. And I've said it before that I'm around a lot of those sort of women. I mean, my mother is Igbo, my father is Yoruba. Like, I can confidently say that my mother's ideas would have pushed my father as well, because I saw that dynamic a lot. But the man also has to be willing to take this idea and say, baby, you're right. I could do this. Do you understand? So, Uncle Ben, again, that's what I'm saying. There's mindsets, which is what I've just spoken about now. But the second part is, you can't, you're earning a certain amount of money, the man is earning a certain amount of money. Like I said at the end of the show, it's not the worst thing in the world, but there comes a time, which Uncle Ola also said at some point, there comes a time when that becomes more of irresponsibility than you just earning a certain amount of money. Do you understand? So no, Uncle Ben, it's not just about the holidays per se. It's not about the woman not wanting to pay for the holidays. Is why she's paying. Is she paying, and is it now a thing where it's because you want it? I don't know. I'm trying to put everything together because
the
reason I brought up that
I get your point
because there's things that I wanted to do, but he couldn't understand why I wanted to do it. Even, do you understand? Because for him it was unnecessary because it's just a waste of money.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. That's when you have to convince him.
Uncle Ben, but that's what we're saying. But the only reason why he felt that way is because he did not have means.
That's
what
so?
I'm saying. Yes, to a very big extent. That's why I said I give you an example of now speaking to him. He just did not think that a lot of things were attainable. So even if I wanted to be patient, right, and said, okay, I can marry him, blah, 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 I needed to marry him with the mindset that he thinks that he can do better for himself, even with my ideas. Because if I give you an idea about marketing, I can now do it for you. But you needed
no problem.
You understand? I can plant the seed, but you need to work at it with me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
it makes sense, but everybody will have a way to explain their part anyway. This comment from CA, I don't know how to call your name, but I just see your hand to say CA. So you may let me know your name so that I can address you properly. So CA said, if I'm making more money than the man, I don't mind marrying a man making less, as long as he loves me. After marriage and he's having infidelity, I will have my 2 children and he will be gone. Why do you think of infidelity? I don't get it with our sisters at times. Why be saying that infidelity now come to mind straight? Uncle Ola, but this is a two-part,
Infidelity
Uncle
not
Ola.
meant, infidelity not meant.
But the thing is, according to CA now, she says she wouldn't mind marrying a man that make less than her. But the first thought that come to her mind now is that this man will cheat. Why?
Actually answer that
No,
question.
but because that's a requirement. Because number one, because if a man is cheating such kind of a lady, then you've lost trust. Because you are supposed to work together, right? And the lady caught that man doing something that she cannot tolerate. Yeah, the woman has a feeling.
Okay.
Yeah, has a feeling. So yeah, there's nothing wrong. Yeah, I like a
Okay.
woman that can define our requirements straightforward. That's straight and very clear. Yeah, good point.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Egbon Simba is back. How you doing, sir? I don't know if you were listening on that ground, Egbon Simba. Do you want to add anything to this real quick?
Hey, Oli Alpha.
I do.
Yeah, I just came back from work now.
Okay, so Mr. Simba, if you'll be listening, can you address this comment from my sister CA? We are actually discussing women making more money than men and how they can make it work. And he said she really don't care. She can marry a man who made less than her, but if the man starts infidelity, she's going to have her 2 kids and then the man will be gone. And then she add this follow-up by saying, how will a man feel if he's making a lot? The wife makes little. He's taking care of the wife and she's having infidelity with another man. Now, my issue is this infidelity. It's like, it's kind of ingrained in a lot of women's heart now that a man will cheat in marriage. And I don't know where that is coming from, but what are your thoughts, sir?
Well, I don't even know why she's putting that caveat. Why the caveat in the first place? When men have been doing it, marrying women that are poorer than them, did they put caveat before they get married to them? I think women, especially our women, I don't think they can handle such situations whereby they be earning more than the men. They can't handle it. It's very, very difficult.
It's a big deal now, sir. And now the women are making more money now. It be like, I don't know. It be like say Baba God self don't vex for men. Because what I see mostly now are women, they are killing it. And they are single mostly. Okay,
why are they single? The question you have to ask, because they cannot marry less. And the position they have found themselves, there are few men that are there that are even ready to, because men will prefer to marry down. You understand? Because men will not be able to handle their ego and everything that comes with their achievement. That's it. And that's why a lot of them are single.
Because thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Because their achievement is already in their head. You understand? Women find it very difficult to honor or to respect men that are lower in their in terms of achievement or maybe money than them. They find it very difficult.
Okay, let's quickly examine this also. Sister Yinka is trying to really start Wahala today. God help us. Sister Yinka says, ladies, if you are in the Western world and you decide to marry down for love and you are successful, get a prenup. Protect yourself. Let me ask Uncle Ola and Uncle Siba right now. Will you sign a prenup? Me, I no go sign. I swear. Maybe we no even go far. But Uncle Ola and Uncle Siba, will you sign a prenup?
From a woman. That prenup I like pass.
Yeah. You go sign them?
If I did successful.
No. If she is way successful and she's in love with you, and now you guys want to take it to the next level. She's now bringing prenup. Will you sign it, sir?
Why would I not sign it? Because already I'm not going into that place as a parasite. I'm not going to that marriage as parasite. As a matter of fact, I would not only sign prenup. I would say, okay, let everybody's word be for each person, so that we just agree on what we contribute. So if we want to fire, because nothing says I cannot become Elon Musk while I got into the marriage. So she's already bringing the idea of that prenup. It makes the thing easier for me. So it's good.
Ola, let me ask you.
That's what I would do.
You don't know these women. Why is she asking for prenup? How many men that are richer than their wife ask for prenup before they marry them? Why is she asking?
No, I understand. Men should be doing prenup too, because you don't really know predators. You know the only predator that they are after you. So there's nothing wrong with prenup. It's for protection.
Women, Ola, what you should understand that it's still part of what I've said earlier. Women are not wired to provide for men. The reason why she's asking for prenup is because she doesn't want to lose in that marriage, because she sees herself as being the one that is actually sponsoring that marriage. So that's why she's asking. Men should wise up these days. I don't think.
No. Like I told you.
You can see it. Uncle Beno, why are women putting condition? Do men put condition before they do that?
No. Let me tell you one thing. Either man or woman can fall into the wrong hand. You don't even know you only know your own interest in that marriage. You can only talk for yourself, but you don't know the interest of the person coming for you. You don't know whether it's the person is coming for you is Delilah. You don't really know the mission. You don't know whether the mission is just to come and slash your weight away and just eat you up and wreck you. You don't know. So why not protect yourself? There's nothing wrong with prenup.
Okay, Uncle La, would you advise men who do significantly better than their wife? Maybe they are clearing like 300-400K. Would you ask them to put prenup before their wife if the wife is just making like 50K?
Let me tell you something today clearly. If I became a billionaire today and I transfer some wealth to my son, the only reason that wealth will become activated will be if he sign prenup before marriage. As a matter of fact, I will do it that even this thing that I'm even transferring to my son I will put condition there that in case the wife is not going, this is a family wealth and the thing will come. I'm telling you.
Uncle Ben, why are you saying wow? You agreed to this yesterday. Every father should do this.
You understand? Why should someone be a parasite or predator in a marriage? So if you don't want to be a predator, then sign the prenup. Why not?
Period.
Just you know how many footballers that have been wrecked just because of the choice of woman they went for without signing prenup. So like Torches will say, I trust my children. They learn. I bet don't mind now. My wife.
Maybe Uncle Beno, let us ask Ola. What will be the content of his own prenup?
That will even be too long. I think he already made his point. He wants to protect the family wealth,
so
which makes a lot of sense.
Now? What will be the sharing formula?
But no, that's something private.
Okay,
I think the lesson has been learned already.
Let me even tell you something.
That will show us where he's going.
No. Let me tell you something that has happened within the Nigerian community. Let me tell you one thing. You know, we have situation whereby in Nigeria, you have men paying bill for like almost 10 years, 15 years, and they now move to Canada. You understand? When they move to Canada and things go wrong, what happened? The woman is doing fine. The next thing, he wants to leave the woman. So if a man has protected himself in one way or the other, you can the man decide to sue the woman for unjust enrichment, for example. You get something. What I'm telling you, it's not about protection, because someone can come into the marriage and drain you up, and then we say you want to leave.
Why should somebody be doing well in Nigeria? You now move to Western
world. Are you hearing background noise?
No, don't worry. I cancel it already. It's coming from me. But anyway, let's move on from.
My wife and it goes out. They are doing party of saying cases.
Okay.
I have several of them in my house.
You can't run. Can't they do live Okola? I go tell Auntie you must pay.
No, now women are first. Now when men are doing their own, so
Okay.
that they're not good, they know they talk. So let them do their
I
own today.
know.
But by the time men
I
start their
know.
own,
I just they put your
you know, say
legs.
women will
Me
fit do
too.
our own enter 4 a.m. So no story. Let them be doing their own.
Abio. All right. Abby and the sisters in the chat, we're gonna read all the comments so that we can move forward real quick. But I want to ask you right now, Abby, based on what Uncle Ola said, if you happen to, of course, I know the boy that is coming for you, he will be okay. The family will be okay. If the boy now, you both love him, he loves you, everything seems fine, but it's about time you take it to the next level, and the boy tells you, well, my parents say you should sign a prenup. Are you going to sign it, Abby?
It depends on what is at stake. Uncle Ben, as Antinko said in the chat, my father has already had this conversation with me, unfortunately or fortunately. So I'm already aware because, again, Misty said yesterday, the rules are very simple. Anything, and I've said this before as well, I've said that my preference is someone who already has at least their one property, because I do, at the very least. And then anything that you've had prior to us is yours and is mine. And whatever we do in the marriage, we can now combine and it becomes a partnership. That has, in fact, everything that I have done up until this point, 29 years of my life, I've always thought about that as an independent woman, right? And then whatever values, morals I'm bringing in, we can continue to build on that. Because for me, the way I've always thought about a household is also building for our legacy and our kids. So that's honestly, that is a conversation that my father has had with me as well, because we have a family
Okay.
business.
So you will
So I
sign
don't
it, and then
think
the other person too will sign.
that's what it seems like. However, Uncle Ben, let's be very honest. If I marry, and we all know I'm not going to marry a poor man, but if I marry Dangote's son, who's my father?
Dangote doesn't have a son.
I'm giving an example. I
No,
don't mean
she's
to
giving
have
an example.
actually, but who's my father? My father will $10. Do you understand? So I think that the picture here is what you have to protect, in a sense. Do you understand? But honestly, I would sign a prenup the same way if he has something to protect, especially where his family is concerned. But my thing is that I've always cared about building for my children the same way my parents built for me. That's the only thing that I really want to, whatever document that we're signing, that's the one thing that I really want to get clear. What happens with our children?
You know,
But in
like
terms
if
of
to
signing,
me, I see prenup.
I don't care. I mean, the way my mindset is, I'm someone who, of course, we know I'm very ambitious, all of that stuff. I would never think that, oh, I want anything from the man. If that is what's going to make you comfortable, I'm happy to sign. But I know for
Okay.
a fact that
All
that's the
right.
target that my father has in place for myself and my siblings. So
All
yeah.
right. Let's look at what's happening in the chat real quick. Can you read all the comments in the chat so that we can bring everybody up
Well,
to
the comments
date?
are hot though.
Oh yeah,
Just
bring it on. At least we have Uncle Ola and Uncle Simba
I'm
is
not
here
very
too.
happy
So
with being the only woman on here. And seeing Kuz, where are you, ma? Misty.
all our sisters are running away now.
No, you
When
come up
men they
because you
now,
can't
when
leave
we
me
feel
here.
iron this issue, they run away. When it's only you be now, they won't come roast me. They'll come begin to press my neck.
So
Let's get the comment, Abby.
Antinkus is saying a lot of men also have ego issues. Most cannot handle it emotionally when a wife earns more. It is very common, especially amongst our African men. A lot fail to realize that it's a win for them. Another angle. Instead of playing their own role, they will think about domesticating her. Many successful women have given broke men chances, but they got beaten way too often. Hence why they need a balance. It really should be about partnership, but lots of women have gotten burned so many times. They are now clad on their own and they need a man to still play his role. Uncle Phil is saying, the moment you're asking about figures, that is a red flag for me. We've already read this. CA is saying, if I'm making more, we've already read this as well. I think he's saying, ladies, if you are in the Western world and you decide to marry down for love and you are successful, get a prenup, protect yourself. Uncle Phil is saying, if humanity didn't get it wrong from the start by eating that fruit, I wonder if this will be a thing. We will be now presenting apples and oranges to ourselves and we will be all right.
Unfortunately, this is where we are right now.
Yeah.
Oh, Auntie Oyin is here. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
And so he's saying, let me go and be thanking God that I wasn't living an extravagant, even if affordable lifestyle when I was single. If I did, I'm certain I would have been single today. It will. I think he's saying, if I'm earning 250K comfortably and I live in a space that fits how much I make, how do I marry someone earning 50K who will pay the rent or mortgage? Will I move from my house to live in his one bedroom? And because I said this thing yesterday.
No,
Uncle
no,
Ben
no, no,
wants,
no. I think
Uncle Ben
no.
wants
I
us to
think
reduce his
Abby,
standards.
I think we are getting this thing wrong. This
No,
250
we're
to
not.
50K, we are getting it wrong. Is your 250 part of the
That's a tiny.
money in the
Oh
house,
God.
or is just your money? So everything is based on demand 50K. Your own money. I don't get it.
Uncle Ben, I think
Well,
me
but
and you,
finish
and
the
it's like
comment
you don't want
because
to
I see
get.
what Sister Ika want to start now. But
But
finish the
I
comment
tried to
anyway.
explain this to you yesterday. You refused to understand. I think you're
I
saying we
can
are
never
not.
understand it.
You want to reduce my lifestyle that I had prior to you. Anyway, Uncle Ben,
Nobody, Abby, well, nobody is reducing
no
lifestyle. Just
problem.
finish the comment.
Let me
We'll come
finish.
back.
We are not to provide for you. You are to provide for your wife. Period. Uncle Phil is saying prenup is a pre-competition in disguise. Be ready to compete in your marriage with a start like that.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with that.
Exactly. But when fathers have to protect their daughters, every father, Uncle Ben, you even agree that you protect Blessing yesterday. And she is saying, even
Yeah.
when it's your duty, wives still cover their husbands a lot. We don't shove all the responsibility on you. Period. I've never been around a woman that did not cover her husband, not even my mother. Dipsy is saying every marriage comes with a prenup, either decided by the law or the couple decide to readjust the terms. I think you said Uncle Ola correct. We talked to our sons about this too. Says Dipsy is saying if you like, don't sign prenup. There's already an existing prenup by law on ground already. And she's saying, Abby, daddy did well. It's important. I will not be paying no goddamn alimony to a man, period. All we make in marriage gets paid 50-50, but you will not take from anything I had prior. I don't have any issues signing the prenup either. Exactly. Both ways. Uncle Ben, I'm going to go for 5 minutes. I have a delivery.
Okay.
Thank God my sister's
Thank
not
you.
here anyway, so I'm safe.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Sister Lee. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay.
So, Uncle Ola and Uncle Simba, you guys should be ready. My troublemaker sisters are here, so it might be a little bit hot,
No,
but
I don't have
just
problem
allow them.
with woman. You know, I like polygamy. I like polygamy style.
Uncle
So,
Ola, you
Who
won't
is
start
that?
war with that polygamy.
Who is that who likes polygamy?
It's Uncle
I
Ola.
mean,
Uncle Ola.
I have target of 400 wives, so I've never started.
He's just kidding. Anyway, I'll come to you shortly, Misty. Duchess Vivi is here. Duchess V, sister,
Uncle
you fine,
Al,
oh, Jesus
Uncle Al,
Christ,
greeting. Uncle Ben, leave me alone.
you fine, oh, honestly, I won't even let anybody see your
No,
picture. Lying,
Uncle
lying.
Ben, it be like say this sister like me, oh.
He not like you, Uncle Ola. He not like you at all. You see what funny, eh? When she showed me, I saw it. I completely forgotten that she's the one. I was just like, where do I know this young girl will look fresh like this? Clean. Where I know this person? So my mind is now raising that because the studio phone is the one that she sent the picture, and my son is usually with the studio phone. So I thought maybe my son was chatting someone else. I don't know if you saw my text, Sister Vivi. I was like, please, who am I chatting with? Until I scroll back and I saw, yay! Oh man, you're beautiful. You're beautiful. I like that, my sister.
Thank you. It's the
Oh,
Lord's
that's good.
doing.
Yeah.
Thank
So, Sister
you.
Vivi,
Yeah.
as beautiful as you are, and as somebody who is a medical doctor, can you manage somebody with 50 grand if he loves you, care for you, it's all about you, you are the queen of his heart? Can you do it?
Sincerely, yes, I can. Especially if we have or share common values. That's just the truth. Personally, I could do that. Common values, how do I mean? I mean, you're going to grow with that your 50 grand. You're not going to stay there because I don't want in future whereby if I don't start resenting you, you will start looking at what I'm earning or whatever behavior I will do, you pick on it. You think it's because of what I'm earning, because of my profession, because it's bound to happen. It's bound to happen. Whereby if I say something, it may just look at okay, you're saying this or you're disagreeing because you're the owner of the money, you have the money, stuff like that. And this is in the other way around, a man kind of thingy. Like even if you don't want to put it out there, a man wants to be like a man in a marriage, in a relationship. They want to feel like they got it all. And there are some women who would actually cover up, like one of our sisters mentioned, just to protect their man. It's only them that are inside that know what's happening. Or maybe some people outside may know. So that's just it based on your question that you asked.
Okay. Now there is something I think we didn't get to this
Sorry,
yesterday.
let me ask this sister this question.
Okay, sir.
So at what point are you going to now determine whether the guy is actually doing well or not? Because
No,
if you start at 50,000, so at what are you going to give him a target or what? What are you going to do?
Okay, no, okay. That's a very good question, first of all. The thing is, before we got married or before we get married, we've already, set our non-negotiables and our negotiables. We've discussed our core values. Before I will say yes to you, I'll marry you. You want to have someone that has a vision, and not just a vision. You have like your set goals or plans to achieving those visions, right? So based on that, after maybe 2-3 years, I'll ask what is going on and so on. You cannot be in a marriage with me and not grow. Just like I cannot be in a marriage with a man who is higher than me and not grow. At some point, I don't want a situation whereby when you look at the husband is here, the wife is down, or the wife is up, the husband is down. Even if the wife is not showing it, the colleagues of my husband or whoever man I will marry, they will be rubbing it on him. Isn't it your wife that is doing this? When they go to their guys, this thing, especially if he has opened up to one of his close friends and that one opened up to another person, you know how news go around, he will feel somehow. And when there is quarrel, because there will bound to be problem in the home, it may rub off like, if I'm saying no, it may rub off like, okay, I'm trying to, prove that because I earn more money, I'm trying to, ride on him. Everything will be reading meanings to him. And you don't want that. And me too, I wouldn't want that.
My sister, do you think that if you actually have that agreement, even before you get married, do you think the man will be favorable to marrying you?
Oh, well, if he is not, then we cannot be together. That's just the truth.
So that
If
would be a
he's willing,
precondition for marriage. Is that what you are saying?
no, not necessarily. You see, that's why there's something I wrote in the comment about love. There's how there's how this thing love behave. If you love the person, even if in the long term, because you can't tell what will happen in 10 years, 15 years of marriage, things will change, priorities will change. But at that point where we are going to get married, marriage is a serious something. I will not just
There's
go and marry.
from what I can gather from that is nothing like love, from what you are saying. Because if you love the person, then it will not be condition.
No, this
Any
is not
condition.
this is not a conditional thing. This is a thing of you growing.
But if you really love the man, you will not love him because of what he's earning.
So let me ask, if I was your daughter, would you allow me marry a man that don't want to grow, that just want to be there? Like you're earning 50 grand and maybe I was earning 250 grand, and at some
The
point
question
I
is
start
that
earning 500 grand. He should just be there.
Wait, Uncle Siba, let her finish so that you take it. No verse. Usually, for me, I usually allow people to express themselves completely. And then we take it from there.
Why I'm saying this is I want everybody to understand the context where I'm coming from. You cannot, even if it's a man or a woman, you cannot marry a significant other that you claim. For you to even say yes to marry somebody, there should have been some form of love. Unless you're marrying that person because it's a transactional thing, like Uncle Lam mentioned, a liability kind of thing, or you want to escape poverty. Let's put it that way, right? Unless you're street, there's a reason why you're marrying that person. But if you're married because you share common values, you share cover, even if your how do I put it? Even if your potentials is not quite strong, at least marrying each other means you guys will sharpen each other, right? At the course of the marriage, you start growing yourself. You will not remain where you are. I mean, if you marry somebody and you're still where you are after 5 years of that marriage, then there's something wrong. You should go back to the round table. If I marry you as a medical student, and after 5 years, I'm not done with medical school, you ask me, are you serious with your studies at all? What are you doing? If, okay, I finished as a medical student and you married me, at 5-7 years, you should ask me, have you not been able to match into a program? What is happening? Especially if there are no like kids or other things coming along the way. Some sort of growth needs to be there. Because if there is no growth, aside the normal buzzwords that happens in marriage with couples, which happens, somehow, somewhat, there will start being resentment when you, especially with these financials, when you're earning higher than your spouse. If you say one, they will say this. Like, is it Uncle that said that in the community of Nigeria, this is how it is. That I mentioned in the comment that women, you've seen it. You're being seen as liability. That's in my thoughts because I will advocate for women to work, even if you're earning just 500 naira. Don't just remain like that for a man. You know, the man is doing everything to the point of your undies. It's wrong. So why am I saying this? I'm saying this that if I marry somebody who has 50 grand and I'm earning 250K, in the next 5 years of our marriage, guy, you should not be earning 50 grand. You should grow. In fact, I don't expect you to be doing 9 to 5 if you don't want to earn higher than that. You should have your own business. And we know having your own business means that you must not necessarily earn 500 grand, 50 grand.
Okay. Sister Vivi, you made a very good point. Since we are having more people to join the conversation, I just want to bring them in. Uncle Simba, you want to say anything before I quickly move on to Misty? Because I'm gathering my energy, waiting for Misty and Uncle Phil.
Uncle Ben, I'm back, by the way.
If I may,
Okay,
if I may
you.
say something, Uncle Beno.
Yes, sir.
I think the best thing to do is not to go for that kind of man initially, because you don't have control over what anybody can do. If you think that you cannot manage him the way he is, it's better you go for the kind of man that you think actually fits your profile.
But
If
that's
you,
wrong.
Okay,
But that's
yes,
wrong.
that is it.
What if the man grows?
How do you know that he will grow? How do you know that he will grow?
But that's what I'm saying. That's the same thing I'm trying to say. That in a marriage,
It's
in the
not
course of the
better not
marriage,
to do it in the, and then when the man now fail, you now say you want to go.
no, you see it. You see how you're looking at it. I think you're looking at it one-sided. It's true. You never can tell if somebody will grow or not. But once you're there in that marriage and you marry, like I said, I will marry the person for love, right? We marry for love. I expect you to grow. Now, I don't know if you can grow or not, but I'm there as your helpmate, right? To boost you up. To help, even if I may not help you financially, maybe I'll help you with ideas. Like Abby mentioned that the mom's idea also helped the dad to navigate through life. Stuff like that. If you're a guy that has the spirit of growing, you don't want to remain where you are, that will
I
work.
just hope that you will not be leaving
Okay,
me
don't
for.
worry, Mr.
By the
Simba.
time the guy is not
Let's
matching
not
up,
let's not go back and
you
forth. I
start
think the
getting
point.
frustrated gradually.
I think the points are already made anyway. So, but Mr. Simba, Uncle Kola, Uncle Fi, make una get ready because Misty is about to bring her own bass boost.
Welcome to UB Reactions, the place where we keep it real. Today, we've got some hot topics, so let's jump right in. I am UB, your favorite Gen Z uncle, and this is my take.
All right, Misty. Thank you, Josh SV and Uncle Simba. Misty,
Yes,
first of all,
sir.
I have taken my time to go into my studies since yesterday.
Yes.
I have reviewed as many law papers as possible. Right now, I'm at the capacity of taking up an argument with you as a son, senior advocate of Nigeria. So, Misty, don't try me this afternoon. We're back again, Misty.
Uncle Ben, What did I
Yes,
tell you
ma'am.
yesterday? That you do not call Misty.
Oh,
You
I'm
add
so sorry.
Esquire Pro Max. I don't appreciate
Misty,
that.
ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome to this conversation, to the hangout with UB, the one and only Misty Esquire Pro Mask.
Thank you. That's
Abby, the way you hype me, eh? I love it. I love it.
Welcome,
All right, Misty.
Yes.
I don't know where you joined the conversation. We started
So
the
in
conversation
the
with
beginning, I
this
was in,
lady.
but I had to jump out and leave. So I just came back a few minutes ago.
Oh, okay. So
Yes.
I started the conversation with this lady. She's a very, very successful lady. I get to find her on Instagram, and Abby gave us her background. Apparently, she's very, very successful, but she's struggling with men. So she
I
shared
have
this
followed
on
her
our
for a
wall.
very long time, actually, when she used to do hair
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
Yeah.
I discovered her yesterday though. So, but this question, this write up kind of caught my attention. She said, most successful men have a wife, most successful women are single.
Right.
Misty, what is wrong with your gender? How come your gender are successful and single? And my question is it because of you guys cannot have 300K and manage a guy with 50, 60K? What are your thoughts? And then during this conversation, Sister Yiku brought the concept of prenup up, and I asked Okola if Okola will sign prenup. Okola jumped at it that he's going to sign it. Me, I know I'm not signing a lie, and you are not leaving me. You are not going nowhere. We chop that your money as much that we would have chopped my money. Okay. So, what are your thoughts in all of this?
Oh my God. My position is very clear. First of all, I want to say hello to, the panel. When you said Uncle Ola, I thought you were meaning MOP. I'm like, it doesn't sound
No.
like and MOP, his ideas are very quite different from this Ola. So I'm like, okay, two different personalities.
Yeah, two different persons. This is my own Egbon, senior Egbon than me and MOP self.
I'm very pleased to be sharing the stage with Dr. Vivian. Yeah, and I don't know who else is in the studio, but
Yeah, we have Mr. Simba is here. He's an uncle too, and him himself is a doctor too. So we have two doctors on stage.
Is Mr. Simba from East Africa, the safari thing, or is he South
Mr.
African?
Simba, I think Mr. Simba is a Nigerian. I don't even know. Mr. Simba, are you a Nigerian or you are from other African country?
I'm in Nigeria.
Oh,
he's a Nigerian, I know. In as much, as soon as he started dragging with
thinking that Tanzania, those places, that's where they get Simba.
Because of the safari. So yeah, when you say
you
your Simba, we
miss
kind
it.
of can
You
relate.
miss it. As soon as
I've changed Mr. Simba's name to Scar because his
Why?
ideologies. Mr. Simba, your name is now Mr. Scar.
No. Anyway, Misty, what are your thoughts, real quick?
So, Uncle Beno, I made my thoughts very clear yesterday. I, as a wife or a woman, I'm making 300 grand. I have no business dating somebody who's making 50K. Like, date within your tax bracket. Do not try to date people who are, especially if you are a man and you're making $50,000, go and make more money. You're going to make the woman resent you in the future. Even that love thing Dr. Vivian is talking about, if I'm in love, then I'm going to wait, how you'll grow. No. There's no time. The only time most of those marriages are going to work is if you're both young, you're in your 20s, you've just finished school, and maybe your fiancé or your newly wedded husband is making some money, right? And obviously we're not expecting him to make 200, 300 or 100K right away, right? That is totally understandable. There's a period of growth, and I can see that 5-10 years time you are going to go somewhere and we shall have something together. But I cannot be in my 40s or 50s, I'm making 300 or 500 grand, and then I'm going to marry somebody who is making 50K. The disparity is too big, and knowing where I come from, I'm going to end up resenting that person. First of all, it's not even going to happen.
Let me ask you.
It's not going to happen.
Mr. Simba, let her finish first, please. Misty, are you done?
Yes, well, I'm kind of done. He's now interrupted my...
Oh, sorry, your thought process.
But that's okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry, Esquire Pro Mask. You Pro Mask, you are about to go all the way down. Your own thing is just no. Mr. Simba, go ahead, sir.
Okay, so can you marry a man that is earning 600 grand?
And I'm making, what am I making?
And you are making 300.
Of course. The disparity is not so bad. Like, that is good. That is fine. Even if I'm making 200, even if I'm making 150 and he's making 600, we're good. He's a man. A man is the head of the household. He's supposed to have all the leadership skills. He's the protector. He's the provider. If I'm making 600,
wait, did you
60,
just say a man is the head of the house? That means
yes.
that you are talking for yourself. But see, many women today, they don't agree to that too.
No, I do agree, and my interpretation of the head of the household is very traditional, actually. So if you are the head of the family, I'm Christian, that is my background. I mean, you are supposed to provide, you're supposed to protect, and all these things. So for me to have that consistency, I take it that you should be in a position to do all of that. I cannot be the one doing all these things and then providing, protecting, and like, no. Let's stick to one thing and make it right.
Any other question?
A traditional woman.
I mean, I'm flexible too. I cannot say I'm traditional all the way. That's, you know, the world has changed so much that you have to be able to adjust to certain things and flow with it. You cannot be so stagnant and then you know, life will be the same. No, it's you have to be able to adjust to certain things. But for me, the way I look at it, I will respect my husband as the head of the house, and I expect him to provide. I expect him to do certain things.
You respect him because he can provide for you. That's all.
That's not just it. Women like
because that's what you just said. You cannot respect a man that is below you because he cannot provide.
Listen,
so that respect is coming by virtue of
respecting and resenting you are two different things. So for me, I cannot even mix with that kind of person because I resent you. So in order for me to avoid all that kind of conflict, I will just not even consider dating that kind of person or marrying them. It just won't happen. Because I'm not even expecting the growth to happen in 5-10 years time. I am already okay. I must maintain a certain kind of lifestyle within my tax bracket. Now, if you're making 50K, I'm making 600. How are you going to make me maintain my lifestyle?
Misty, this is where you started yesterday. And I think Sister Vivi can even come in here now. Is it a must that why can't you maintain your lifestyle with your 600K?
No. You are the man. You have to do all of that.
Oh, you see the African mentality now.
No, it's not the African mentality.
Well, you guys wanted Sister Misty to be a traditionalist, and she's telling you, as a traditionalist, you have to cover everything.
Thank you.
She's playing the traditionalist now because she wants to corner men to collect the man money. What happened to her 600K? Uncle, come and talk to this, my Misty.
African men who like traditional women. I'm trying to be traditional, give you the respect, accord you the respect and everything.
If we have to do traditional, you are supposed to submit that money to your husband. Go ahead, Uncle. Misty have started.
Hold up.
Go ahead, Uncle.
What did you say?
I didn't say nothing.
If it's traditional, that is understandable because a proper traditional African woman will give the man of the house peace of mind. You understand? If you are talking of proper and traditional,
Uncle, what is peace of mind?
Peace of mind, okay. Peace of mind is what will make a man function properly.
That's what I'm saying. What is peace of mind? What is peace of mind?
What does it mean?
What does it mean to a man?
No, peace of mind is for mind to be able to think critically and progress. No distraction. So you allow mind to focus properly.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing. No,
just so you may know where I come from. Among the Luo people, you cannot marry somebody's daughter unless you are in position to afford all the dowry or the bride price and what it entails, because you are looked at as the provider of the home, the head of the home. So if you cannot do the bare minimum, what is my business marrying you? You're not even permitted to
bare
marry.
minimum. Define bare minimum.
Bare
Sorry,
minimum is according to my standard.
If I ask the woman to sit down at home and not to do anything, will the woman sit down at home?
You shall not do that. You shall do no such thing.
That's where Wahala starts.
But this is where I'm saying marry within your bracket. Marry the kind of person you feel will understand you and give you that kind of peace you're looking for. So with me, that would not work. But there are women who actually like that. They just want to sit at home and let you go out there and look for the money and then bring it home. I don't function like that.
No, sit at home I mentioned there is figurative, not necessarily sit down. No, even if a woman is sitting at home, that's earth challenge on its own. So that's not good. The woman can move around, but sit at home is it where you listening to your.
But I tell you what, a woman cannot just sit at home and not do anything. Taking care of
that's not what I mean by
requires a lot of work as well, especially where if you have children. It's a lot of work. That is a job description that is not even put out there, right? It's a lot of work.
Sit at home in this situation is figurative. It's just like obedience. That's what I mean.
I get you.
Obedience.
I get you. But why is it that African men are so hang on this word obedient, respect, and peace of mind? I really don't get it.
Misty, should the woman marry if she's not going to be obedient? Should she marry if she's not going to be respectful? Obedient? Why should she be married?
We need to learn to respect each other. It's not a one-way thing that I have to obey you and you don't have to respect me or whatever. You need to respect each other. And then submission comes in naturally. Nobody is going to have to fight for it and say, I'm the man of the house, you have to do this. I already know that. And if you love me deeply and you are actually making all that money, I will submit without any authority.
So without that money, you are not submitting.
When a Nigerian man asks you about obedience, tell him your name is not Peter. Okay? Your name is not Peter.
Yeah. Thank you, Abby.
Abby, you are in trouble.
This is
Uncle, there's something I wanted to say about this peace of mind you mentioned. The truth is, you may have an idea of what peace of mind means to you, but majority of the men, especially Nigerian men, when they mention peace of mind, is allow me be or stay with my side chick, do what I want to do without you saying anything or without you probing me, without you saying who did I send money to, without you saying where have I gone to, without you doing nothing. That's what peace of mind means to them. Majority of them. No.
That's not my own definition. No.
Yeah, no, that's why I asked, because I've seen it. Most of them, not all Nigerian men, but I don't want to put it all, but majority of if we say 10 Nigerian men I've met, 7 of them legitly want their wife not to disturb their privacy. If they have their girlfriends, they should have their girlfriend. They will tell you after I'm coming back home, after I'm providing for the day. That's the peace of mind that they want.
Except if you're a polygamous man like myself. Otherwise, men naturally they
you
hide
want to die. Why are you polygamous? You want to die? We'll kill you. You die.
I know. Polygamy wants to marry second wife. Just make sure you marry as many as possible and marry them in odd so that they won't pair. You understand? If you marry 2 wives, make sure there's 3 so that when they want to group themselves, they won't be able to go in a pair. So don't marry.
You remember in the Bible they didn't mention that Solomon lived 1,000 years, right?
Okay. It's good that you mention Bible now.
No, I'm just telling you because he married several women and he died quite early.
Okay, look at those people that found favor with God, that found God's favor. They were polygamous in nature. They married so many wives. But those people that ended in trouble, they married just only one wife.
Wait, no. If you want to go down that route, you also mentioned that there's consequences. Look at David; his house was divided. Even that Solomon you're talking about, is it one of the child from the true born? Is it not from Bathsheba?
How many wives did Samson get married? Did Samson marry? How many?
Samson the philanderer. Did he even listen to his parents? What are we even talking about?
Okay. What about Ananiah and Sapphira?
Are you talking about the
where are you taking us now, please?
It's the route that we don't understand. Those people are not there. What I'm trying to tell you right now is that if you want to do polygamy, you're going to die on time. Just avoid
Jesus Christ.
Okay, if you want to go down there, let's go to Genesis. Why did God?
No. We are not going to Genesis. We won't go to Exodus or even Revelation.
Why did God create Eve and Evelyn so that they will be together for Adam?
No. Okay, you believe that God created animals too, because this is about nature. You see one male lion having many wives. You see
one he said he made them one male, he made them one male, one female. Even the ones he saved with the Noah's Ark, one male, one female, one male, one female. Why did he make it
okay. Thank you, Sister Vivian Okola. I told you, may you get ready, okay? But let's quickly bring this to Uncle Phil in the building. Uncle Phil, are you ready for this conversation, sir?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Uncle Phil,
help me. Sorry, please help me and hype. Help me and hype my Uncle Phil properly. Uncle Phil with a calm voice. Uncle Phil of Canada. Uncle Phil. Uncle Phil.
Okay, Abby, since you mentioned it, may we welcome Uncle Phil with a beat.
So you don't chop. Just because I was not supporting your stance, please play that music for me, right?
Okay. I won't play music for you. You are a troublemaker, Misty. Uncle Phil, are you ready for this, our sisters? They don't want to agree. They say they don't want to marry men who don't make all the money in this world. I think you'll be following the conversation, sir.
Yes, I have been listening patiently.
First off, help me address this, sir. Why successful men married, according to this lady, and she's describing her life, most successful men have a wife, most successful women are single. Why is that? And they help me factor that into what we are really dealing with on today's show, which is how much should a man really make before proposing? Over to you, sir.
Good day, everyone, wherever time it may be for you. All protocols duly and accurately observed. This is a very interesting topic. Okay, to the first question. Most successful men will be married, and rightfully so, because of some of the comments and the feedback I've heard listening for a while now, right? His money is our money. So that's an attraction right there. So, but then the question is, are they marrying him for love or marrying him for what he has, right? If 10 women are lined up now and they know that man is successful, they will want to come for him. But if you flip the script, if the man is not successful, if he's a teacher like one of my uncle Ola said, he's gonna really have a tough time with that lineup of 10 ladies, right? The same person. That's why sometimes people, most of the men that are successful, they go undercover, not revealing who they are, and they want to attract who truly wants to marry them for who they are, not for what they have. We have seen instances of that. They keep their wealth, they keep their position or whatever it is, their cadre where they are, and any woman that they can attract, presenting themselves as just barely trying to, make it up the ladder, that is the woman they will go home with, and they will reveal to her who they truly are, right? We have seen instances of that. And on the flip side, to the second question, most successful women, they struggle, if I can paraphrase, to have a husband or something, partner like that. It's just like what we have some of the feedback I've heard. The nature of a woman is to have someone who they look up to, right? And if I can flip that too, uh, if there's a statistics like that, most of the men they date down, while women they date up, right? So, and on very, very rare cases, in very, very rare occasion, you see woman who really dates down, right? And that might be as a result of maybe truly they genuinely love the person. Well, we can put a number to that. That will be very on the very, very low side. Because for the most part, the woman, they look at what you have in your pocket. They want to see the size of your wallet before they jump with you, right? And that is not to throw shades at women, right? It is, I want to believe it is their nature. And that is why God carefully allowed Adam to be established in the garden before Eve came. So, I mean, Adam was for the most part, he was done with most of it. So if we put two kids together in a class now, say they start from JK or whatever, SK, high school and all that, it's very, very rare for those pairs to marry themselves going forward. Because by the time they jump into the outside world, right, the woman, if she's well behaved, normal, just like a bare minimum, right, well behaved, well brought up, she will have a guy who is well over and ahead of her to pick her up from there. Whereas a mate, a fellow guy that they graduated together, will still have to, hit the ground running and get to the point where he too can pick someone up who is coming from behind. So that's why you see, for the most part, most men that are successful, either in their early 30s, if they are lucky, or even late 30s or going to their early 40s, that's when they will now say, okay, now I can pick up a woman. And now, let's escalate that a little bit. That is why the issue of prenup comes in. Because you see a man who ran through his life up until his late 40s or mid 40s, and a woman shows up, he picks her up, dating down now. He picks her up, and before you know it, she looks around and says, I can make half of what this man is earning quickly by just saying, I'm fed up of the marriage. And before you know it, they show up in court, half of his fortune is gone. And if money is involved, she will be on his payroll till whatever, those children at 18. So these vices are a reflection. All these laws and all these rules are a reflection. I understand on the flip side too what prenup does, right? But to be honest, this is a reflection of what we have metamorphosized into, what we have become as human beings when we missed it from the beginning. Because how it should be in the beginning, it says two shall become one. So
yeah,
if I'm coming to you and I'm saying, okay, you sign this prenup, I might as well just tell myself to sign prenup against myself, because it says two shall become one, right? So, and another question is, okay, he's earning 50K, I'm earning 300K, he should be able to do this and that. No, my own opinion, you say one shall chase what? You say one shall chase 1,000, and two shall pursue what? 10,000. 2,000 to 10,000. That's compound. That's compound in the growth, right? So when two becomes one, then what both of you is gonna chase will be multiplied as you grow in the marriage. Now you are chasing a dream. You are not living in division. Division means division. That means both of you have different vision. And that is what prenup can breed. If you sign a prenup, for instance, you are already signing it, etching it into that person's subconscious and say, okay, your money is my money. Your money is your money. No, let's agree on this. Prenup is your money is your money, my money is my money. But it is
I
not the
agree.
way it is. But it's not the way it is. It is usually the man, your money is my money, and the woman is my money is my money. You get what I mean? So now, how does the prenup? The prenup is nullified even by that rule, right? Because naturally speaking, a man usually will like, okay, this my woman, I get this for her, I do 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 this for her. Do you understand? But in the space of that, as you are doing all of those things, she's earning her money too, right? And whoever brings up the subject of prenup, she's just gonna be putting everything in her basket and say, since we signed prenup, my thing will be my thing, right? Contributory, you guys just gonna be bringing something to the center, which, in my opinion, it is a case of what do you call it now? Love. There's a conditional love. Conditional love. So, to buttress what Onkola said when he was part of his opener, that means there's no love. Love is not conditional. In fact, they should not use conditional and love in the same sentence. It's a conditional arrangement. As long as you can bring, okay, what of this case? A case where who knows who is earning more, regardless, right? Someone's going to guess it, going for surgery, be out of work for another, who knows, another maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 years. How about the one woman getting pregnant? She's out of work. She has to stay and raise the kids and all that. That is how you're supposed to cover each other if you are truly in a true marriage, right? But when you have it all like on condition, okay, what it can bring, what if the is the CEO tomorrow, today now, and tomorrow something happened, they push him out of the position. What happens? It's gonna be a case of highest bidder. Maybe you have
Okay.
another CEO as
Uncle
friend
Phil.
or whatever. You start looking in that direction of that person, and that's when infidelity steps in.
Okay, Uncle Phil, thank you. You really make a very good point. Let's have our sister quickly respond before our other brothers will. Misty and Sister Vivi, do you agree with Uncle Phil that prenup is actually your money is your money, my money is my money? Misty.
So you need to. I disagree with him to a large extent because it depends on how a prenup is drafted. If it's a marriage prenup, separation agreement, or whatever, it caters a prenup. A good prenup caters to your properties that you acquired before marriage. There are people who maybe their great grandparents or their grandparents bequeathed certain, like a family heirloom to them or things to them that should not be mixed with anything that they will acquire during the marriage. So I think it's very fair when you draft a marriage contract or separation contract or a prenup to take into consideration your properties, each individual, what you acquired before your marriage. You can retain that, you can maintain that. That can be totally yours, the titles and whatever. But the properties that you acquire together during the subsistence of the marriage is what we're talking about. You work towards building that. That is what is very important. And when you are, in case you are even thinking of a divorce, that is where the court will equalize the property that you acquired during the subsistence of the marriage. That is how the division happens. Not the properties that you acquired before or after the separation or whatever. No, but the property, obviously the court will look at the properties that you acquired before, during, and after. But I think for a healthy marriage to reign, what you acquired during the marriage is something that two parties should focus on. So for me, I'm all for prenups. I'm
Okay,
very
Sister
comfortable with
V.
prenups.
Okay, Sister V, how about you? You are muted, though, Madam Vivi.
Yeah. I just saw it. Well, in this time and age, yeah, based on how most men are running crazy and some women, it's okay. It's somewhat saves or protects a woman, to be sincere with you. But there's a but there. In the beginning, it was not so. Me, I believe in the Bible standard of marriage. And if we remember very well, in terms of Matthew 19, verse 8, right? When they kept asking Christ about what do you see about these divorce things or stuff like that. Obviously, he said it's possible in terms of infidelity. You can.
Oh.
Like I was saying, sorry about that. Oh my God, this call just, yes, I've gone back to myself. So, like I said, in the beginning, it was not so because of the way our this time and age, we are going crazy with what is happening. You see most men going crazy. This prenups protects the woman, especially in this time. But like I will always say, I'm always a Bible scholar. From the beginning, it wasn't so. I agree somewhat with Uncle Phil because if we're not thinking of separation, divorce, or thereabouts, there will not be any need for all these prenups things because both of us will understand oneness. We know we know why we're getting into this marriage, and we know
Yes,
that we
Uncle
are.
Ben.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, sis. Uncle Ben was
No,
asking. Go
okay.
ahead, sir.
Okay, so we know why we are getting into this marriage. We know that we are getting into this marriage because we are trying to build a standard for ourselves, like it's a kingdom marriage, right? For posterity's sake. And I want to believe very well that why we have all this craziness in marriages because people don't understand that marriage is a ministry itself and is a covenant. So that's why we are all going crazy with what I'm bringing to the table, what this one is earning, what the other one is not earning. It's because of all this. And if we want to put in the flip side, there are men who earn way more than their wife. And because they earn so much, they are now free to do what they want to do. The woman can question them. You see, women, we know this even in our society in Nigeria, whereby if something happens, the woman is left stranded. I mean, if something happens to the man. And in the other case, if the man is moving crazy with other women and so on, the woman doesn't have a say. She can't say anything. And most of them will stay in that marriage because if I leave, what will happen to my children? This and that and so on. So this is why in some way I'm like, okay, the prenup is good. It secures a woman, helps the children. But in the other way around, it's not supposed to be so. That's my own take on it.
Okay. I actually don't want to make this about prenup, but let me get from my other uncles in the house. Anybody want to add anything, Uncle Ola, Uncle Siba? You want to add anything to that? I think they already addressed prenup anyway. So that will take me to my next line of reasoning when it comes to this particular
Justice for baby
question
of the
about.
household.
Okay, Abby, go ahead
Justice
before
for
you
baby
finish.
of the household.
What's your thought? No, before
I don't have any thoughts. I just wanted to
you
say
want to
justice.
gaslight everybody. Justice for
Yes.
baby of the house.
I just wanted to say
Anyway,
justice for me.
everybody, let's take this poll so we can at least put this conversation about prenup to an end. Prenup means your money is your money, while my money is my money. 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 for is a trap. Oh yeah, everybody. Those in the chat, Mom Chim, Uncle Dayo, everybody, you're welcome. Let's cast this vote real quick. I think I saw Sister Ngozi somewhere now, Seth. You're welcome. So, prenup. Your money is your money, my money is my money. And like Uncle Phil said, that is the beginning of competition. And that's why I said I will not sign it if you present it before me, because it means you don't trust me, you really don't love me. And I also say that prenup is a trap, because so far the prenup is there, you can do anyhow at any time. It's
Uncle
like most
Ben,
time the man will just become the Doni. Yes, Abby.
do you know that I used to be one of those people that had a big mouth that used to say, "Oh, no matter what happens, we're going
Hmm.
to whatever happens, we're going to be amicable. The split is we're going to be so kind to each other because we once loved each other, because we have kids." Uncle Ben,
So
every
now you're
time
not
I'm
gonna
saying,
do that again.
Uncle Ben, how many times have you seen divorce that time? It's always something. Clearly, there's a very thin line between love and hate. That's my point,
Okay.
right? So you may think that your own is going to be different. You're going to be, because you guys were best friends and all. But apparently, there's so many people that felt that way. Even when I was engaged to my ex, that's how we held our hands and said, no matter what, no matter what, no matter what. Because I mean, that's not how life works. And that's what we're saying about humanity, where things have changed. In an ideal world, I don't want to be
Yeah.
thinking of the man that I'm about to marry like in that light. Neither does he want to think about me in that light. But we need to understand if there are things to protect, right? And like Auntie Inku said earlier, if your intentions, and even Uncle Ola, if your intentions are pure and you're not even there to be a leech, then maybe it's just let it go. Times have really changed, and honestly, I wouldn't want to sign a prenup either. But I mean, look at where we are at in life as a society, as a
Hmm.
people.
My
So
my
Well,
sister, my sister. Let me just throw this at you. I like your line of thought, and you will go very far. And I
amen.
keep saying this, you will go very far. Very, very rare you have ladies who think like this. And it's good you are in a forum like this, you learn from people and what they say. To be honest, if the word is if, and that is the way it should be, the way things should be, all these things are just vices that are there to substantiate, to give a good reason for people to misbehave in their marriage. That is just the truth. For instance, me, before I got married, I already had let me say one and a half house. Before I
which
finished
one
my
is 1.5 hours?
I will explain.
Wahala dey.
Before I finished my before I finished my first degree, hmm, still back in Nigeria, I already have a house, like a hostel that I'm renting out to students. A hostel that was built by my money. This was before I finished my first degree, university. I've not even married, not even enter am. Now, when I met my wife, I was already in the space of roofing my second house in Abuja. Now think about that. Think about that. I now see this lady and I'm telling her, come and sign prenup. The question is, why am I building those houses in the first place? Is it for me or for the people that will come through me? That is the core question, right? See, and when she came along, I just saw that, oh, and when she met me at that time, let me tell you, in fact, when I met her, I think I've shared part of that story on this platform. I told her in fact, we were talking on phone for a long time. In fact, initially when I started speaking to her, she thought I'm one of her uncle because her voice sounds alike. I said, I'm not, though. Because that uncle is very, very funny. She thought the uncle was still pulling her legs until we met in person. And the very first word I told her when I met her, that me, I'm here for wife. I'm not here for up and down girlfriend and boyfriend. And she said, that's no problem. But I let her know, I said, I'm living in a one-room self-contained, and the wall is spilling because water is coming through the foundation. I was renting in Abuja at that time because I've not roofed the other one. So she was like, no, it can't be that bad. Now I said, I didn't finish that statement there. I said, but I have potential. That is the word. That's how I finished that sentence. The rest is history now. And when she came to my house for the first time, in fact, I tried to package that my room very well. I put carpet under. I can't put rug under on top of the carpet. My bed did not even have bed frame. And this is me already at almost 1.5 hours, you know. So what am I saying? And when she came, she said, it is not that bad now and all that. You know, my room was truly very small. But we started building from there. But that is not to say that it's all bed of roses, right? We were all work in progress, even up to when we got to where we are now. You know, her ideas combined with me, my own monologue ideas as I was growing up at that time, we combined it together. We sharpened each other. We reshaped each other, and we helped to edify. We built each other up to where we are right now. Every decision we are making it together. Because I see me through her, and she saw herself through me. That this is my future. This is my future. We are going to make babies together. And this will be our generation, our lineage going forward. But when I come and I say, okay, this is what I have before you came, what you have. Now she will be struggling to say, let me too have my own 1.5 houses, at least get to where he was when I met him. Now, guess whose money she's going to try to use to do that? Obviously, she go find way to save her money and rest on my own money. You get what I mean? So this thing is not all about. I still struggle to understand. I understand. My sister said it protects woman. No, prenup protects both gender, man or woman.
Okay, Uncle Phil, just because of the show we are having today now, if you have to advise younger folks, how much do you think they should have before they even talk about proposing to a woman?
They should have enough to take care of themselves, one, and the person that they are going to be with, and not for the man on both sides. Because it says for better, for worse. It can happen to the man, it can happen to the woman. So have it at the back of your mind as a woman. I'm going to this relationship. This man must be able to provide for me, and I should be able to assist him. Assistance can be in the sense that, okay, what if he's transiting now, he's changing his job, and it requires him to stay home another 6 months before he can get on board with the next job? Will I resent him during that 6-month period, or be his backup? That is the way, and vice versa. That is the way it should go, right? Oh, she's pregnant now. She has to stay home another 6 months or another whatever month, to get herself together before she can go back to the place of work or whatever business she's doing. What should be my role at that time? Take care of me, myself as a man, and take care of her, and anything that is looking up to us, right? So that is the way I see it. And that mutuality has to be there.
Sorry, Uncle Phil, no better. I just needed at least a range because of the conversation that is ongoing in the dating pool now. It's all about money, money, money. And whether we like it or not, our children are going to grow into this system that they have now. All of us here now, I think I'm more or less like, okay, Abby. After Abby and Sister V, maybe I'm more or less like the youngest again. The rest of you are aunts, uncles, aunties, and you've done this when life was good, when love is true love, when nobody is getting married for the purpose of using each other. So now, for the benefit of the young folks that will be hearing this type of show, sir, what figure can you put on it that here in America or in Canada or in this Western world, if a guy should say, I think I'm ready, how much do you think the guy should be making? Bearing in mind that the lady he want to settle down with He's doing good too. The lady is probably 6-figure plus. So what would you advise her, Uncle Phil?
That is very relative, right? It's very relative. Depends on the living condition of where you are or your environment. For instance, in Canada now, I won't be able to say, okay, you have to make this figure and make this figure. And how will I arrive at that? Can he afford shelter? Can he afford food on his table?
So, like, how
Is he
much will all
working?
that will all that be,
So,
sir?
I mean, I don't know. It's relative. It is relative. Like me, I don't see people through figures. I don't see people through figures and say, like, even as I'm speaking to you now, I don't know what my wife earns. To be honest, I have said it on the show. I don't know what she earns, despite the fact that we have a joint account. You will not see me like trying to in an investigative way. I will just say, okay, what is it that is coming on board? What bills is coming up? Okay, this is the okay. Check the account. What do you have there? And that there you go, right? Me, it is very. I don't even sometimes I buy some things. I come home and buy some. My wife will be asking me, how much did you buy it? I've forgotten. I don't know how to do that.
So you
Maybe
can't
that
advise them on the basis of money, sir. For
see
me, I
you.
would say you need to make at least 70 grand before you even propose for
Maybe
anything.
that is in the range of what I'm talking about. Maybe.
Okay.
Or a little bit more than that. But bottom line, what will that 70 grand be able to afford you? If you have shelter, food on your table, you know, you have a arrangement for emergencies and all that. You can meet up with your bills and also take care of some other responsibilities. One meeting. And other responsibility. That's my madam. She's going to work, you know.
I know. That's why I'm laughing already. Uncle is dealing with his own too.
And other responsibilities. Whatever those figures come to, maybe you now do 2 + 2, 3 + 2. Maybe you now get into 70 grand, and also plus your lifestyle too, right? And also plus your lifestyle. And let me address that. See, you are coming into a marriage not with your lifestyle. You are coming into a marriage, that's where we get it wrong, to build a lifestyle together. That's why some people run into problems when they say, no, this is not how I do in my father's house. So this is not how my father used to do. No, your father is your father.
Women.
He said,
women are
for
the one doing
this
that.
reason, a man shall leave his father and his mother. See, the one problem we have in marriages is because you cannot leave. The meaning of leaving your father and your mother means that you have left that they are now your extended family. Now you are coming with that person to build a lifestyle. Maybe in your father's house, you go on vacation 10 times in a year. Now you are coming to be with that man. You are going to sit in agreement and say, that 10 times, we cannot afford it here. Let's start with 1. Then
But
we will
Uncle
grow into
Phil,
2.
All right, Uncle
We'll go
Phil,
into
thank
3.
you.
Sorry, but as a man, why don't you want to give me more or the same? Why do you want to take me from eating shrimps in my father's house? Now take me to eating pomo. Why?
My sister will answer it this way.
What is wrong with pomo? If you eat the pomo with love,
wait, let me answer it
the pomo
this
will
way.
be sweet.
My uncle, let me answer it this way. My sister, you see, before we all woke up to say, this is my daddy, this is my mommy. My daddies and my mommies were where we were as men and young ladies growing up. Don't forget, let's stay with me on that. They have eaten all that pomo. They have eaten all those things, right? But by the time you now open your eyes to now say, I can recognize this my daddy. Hey, daddy. Oh, this my mommy. What they have done, what they have gone through prior to that time, you are not privy to that, right? Now you are coming to build your own, right? You are coming. I understand you are at a level, but that's another topic for another day. If you know that this lady cannot be on your program or cannot roll with you, and vice versa, don't even start with that person. And that's what they call potential. Potential on its
Clock
own,
it.
yeah, potential on its own is something huge waiting to happen somewhere that needs some work for you to dig it up. And when you dig it up, it becomes something that has a kinetic power to now take off, right? It takes some work. So my sister, stay with me as I'm saying this. Our parents have done these things, and so did their parents' parents. You get what
But
I'm
Uncle
saying?
Phil, our parents' period is not where we are now. But anyway,
I
there are more
understand,
people
sir.
here now.
I
Make I move
understand,
the
sir.
conversation
Regardless,
around.
my
But
brother, we ask you one question now. When you started with your wife, I know we have been on this program. We have discussed how this, I think it was that Japa series.
yeah.
You saw how we started, my brother. And listening to your story, we got to this side of the world almost at the same time. I'm sure you came a year ahead of me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you came a year ahead of me. You came a year, from what I heard from your story, you were a year ahead of me. And listening to your story and my story, we were in the trenches. Now imagine that lady that we go, say, I have seen a flower in your garden, I like the flower and all that. Imagine that lady in the trenches with us now saying, oh no, this is not how my father was. No. That's not the story today. Because we built on that potential. We built on that potential that we see in each other. And you and I know that it did not go smoothly. There's a little bit of buzz even in between us. And that is what makes marriage what it is. Right?
Okay.
Up to what we are
Thank you,
talking about.
Uncle
And now, if
Phil.
our children come now, they will say, as I'm speaking to you now, if I want to be on another side of the world, I will be there in a jiffy. But the truth is, my children didn't see when me and my wife was in the trenches. So it's a potential building. You have to be able to build each other up, right? So that's how to answer that question, my sister. And God will help you. God will provide your own for you. The way you are going, God will provide your own for you. In fact, your own will come expressly.
Amen. Thank you.
Believe me, if you have this mindset, your own will come for you. Trust me.
Amen.
Thank you,
Thank
Uncle
you.
Phil. So let me just bring our sisters back now, so that we can move really fast. Sister
Sorry, Uncle
Z
Ben. Have you noticed that Uncle Dio has been missing in action? I suspect that
is
Uncle
here
Dio is not
now.
coming back. He's not coming back from the club. It's because I caught him. That's why he's here. Because I caught him in the comment section.
Let Uncle Dayo enjoy
If you
his
don't know
life.
anything, no, Uncle Bernard, if you don't know anything, you should know that this is a consecration period. We are on a journey until after Easter. So you should understand. If I'm not on the platform, I'm either praying or I'm doing something spiritual. Thank you.
Pastor Dio, it's true. Thank you, sir. Uncle Ben, where are you?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm not saying anything, no. Uncle Ben.
Go ahead. I'm coming. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Uncle Dio, please. I don't know Uncle Ben wanted to bring back to the lady.
Yeah.
So can you just help us with your take so far on prenup? And what is I talking about? How much a man should earn before proposing, getting into marriage, etc.
Thank you very much, Abby. I actually wanted to contribute, and I like what Uncle Phil said earlier on and what Misty too said. However, I think where we're having all these issues is that, marriage, when we're talking about marriages these days, it has become something else. Marriage is no longer the way it used to be. The reality is that we are now trying to readjust to the reality of our time as for marriage. Because prenup was never there in the first instance. And as you have rightly said, prenup became a necessity because of how marriages have become of late. How men or how couples comes together and then before you know it, they break up, one party is badly affected while the other party seems to be okay. And then people tend to take advantage of each other. People tend to take off each other just for the fun of it, as if, because the law permits it. So that's why we are now having something like prenup. We are having all these issues. But marriages was never intended for that, because originally marriage was intended for a man and a woman to be together through thick and thin, to raise a family in the fear and in the knowledge of God. That's why I like every time Uncle Phil is talking, and every time my sister of God they are talking, they always bring it back to the basics, which is God is the author of marriage and is the creator of it, and He has given us a manual on how to run. It's like somebody that created a car and give you the manual on how to work with the car, and you have abandoned the manual and you have even abandoned the creator, and you just want to be using that particular machine the way you think you should be used. You are going to run into problems, and then when you do run into problems, you may not know how to really adjust, and then you will now be like fumbling and then trying to do what they call manage it as you go. That's not right. That's where we are now. Unfortunately, that's where we are now in marriages all over the world now, because now people are just taking it as it comes. So when we're talking about prenups, I want to believe that prenup is meant to protect the fallout in marriages over time. Prenup, as the lawyer have said, was meant to protect whatever you have before marriage, so that when you come together and you build as a man and wife, within the period of your marriages, you have achieved XYZ together. Maybe you start a business, maybe you made XYZ, maybe you won contract, maybe you did that. By the time, if for anything you are going to break apart, you are going to be separated based on what both of you have achieved, and then whatever terms and conditions that you have already agreed to earlier on will now come to play. This to me is a trap. Let me explain why it's a trap. Because why? If now many women, I don't want to be chauvinistic now. Many partners, let me use that word. Many partners always use this prenup sometimes to take advantage of one another. If your prenup gives room for maybe sharing whatever you have within the period you are both together, 50-50, whatever you agreed upon, and somehow you happen to be in the millions during the time that you are both together, some may say, okay, I've had enough, let me get my share. Just like the prodigal son that went to the father and say, oh man, give me my share, let me go and enjoy. And that's where marriage has now become like a business, transactional business, which makes it even to be much more derogatory, because now many people see marriage as a contract. We're supposed not to be so. Now, if you as a couple believe that marriage is meant for you to come together as a man and a woman to raise godly children, to give them a future and to raise them according to the standard of God, your vision will be different. Your focus will be different. The way you interact will be different. You will not even think of having prenups, because why? You don't see yourself separating until they do you part. And a lot of things are tied to that anyway, because many people, when they get married, they never see the other partner moving mad after some years, or they never see maybe after some time. This is a very, very unfortunate thing. I may have to be vulnerable here. They never see that after some time they fell out of love with one another. Just this evening, a friend of mine just called me that the wife is telling him that, oh, she's no longer attracted to him because he's feeling me, that my friend is now looking old. So she's no longer attracted to him, and so she cannot allow him to touch her. Now, I was asking her, are you sure? He said, yes, that's what she told me. I said, what? Now, this is a marriage that has gone on for years. All of a sudden, the wife just came around and said, no, I'm no longer attracted to you, blah, blah, blah. You are looking too old for me, blah, blah, blah. Where is that coming from? Now, I do believe that people's feelings can change. But however, that is marriage for you. The reason why God says that once you are married, you remain married until one partner goes, maybe God has already seen all these issues ahead. But unfortunately, nobody wants to listen to the laws of marriage anymore. Everybody wants to go the way they are going. No problem with that. But when it comes to prenups, I say it's a trap, because it was never an intention of God from the beginning. being trapped does not mean that it is a bad trap. It's a trap based on what both of you agreed, and it surely catch up with you when you are breaking up.
Okay, thank you, Uncle Dio. Thank you, Uncle Dio. Actually, this particular show is not even about prenup. Prenup just came up because we are having a broader conversation. Okay. And again, this particular show again is not about Christian beliefs. I'm so sorry, my uncles and sisters. Because like I've always said, I'm a very practical person. A lot of people are not going by the Bible said this again when they are getting married. In fact, going to church to do the church ceremony is just like regular normal ceremony now. They are even turning the whole thing around now. I remember
in gardens and by
mostly now in a lot of marriage lately now, as somebody who is into that field, they write their own vows. All the other thing is just formality. So me, I like to be practical. I like to look at it like, how do we make this thing work? I'm not talking about the seniors that we have now. I'm talking about what's going on right now. Sisters, they are making a lot of money and they are being single. The more money they make, the single they become. The one that found love, before you know, within 3, 4, 5 years, everything go down scatter. After they don't born. Now they are juggling. How do I now find a man to marry me and my baby? And they are, on the other hand, they are very, very successful, big house. The lady I was showing us earlier on, that lady, when I look at her house, I was saying to myself, which man won't marry you with this house? I know we had the conversation here one time. Misty, I don't know if you remember, when we spoke about when a woman bought a house, who we move? With the husband moving with the woman, or the woman will move with the husband. You remember we had that conversation, right, Misty?
Yes, we did. It was very contentious.
Yes, because me, I look at the practical aspect.
You wanted her to move in your 1-bedroom house.
And why is
yes, because as an African man, I'm not moving into a house. Yes, I'll call
Uncle Beno, if you are a queen, you understand? If you have the best house in the world, I can date you. I don't care. I can even get married to you. The only thing.
Will you move into the house, Okola?
Yes.
Because these are practical conversations of what's going on now. Many of these young ladies, they are buying big houses with their long throat, with their I want to live my life. Those houses are too big.
No, I'm not intimidated.
Will you be paying the mortgage when you go there, sir? Uncle Ola, you want to start another battle that we won't get to the end?
Uncle is not.
Will you be paying the mortgage?
No. Okay, look at this. If I'm earning 1,000 a month, and you have mortgage of 100,000 a month, and you are saying we are in love, how do you expect me to pay that? But if we agree at that particular point in time, I put it at the back of my mind that one day Yawa go gas. Me say if I don't prepare for eventuality from day one. So what are we talking about? See,
Abby, can you please answer Uncle Ola? Uncle Ola, let Abby answer this one. Abby is our baby of the house. They are the one who understand what's going on now. Abby and Sister V them. Now they know what's up. Uncle Ola, do you know what you just said? So you will be living in the house, the $1 million house for free. You won't pay the mortgage.
When my income is not up,
he can't afford the mortgage, Uncle Ben. He cannot afford the mortgage. Clearly, the woman knows
that is why he will move in.
How could he pay the mortgage?
Both of us know from day one now. So what are we talking about? And I know she can throw me out at any time.
It's an agreement.
But even if now 2 days, I'm going to enjoy that 2 days to the point that we never regret.
This guy.
God bless you, Uncle Ola. God bless you.
You know what?
Zachariah.
Fair enough.
Sister Vivi, please. Can you help me explain what Uncle Ola just said now? Yes, sir. Uncle Dio.
Uncle Ben, see,
Uncle
this thing is simple. Uncle Ola is right. Yes, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
I can hear you,
what Uncle Ola said is very true. Because if you have a mansion and you agree to marry me, which I don't, you know my capabilities, you know my standard. Of course, I will move into the house if you, because I cannot bring you down to my standard. You want me to move up to your standard? Fine. So far, you agree. But as Uncle said, but there's something that I want to tell Uncle. First off, Uncle, I want to say good evening, sir. And good evening to Uncle Simba and every other brother in the house.
I agree
Uncle
to you,
Phil and all.
Uncle. I agree to you well.
Now, as a Yoruba man, I don't want to bring in tradition, but there's something that I must talk about also, because this is the mindset of some people coming from the Yoruba land. In Yoruba land, in some areas in Yoruba land, they believe that if a man should buy in a house of the wife or of the in-law, that his corpse will not be carried throughout the main door. It will be carried throughout the window. For that reason alone, if you see men that say that they can never live in a house built by their wife or built by their in-law, whatever, they may be coming from that mindset. It's a part of tradition in some of the Yoruba land, which I know of. So when we are talking about these things, but some men that are not from that part of town or from that part of culture, or that are not part of that mindset, they can easily wake up and say, no, I can live anywhere so far it's my wife that owns it, or maybe she inherited it from her father or whatsoever. It's a mansion and then we are living there together. But I can bet you some men that have that mindset, they say, like, whether in one room at the least, you must come into that house. That's why many men miss their chances. But back to the issue, sir, there is nothing wrong in it so far you and your wife agree. But you may not be able to pay the mortgage so far it is too much higher than what you are earning. But you are just sitting on a keg of gunpowder, waiting for somebody to come and light the Ola Balu. So you must be ready with your backpack already in case of anything.
Now, even I will use that connection that he used to build that mansion to. I will expand my whole network. So when you throw me out, I will not go out of that place empty. So if you were dealing with Dangote, dealing with Femi Otedola, I will line myself up along the line too. So I will use that one to raise myself up. Why should I run away? If she loves me, then I return the love. So any day she doesn't want me, you throw me out, then thank you. I know that I cannot match you, but what I've benefited from you, I will keep the memory forever. So what's the big deal?
Easy, thank you for me. Uncle, that's what we call hypergamy. Marrying up.
I hear one English today again, no.
Hypergamy. Uncle, if you are the one that has been here since, you know how many grammar they've taught me here?
I'm updated. I'm
Remember
updated.
when I did a show on Recap Central about hypergamy?
No, I've just heard it for the first time, to be honest.
Uncle, please come around very well. My sisters here, they know the grammar. They are my own dictionary here. But anyway, Sister V, you are back. Please, Sister V, you've heard Uncle and Uncle Dayo. They say they can move into a woman's house. Me, I can't. Make I no lie.
But is that not how C finish starts, though? Is that not how C finish starts? Is that not how C finish starts?
Yeah, me, I can't. So, Sister Vivi, do you support the idea of a man moving into a woman's house? A woman that, especially your gender, that are now buying these big houses now, while they are still single? Do you support the idea that a man should move in? And like Uncle Ola say if he move in, because he money no reach the woman money, he won't even pay the mortgage. What are your thoughts, my sister?
Oh, well, sorry, just in case your baby is up.
No problem.
Yeah, like I said before, it's not a big deal actually for a man to move into a woman's house, especially if they have common ideology, they have common vision, and if they align with each other. That's my own take on it. I'm sure you don't want to because you have your own reasons why you wouldn't, but I don't see it as a problem. Or if both of them, if the woman is okay with it, they can, come to an understanding whereby, you know what, is it possible that we get a better home? Let me put it that way. You sell your house or you auction it, and then we both contribute to get a better place, a better mansion. It doesn't matter how much you're bringing in, but at least as a man, bring substantial amounts, especially with what you're earning, depending. Then you guys can now get a home just to, baby the man's ego, if that's also what is the concern to most men. Well, I don't see it as a problem. I don't at all.
Okay, fair enough. Uncle Ola and Uncle Dayo, because you both said that you don't mind moving in, how would you now handle things like see finish? And because the issue with things like this is not that it's not possible. It's just that in most cases, if the woman now even has an opinion, you'll see it as disrespect. These are the issues, can be murky waters, and that's why a lot of women would always talk about how a lot of men's egos are affected when they're the ones that bring bulk of the money. And it's not even necessary that the woman is outright disrespectful. I think that what happens with ego is that even when she has an opinion, or every little thing will just be sounding like disrespect, just sounding like rudeness to you. So these are the issues,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Something I said
Yeah.
earlier, sorry to cut you short, Abby, but that's something I said earlier about if the man doesn't grow, even if he's earning 50K, right? At some point in time, there'll be resentment. So it's better that even if you start with that 50K, try to at least come up, maybe 150, 200, if possible, surpass me,
But sister, okay,
Now,
leave
Sister
Mr. Ola
Abby,
go first. I will drop my take. Mr. Ola,
Sister Abby,
respond, please, sir.
when you talk of a see finish, let me tell you something about see finish. At a particular point in time, we should understand the difference between ego and realities. You understand? If my feelings and that of that lady, if we match together, in as much as I think sometimes that the word love is fraud, when it comes to marriage, it should be partnership, right? So, to me, I already understand what I'm getting into. Even when men even still earn more than their wife, sometimes the wife can still see you finish. It does not matter. Says maybe you don't they enter the same other room already. So waiting can remain. The woman don't see you finish anyhow you want to see, whether you be Abiola. See, you can be Dangote today. Everybody go they shake. But in front of Dangote, the wife will just look at the Dangote, she be na Alinko. As far as the Dangote is concerned, the Dangote is Alinko to everybody, but to everybody outside. So the thing is this, that's the finish. This is the way I handle it. If a woman happens to be my boss in the office or my very junior person, maybe I have a boss that I can even give birth to, you understand? Will I say just because that guy, that boss is like as junior as my child that I will disrespect? So I will look at as normal real life relationship in terms of use your interpersonal skill, and all those stuff. I know exactly what I'm getting into, and I will abide. So when it gets to the level that I cannot tolerate, then I will get out. But I'm telling you, at that point, maybe because of that attachment emotion we have for each other, you understand? I go along until the thing just get to a point that okay, we have to part. So that's the way I see it. So the fact that you have more than your wife does not mean that you are not going to part with. Otherwise, billionaires and their wife should not be parting too. So to me, I don't really see. It's not a big deal to me. It's not a big deal. So still finish. It doesn't matter, Sister Abby.
Abby.
So who wants to see you finish because of your wife, if not your wife? So
Okay, fair enough. Uncle Daya, what do you think? How do you
Yeah,
think that
actually,
happens?
Uncle
I
Dayo,
can
no
see.
best so.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ola, Auntie Grace already replied to your position. Auntie Grace said, deception. Sister Leno, there is nothing like love in what Uncle Ola just described.
it's both
It's about
way.
what the man wants to gain. That is
It's
how
both
some
way.
men roll. Okay, Uncle Dayo, over to
It's a
you.
both way. When you start looking for a
Yes, sir.
responsible man that have this, you understand it's all about survivor. Marriage in Nigeria,
No,
especially, it's about
Uncle Ola,
yeah.
Uncle Ola, what you are
Yes,
saying
sir.
is actually
Uncle
true,
Dayo.
and you are talking, from a mindset of some people. Actually, that's what I said. Marriage today cannot be equated to what marriage used to be and what marriage
Uncle
was
Dayo,
originally
I
meant
don't
for.
suffer even when I never marry you. You know, what I suffered before I got married.
Oh,
I'm giving respect. Even from girlfriend. A girlfriend once told me that my girlfriend went with someone that was using one wicked Toyota Crown. And me, because I did use my leg. the lady come, they even tell me, say, so if I sick now, so you could look like me, like, and I say, no, get money person. Me, when just they finish for school, I mean, my girlfriend, they tell me that too. So I don't learn
Just imagine.
way, even before I got married. So, you know, so it's not new to me. It's not new.
Sorry about that.
So,
now, my own angle to this is maybe a bit different, sir. No, because everybody don't shop breakfast now. Everybody don't shop breakfast. Now, my own angle to this is a bit different, sir. Because my own angle to this is like this. If for any reason, a well-to-do lady buying mansions, okay, agrees to marry a not too well-to-do guy. Now, there are two ways this thing can pan out. That lady, if she is sincere and she agrees to marry, that agrees must have seen something in her, that both of them, their vision are aligned or something. Their vision is already aligned. Maybe they have the same passion, they have the same beliefs, and they have the same alignments in their thoughts. So for them to come together, I don't think this issue of disparity as per I am the owner of the house, I have more money than you, I don't think it will come in. But anybody that will enter that marriage, I can guarantee you 90% of people that goes into that marriage, they have at the back of their mindsets that they are just going in for what they can get from it. It may not necessarily be for the sake of love or for the sake of being together as man and wife, as we all know it. It is because of what my brother said. They are going in to get what they can, and then the moment things start to shake or something, they are out. But what I'm saying now is this. In such a situation, it has become a transactional marriage. Question is, why will a man...
100%.
Why will a man abandon his own... Now, in such a relationship, a man that's going into that relationship knows that he cannot speak up as a man should in that place. He can only kowtow and learn to live along with the woman. But if that woman is like Sarah in the Bible, that marriage can still work. If that woman is like Sarah, that marriage can still work.
Uncle Dayo, forget Sarah.
Wait.
Forget Sarah. No, look at the practical. Forget the Bible.
Wait, I'm not even quoting Bible, Uncle Ben. I'm just giving instances. The reason why I said that, if that woman,
Uncle
because
Dayo, no woman is like Sarah again. No woman is like Sarah, Hannah, and all those people in the Bible. The women when we get now,
Uncle Ben, I disagree with you. Uncle Ben, I disagree with you.
And no man is like Joseph. No man is like
no, please. Whether we like it or yes, we still have women like Sarah. We still have men like Joseph. But I don't want to go there.
We have women like Sarah, but what happened at the end of the day is that women like Sarah that marries most of these Nigerian men, they end up buying those women.
God bless you. I was about going there, but what I'm trying to say that I don't even want to go that route, because if you have to go that route, we are going to
go that route because my aunt is one of those. I said this topic hits home. Go that route because the man that did what he did to my aunt have now repented and become a pastor. But my aunt has gone to
your aunt is from 1960s. We are talking about this lady now that were born in 1990.
This is 2026.
They are not like Sarah. They don't even resemble Mary Magdalene.
Uncle Ben, this is 2026. We have sisters like Mary.
You'll be shocked. There are still women like that. You'll be shocked.
You know, my dear sister, let me explain this. We have women like Mary Magdalene that was prostitute before they met Jesus. Okay, and we have them in these days now, and they are getting married. When women like that got married and they happen to marry somebody that has the fear of God, see, everything depends on an individual. In a marriage, what really makes marriage work is individual perception of that marriage. If, for instance, now, let me put myself on the line now. If I believe that I'm going to get married and this marriage is going to work, you know, it takes two to make it work. But if one intends that I'm going to make this marriage work, even though the other is going is going mad. So far, it does not contain threat to life or violence. It's a matter of time. Both of them will sink and they'll be able to move on. But if both of us are conscious of the fact that this thing may work, this thing may not work, I bet you that thing will not work. It takes a commitment from at least one partner that this marriage, I don't want to remarry, I don't want to break up, I don't want to do this, but you may have to endure a lot of things. So today's age now, I believe that 90% of marriages that we are having today is based on that background that if it doesn't work, I'm out. They are just like putting one leg in and the second leg is still outside. They are just testing the waters. Any little thing like this, they jump out. But I can bet you, we still have people these days, though not many, that still believe that once I'm married, and they want to stay there. And they do everything to make it work. So let us not mix it up. So when we're
sorry to cut you short. It's difficult to even say that in a way. And somewhat I agree with you, somewhat I don't. Especially with the fact when you mentioned that if one of them are willing to, stay there and make it work and so on, the other one will grow weary. Because someone did mention, I don't know if it's Uncle Phil, that said two can't work together unless they agree. If both of you are not in sync, if both of you are not aligned, it won't work. Even if one person is trying to make the marriage work, at some point in time, that one person will get tired. Especially if you're not seeing commitment, if you're not. Yeah?
I said something that you missed. I said their vision aligned. When visions matters. Are you getting me? Alignment vision and then commitment, it matters.
Oh, well, true. Me? Yeah.
So it's not about just having the mind to make marriage work. Both of you must align. See, what really helps
let me shock you. Let me shock
you.
We had a situation where a woman of 72 years divorced her husband. Now tell me, waiting that woman they find at the age of 72.
Maybe the children are all grown up. She has endured enough.
She referred to waiting the man did to her in the beginning of that marriage, a Nigerian woman.
See, you understand, but that's the thing with women. Somehow
they got married in the 20s. They got married in the 20s. So when the woman was in her 20s.
Uncle Ola, I don't know who is the doctor in this building. They should tell you. Women hardly forget what happens to them. I don't know how God created our brain. You see how they told us in anatomy that the man's skull is very big with small brain, and the woman's brain is very big with small skull.
How long have you been waiting to throw this at us?
No. I'm just trying to give you anatomy.
Sure, don't finish. How could you say the man head is big with small brain?
No. But try to understand what I mean. I'm trying to say something whereby a woman will never forget what you did to her.
Before I can allow you to move on, find a way to express that in a way that I know good. I can imagine my head. My head is big. I can imagine my brain is so small inside. Please find a way to say it again.
Well, I have to be as raw as ever. The truth is that that's how it is. A woman will never forget. Maybe that lady has been there for how many years? 50 years of the marriage and wanted her children to settle and so on. Most of the women, I believe, in Nigeria that are in marriages, they are in an enduring marriages rather than an enjoyable one. And the truth is that unless men make it a point of duty whereby we have either the 5-5 rule or the 2-2 rule, whereby every weekend we'll bring out one day in a weekend or in a day, one day in a weekend, and we'll sit down and ask ourselves, how have we been doing in this marriage? That's because we understand partnership. And in this partnership, that's where you have those financials coming too. That's where you know, okay, are we doing this together? Are we aligning together? Like Uncle Dio did mention, if you're not synced together, if you're not aligned, if you don't understand the main reason why you're even in that marriage, if you don't understand the purpose of marriage itself, there is no way it's going to work. That's just the truth. We are just marrying each other. Most of us marrying each other are just marrying each other because we either want to procreate, or we just want to marry because we are being forced to marry, or because we have seen maybe this man or this woman can bring me out of where I don't want to be. Like if they're in the trenches, you know, that kind of a thing. Men marrying people. Yeah, no, but that's the truth. No, but
that's what makes it transactional. That's what makes it transactional.
No, that's because they don't even understand the reason why they are even getting married at the first place. What is your goal of marriage? If we ask every one of us here, why am I getting married to this man? What is the mission or the goal of this our marriage? What purpose do we have to fulfill in this marriage?
You guys are coming after our money. You are coming after men's money.
Well, nowadays men are going after women's money too. They go after the money, take the money. After going after, they will not go and meet a woman that is also beneath them. Because that's the thing. Like you mentioned, transactional. You go, you marry the one that has the whole money. After everything, you now go back. That's where one of the sisters mentioned infidelity when she mentioned something about marriage, and that's one of the things that is going on. Because before you know, they give the young lady stories that I don't even know where they construct it from. Oh, I married my wife by mistake, or my wife is this, or she doesn't do this to me. Just sell stories to those gullible women, young women. They all buy it. Most of them will not even say they are married. They will go and sink themselves into a lot of things. Most of them use them to even come abroad. I've heard stories where they use them, enter into US. After that, they've done them. See, now I'm just getting angry because most of these guys, most of these our brothers, we should tell them the truth. If you're marrying someone, you don't bring someone's daughter in the name of marriage just because you want to climb the ladder. You're saying, maybe her dad has enough money, or maybe she's earning very well. You look at the title, you look at what, you're not even looking at the love. And they forget that one of the principal reasons of why you are supposed to be in a marriage is to love her. Whether she slaps you or not, love her. It's a command.
Okay,
you don't have a choice.
Calm down. Calm down.
Supposed to love us too.
I'm calm. I'm just trying to say no, because most men, we forget these things. We do. Our brothers, we forget it, and then we start saying, "No, the woman is not respectful." If you're doing what you're supposed to do, unless that lady is mad, I will still say it. That woman will submit naturally to you. Naturally to you. There are some women who don't want to marry a man that is a beginner, because most of them, when you marry them, you help them, they grow. They now start seeing the ones that are probably now visible to their eyes, that they can, be with and so on. You that have been grinding with them, you now turn old cargo, or you're not in their level anymore.
I get your point. Your point, my sister.
It's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. And this happened in both genders, not just one.
Exactly. That's my point. Thank you.
They don't understand the concept of marriage. I would still say it. If we have the idea of why are we getting married? I saw one of this most fantastic video of the man saying there will not be any divorce in our marriage. We are not talking about divorce. If you already have that picture that it is both of us, the children are supplementary. Yes, we love them and so on, but it's both of us.
Sorry, Sister V. Let me say something now. Yes, there will be no divorce in the marriage as far as your 250K and my 60 or 50K can work together. No divorce.
But you're not permitted to remain in that 50K. That's what I will still maintain. You're permitted to grow. What is marriage if you're not growing?
Okay.
If you're not growing each other? If you marry me as somebody that is in a let's say high school level, as I'm your wife, you as a husband, being my provider, my protector, you're supposed to make sure that I come at least somewhat your level. Say me truthful.
Okay. Now, Sister Vivi,
I'm not permitted to be where I am when I met you. When you take a woman out of the father's house, let them look more better off than they were in their father's house, because you told their father that you're going to take care of them.
Agree, Sister Vivi. Now, here is a question for you. I'm making 50, you're making 250. I'm willing and ready to grow. Where do you expect me to get to?
sometimes be higher than me if you want. I know that some profession you cannot be, but at least come up in the next 5 years. Try to reach the place of 150 or 200. Try to, if possible, leave your 50. Build your
That is
own.
not
Build your
practical.
own.
Sister
You can't
Vivi,
still grow with 9 to 5.
Sister
Build your
Vivi,
own.
let us break this thing down. No worry, my sister. Okay, let make it make sense because these are real life issues. Okay, it's not easy for a man who's on 50K to move to 150 within 5 years, even right here in the diaspora. We all know that it's not easy. Because for a man on 50K to move to 150K, even when you go back to school and everything, you're still going to need the experience. You're still going to need so many things. At the school, first
Uncle
of all, we
Ben,
take
she
like
doesn't
4
mean
years. And all
literally
of that.
5 years now.
You
She's
say?
just giving a number. She doesn't mean literally 5 years. The point is
Okay,
the willingness
but
to be
we
there.
have to make it
And you're
make
saying we are
sense. I
supposed to be
understand.
doing.
And here is another thing. I was expecting her to say, okay, maybe the man should move to 100. When you say 150, that is too much. As men, it is not all men that are motivated that they want to make the whole world. You make it 250, I'm making 50. I put in effort, I'm making 100. You have 250. Collectively, we have 350K.
A man
Where
that
do
is
you want
normal
me to
is
go
not
again?
motivated, is
Women
not
are
marry
asking
a
for
woman
too
like that.
much.
No,
Uncle
No,
Ben,
women are asking for too
A man that
much.
is not
Ben,
motivated
no.
should
I
Uncle
marry a
Ben,
woman
disagree
that
with
is
you.
ambitious.
Uncle Ben,
That means
maybe
they
you don't
don't share.
understand what they are saying.
That means they
If I
don't
can make
share the
it
same
clearer.
value system, Uncle Ben.
Exactly,
If
Abby.
you're not a
Exactly.
motivated man, you cannot be with a successful man like that. You don't share the same values. So
Yeah.
either way, you're in trouble. Either way,
Yeah.
money or not, you're in trouble. You don't have the same value.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you the reality that we are not facing today. It's like these days we have information overload and a lot of um social media content that influence people that takes marriage to Eldorado, perfection, ideal situation. See, marriage is for everybody to endure. When you start seeing marriage as your normal work, like when you wake up in the morning, you have to do your 8 to 5 o'clock or 9 to 5 o'clock job, then you will know how to handle your marriage perfectly. But if you think marriage is all about, oh, I want my marriage to be the way the Jupiter is moving, revolving around the orbit, all those stuff, you are wasting your time. It's a responsibility like your normal job. It's partnership. That when it's like when you are forming business with someone that should make sure that this business must work. So you see all those infatuation and let the thing be going on, those it doesn't work. That is why you see marriage crashing. Because people think it's just like something that, oh, love is forever. No, they want know that it's all about partnership. Forget about that infatuation of that love, all those stuff. You understand? Take it as responsibility that must be assessed from time to time. You, if you like, you can document the appraiser. You know, the point of appraiser, what you are going to use to measure your performance, how to measure the success of your marriage. But if you just think marriage is flow, something you understand, flow free, it's something that just free flow things, you understand, there's going to be a problem. And that's exactly what you see on the net. Talking of our love forever. No. It does not work. That is why you see marriage crashing, because people are looking up to what is not available. When you start looking at some kind of a crook and those some kind of a marriage counselor that are online just to make their money, maybe after they look for a job and they didn't get that job and they now turn themselves to marriage counselor, you understand? So you start hearing what you are not supposed to. It's just like when someone is watching adult movie, adult product, adult content, and you think that all those movie that they've edited, you think that is how intercourse between man and woman, goes. Then people are missing it. So marriage is just like your normal daily work. It's just like an entrepreneur that you are starting a business and you want to make that business to be successful. So you have to put in that effort like you are working. So to me, until we start treating marriage like that, you see, marriage has not started crashing though. We are about to witness serious crash in marriage. Just because people are expecting what is not
Uncle,
possible. Yeah, yes, sir.
see, sir, I think what you just said now is exactly what I had in mind, but with a twist to it. Because when you say that, because people see marriage as something that they can just treat with a pinch of salt, so to say. But marriage is work. Dr. CV said something earlier on. I don't want to go there, but she has pushed me there now. Marriage is a ministry of two people coming together with the mindset that this thing must work. That's why you must align your thoughts. Your thoughts and your vision must sync. Your vision of marriage and what you want to become with your partner must be on the same pedestal, so that how both of you can come together. And if you know that this is what both of you are gunning for, then it will be easier for you to put the work into it. But nowadays, people want to do the barest minimum and they expect everything to be El Dorado, as you said earlier on, sir. But if you don't put in the work, if you as a man is not intentional about working out on your marriage to make it work, if you as a wife is not intentional about working out on your marriage to make it work, that marriage ain't gonna work. It takes the effort of both of you, conscious effort, intentionality. You must be intentional. You must be intentional that this thing must work. Once both of you have that thought, once both of you have that alignment, challenges will come, fightings will come in marriages. But because both of you are intentional that no, this thing must work, you will surely overcome it. But if you are not, that's why my only fear now is that many of our young men and women that are getting into marriages now, many of them don't have that mindset because of what they are hearing on social media, because of what they are reading, because of what they are seeing around them. They are always with the mindset of this thing. If it works, it works. If it does not work, it does not work. They are not ready to do much because they are like, I don't want to get too much involved so that I don't want to lose big at the end of the day. Let me just do the barest minimum. It works fine. It does not work, I'm out. They believe that they be out. Now, let me give you a joke, sir. Do you know something that a woman at the age of 30, 40, if they have a crisis in marriage, believes that no, if I leave him, I can still get somebody that will marry me. But once that woman crosses over to 50, even though the man is still moving mad, she will use her tongue to counter it. So far, there is no violence in it. She will be like, no, now me and you, for this marriage, I'm not going nowhere. But this same woman, 35 years old, 10 years behind that time, she may be threatening that she will leave. Why am I saying this? Because a time will come in marriage that both of you will get to the say and see that, oh boy, even though if I leave this marriage now, what's out there for me? I'd rather stay in it. But you must have that intention. For you to have come that far in marriage, that means both of you have been intentional, both of you have seen a lot of obstacles. Uncle Ben said something that I want us to put in a plaque, if possible, and hang it on the wall. If your marriage can survive the first 5 years, you stand a better chance of working. Because between that first 5 years is where you face the critical challenges of marriage most. If both of you can survive the first 5 years, that marriage has about 70% of working out perfectly well at the end of the day. Because many marriages, 80% of marriages break between the first 5 years. But if yours can survive, so that's why both of you, before you enter into that marriage, be ready, just like we did this Odi Japa series, was to educate our people that, if it must Japa, this must be expectation, this is what we are going to meet in reality. These are challenges that we may likely face. And I thank God that we did a lot of series on that, and then we learned a lot of from that. Same also is marriage. If you must enter marriage, you must be ready for the bad boost for all these things that we're talking about. Marriage is not a bed of roses. There will be fighting. There will be mistakes. There will be, you just name it. Challenges that both of you do not see. There may be financial situation that both of you will be shaken to the core. Will you still value each other at that point in time? Will you still hold on to your beliefs? Will you still love each other as supposed to love yourselves? Supposing one of the partner is down, will you be able to hold him or her up and still support and still be there for him or her? Supposing both of you have financial crisis. How will you be able to cope with your love for each other will still stand? So supposing something happen, you must be expectant of anything and be ready.
Okay, Uncle Dio. After you have done all this preaching now, let me ask you the question I've been asking all our boss since. If a young man want to be married in Nigeria right now, how much
Yes,
will you
sir.
tell that guy? How much will you advise that guy to at least be making in a year before he should consider marriage, or maybe in a month before he should be considering marriage, sir?
Based on the present condition of Nigeria now, if you must marry, if you must marry, you must be ready to make nothing less than 500,000 per month, nothing less. And even that, you must have some kind of a side hustle. To get a job that will give you 500,000 naira per month in Nigeria is not easy. If you are not making up to almost $1 million naira conveniently in Nigeria, I don't think marriage is for you.
Uncle Dio, you are saying a guy who is making 500,000 naira a month in Nigeria should get married? Really?
No. What I'm saying is that
Wait,
minimum.
Let me bring Abby and Sister V to answer that if it could make sense. Sister V or Abby, can you marry a man that is making 500,000 a month in Nigeria?
That's a very tricky question because I don't understand how we are going to do with the financials at home. If you have your own home already, yes, it's possible that we could do it, especially if I'm earning or if I'm earning higher. Yes, it's possible because with what I'm earning and with what you're earning, we could actually weather the storm. I for one would not necessarily put finance as the top priority in marriage, to be fair to you. I mean, based on how I was brought up, I mean, it has to do with the foundation first. So I will not put it, if you have a job, a sustainable permanent job that is you're sure that you're earning, you're getting money coming in, and I too I have a job, money is coming in, and maybe I have my own side hustle, because I don't want to believe that a man will just be with his 9 to 5 earning that amount. You should have something doing like your side hustle and so on, because what if the company decides to send people off, like to lay people off? What will now happen? That's my own thoughts. So if a man who is earning 500K comes to me and we've been dating, we have the same core values, our vision aligns, we are not just looking at our 9 to 5 job, there's something else that can sustain us, and most probably he has a home, especially because I know that what is actually the issue is rent in Nigeria, because I heard it's now skyrocketed. So once that one is sorted out, feeding and other things, we can chest it. That's how I see it, especially if we understand ourselves and there is mutual respect, in my own opinion. I mean, other women won't do it. For me, I would.
Abby, over to you.
Honestly, I'm going to be very honest. For Nigeria, 500,000 is enough money for the average person living in Nigeria. For me, I have so many exposures. I live in the UK. I live in the UK for pretty much half of my life at this point. So for me and my standard of living, the background I come from, no. But we have to understand where Uncle Dio is coming from. How much they pay salaries, even if you have a good job, whether it's Access Bank or whatever, chances are somebody that is maybe between their 20s to maybe mid 30s is still around on that salary, 500, 650, 700 if you're great. If you're even working like one of the big threes, KPMG and them lots, how much do you think they pay them, Uncle Ben? You don't pay them more than 650 for most of these people. A lot of people, they are starting. Nigeria likes 150K for salary. So which is why Uncle Dio said that is the minimum. But again, as we've been preaching on this platform, we've been saying that the idea is willing to grow, be innovative. At this point, even if you live, whatever country you live in, if you lack innovation and you don't have that spirit of what's called entrepreneurial spirit, then it's long for everybody anyway. If you actually are an ambitious person, even in the UK. So Uncle Ben, that 500K, I'm not going to lie, everything I know about the job market, that's a pretty good salary in Nigeria today for people that are my age, 31, 32, it's a good salary, even for all of the top firms in Nigeria. The idea is you just have to have something on the side if
Yeah.
you're an ambitious couple.
Mm-hmm. I
So
agree with you.
I was not wrong about that salary range, Uncle Ben.
Uncle Ben, I
So,
can give
in
you
a
a receipt to
nutshell,
that.
wait to
It's
Uncle Dayo.
realistic.
Abby, in a nutshell, you are not going to marry a guy that makes 500K.
Uncle Ben is not for me. You know my background, so probably not. It won't work for me.
I
But
don't even have
was
issue
having
with you.
realistic conversations.
Yeah, I don't
In
have issue with
Nigeria,
you
that's
because
what
this
it's
is
going
what
to
I
be.
would say.
Uncle Ben, my
Me,
ex that I was engaged to was earning 650 when I met him, and I was already living in the UK and very, very comfortable. But because of the mindset he had, even before we got to our second year relationship, he already became an entrepreneur. That's what I'm saying. So we have to be realistic about our country. 500K is a good salary.
Uncle Ben, I want to also say something. I'll be vulnerable here a bit. I'm coming from, I think we discussed in a way, you know my background. I'm coming from my people have money. We'll not say we are like $10, but that's by the way. What I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that for me, I've been able to, my present husband that I'm with, when I married him, he was earning 210,000. Like, I know how it looks like. But I was not looking at, okay, what is this guy earning per se? I was looking at somebody that he has vision. When I spoke with him, I mean, this is someone I know for a while. We've been friends and we got married. So I was like, okay, fine. I could do with this. I could do with that. And thank God somehow I had daddy's money. Let me put it that way. So it was something that I was able to navigate myself around, even at some points, because I wanted him to feel secure, not because every time I'm always taking allowance from daddy. In that marriage, I think after almost 8 months in our marriage, I told my dad to stop giving me allowance because the allowance he was giving to me was double what he earns. Just, or is it triple? I don't know how to put it, but it was so much that I noticed that it was rubbing off on him because it was not looking like, so it's Vivian's daddy that is feeding you guys. Let's put it that way. So I had to stop it. And it was something that for me, it was a shift. Just like I don't blame Abby when Abby says that I don't want to go date your level, do this, because it was surprising too for me. I'm coming from a home whereby I was eating like this. We were kind of wasteful, let's put it that way. Now getting to build my own home, I have to manage. I have to understand that this is the level that I got married in. Although I'm not looking at him, he will be in that level. And to God be the glory. He's not at the level where I met him. He's not earning higher than what, just as I envisioned. Let me put it that way. So I'm just looking at this from the aspect of finance should not actually be something that should be like the top of the list. It's important, but it should not be top of the list. If you guys are aligned, if the person you're getting married to have vision to grow, the problem that is happening with marriages is that most people come in and they are just reluctant. They just want to be where they are. They are not futuristic. They're not thinking about posterity. They're not thinking about how are we going to make wealth? How are we going to do this? For example, case study. This guy that married Otedola's daughter. I'm sure he's not coming from the background like Otedola, right? But somehow he has been able to work himself, even with his musical career, to a standard that even if he wants to compare, he can't compare. But I'm sure Temi married him because he has vision. He's doing his own thing. And we could tell from the wedding and what the father-in-law said about him, there is potential in him. So when you see a man that has potential, see a man that has vision, see a man that is like-minded like you can be able to work with him. With side hustle, with the fact that at least he has something coming in. He's not a lazy man. There is love, and he understands what the concept of marriage means.
Okay,
It's a done deal for me.
No problem. I'm gonna yield to Uncle Phil because Uncle Phil haven't spoken for a while. But this is what I would tell Abby as well as other people listening right now. If you are my younger sister and you live in Nigeria and you call me and say, "Hey, Uncle, my boyfriend has proposed marriage and I'm considering it," I will ask you, how much is your boyfriend making? If you tell me your boyfriend is making 500K per month, I will tell you, don't agree to that marriage proposal. presently now with what's going on in Nigeria. If
Why,
you
Uncle
marry a
Ben?
guy, I'm saying
Uncle
it.
Ben,
If
you
you
know
marry
you
a
don't have
guy,
Uncle Ben, you know you don't have to worry about me for that anyway.
I know I trust Uncle Dio.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
call a spade a spade. Anybody that makes $500,000 in Nigeria in a month that is getting married now,
Naira.
they just want suffer. Now suffer go
Uncle Ben,
finish them. How much is
that's
rent?
relative. Oh. That is
2 to 3
relative.
That's
bedroom.
actually relative, Uncle
Uncle
Ben.
Dayo, you live in
Uncle Ben,
Nigeria.
you're not
How
thinking about
much is
Nigeria.
That's relative.
let's even talk of mainland places like Festac, Ikeja,
I
the
told you
good
I will bring
places
you
that your
receipt.
people should live. How much is
Uncle
rent,
Ben,
sir?
No, wait, Uncle Ben.
Uncle Ben, take it from
Wait,
me.
Uncle
That
Ben.
salary
Now,
can be
now
worked.
let me give you receipt. Okay. When I say receipt, I mean something that's happening presently now. Okay. I'm going to be vulnerable here, but it's for the purpose of somebody learning. As I'm talking to you now, there is a flat open underneath where I'm staying. Okay. The young couple that came that they want to rent the place. It's a 2-bedroom flat, and suite and all. The total package is 800,000. I think the agreement is 100,000, making total package 800,000. That is 2-bedroom flat in the Ikorodu where I'm staying. The house that I'm living and talking to you now. Now, the couple that came, I mean, a young guy, they were about getting married. They plan to marry in October. From what I gather from them, the guy is working with Ethel. When they went to meet the lawyer asked him, how will you be able to pay the rent? How much are you earning? And the guy said, I'm earning 500,000. And the lawyer was like, how can you be able to pay at the end of the year 500,000 for your house rent, which is the annum fee? It was like, apart from the fact that he's earning 500,000, he has some side business that he does also. Now, why am I saying that? I never knew that we are going to have this discussion. But that's an average guy for you in Nigeria. He's a young guy, I think in his early 30s, maybe 31 or 32. And even the wife is a registered nurse. Both of them are planning to marry in October. And they want to start a life. See, if you want to live big, if you want to live in an area or live a particular standard of life in Nigeria, you may need higher than that. For instance, now, if you want to get a house in those places that you are mentioning, Festac, Maryland, Ikeja, the minimum you can get is about 2 to 3 million naira per annum for maybe a self-contained or maybe for a 2-bedroom apartment. But if you come to the interland, you get a good house far cheaper. That's why I say it is relative.
Why
for a
should
young man that
somebody
wants
live
to
in the
start off,
hinterland of Dayo?
because the mainlands, thank you, sir, because the mainlands are choked up. Even the houses that we see on the mainland, they are not even conducive. But people are just moving there simply because it is closer to where they are working.
Let them
I can
live
bet
there.
you, ask anybody.
Uncle Dayo, don't paint this thing, sir. I get what you are trying to say, but that
I'm
poverty
not paying anything.
mentality,
I'm not paying you anything.
we have to do
I'm not
away
paying
with
anything,
it.
sir.
Nobody should be getting married in Nigeria if you are making 500,000 naira a month. That is a poor man. The person cannot ride a good car. Do you know? No, Kudayo, let's face it. Do you know how much it takes to maintain car in Nigeria?
Yeah, Uncle Ben, no, you
Uncle Ben,
offend
if
me.
you're going to go with that analogy,
No, you just said 500,000. Do you know how much lecturers earn in Nigeria? Do you know how much police and
it doesn't matter. They are not supposed to be getting married.
Don't
If we
go
have
there,
to go
sir.
by
Don't
the
go there,
standard
sir.
that women are painting now.
Uncle Ben, you're not being realistic. Uncle Ben, you're thinking
Uncle
about
Ben,
this thing in
if you're
dollars.
going to go that
those
route,
people earning 500,000 in a month. I don't think they are up to they are up to 3% of that country population. No. So
Uncle Ben, if you stand by what you are saying, you are cutting off over 70% of marriageable youth. I can tell you that one for free. If you are going to say that people that are earning 500,000 are not eligible for marriage, you are cutting off about 70% of marriageable youth. See, the reality in Nigeria is this. How much are people now? Google for me, sir. How much is an average worker earning in Nigeria? And look at it this way. Uncle Patrick said something on the platform. People that work in Nigeria, they wake up. Many of them they wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go to work, come back and maybe they get back home around 10 or 10:30 at night. Even opportunity
That's why
to
I
do
say
side
it's
hustle
poverty
is very, very
lending.
difficult.
It's poverty. Go
No,
and make
it
at
is a
least
general thing in
$1 million
Nigeria.
before you begin to think of marriage. Okudayo.
Uncle
May
Ben,
we hear from other
where
people
is
anyway.
it? Me and you
Eh?
have already discussed this. How can you make money when there is no electricity, when there are no infrastructures? What do you want to do, Uncle Ben?
That is why
As I'm
nobody
talking
should
to you
be
now,
getting married then. They make them
I
no
am a
marriage so
farmer.
that they will live peacefully.
No, Uncle Ben, wait. I am a farmer as I'm talking to you now. I'm a farmer. At the same time, I am an hustler. Just because I must make ends meet. See, it's not a matter of, of the people not wanting to work. It's a matter of the country not enabling people to make money. People are willing to work. Nigerians are hustlers. But where is the environment that they want to work? Over there in the diaspora, you can swingle two or three jobs because you can easily move around and do your stuff. Even here, if you're lucky to be engaged, which company will pay you 500,000 as a graduate? How many companies can do that? Average salary for a graduate in Nigeria now is 200, 250. Ask anybody. In fact, just Google it.
That is why nobody should be getting married now. But make I hear Okufi, what do you say? I take offend you
Uncle Ben,
first.
can you see? Uncle Ben, can you see your screen?
See, Uncle Ben, as it is today, you know the America, the United Nations standard, or is it what organization standard for poverty level? Now, as I speak today, those people earning 500,000 per month and above in Nigeria, they are just about 4.9% of the population. You understand? And I'm even beginning to doubt the statistics that they should even be far less than that. Now, when we say this, you will see a lot of people. Now, we are complaining that people are not getting married, right? But we are now saying people are now earning 500,000 in that country is 4.9%. Then let's assume that the percentage of adults or marriageable, those ladies that are ready to marry in that country, let's say the percentage is just about let's say 30% of the population, for example. So don't forget that for the 4.9% of people that are earning 500,000, they are mixed, both men and women, right? Some of them are already married already. So we will have crisis in time of marriage or reproduction or reproduction in that country. That's what is going to happen. So the thing is this: the matter of earning in that country, it depends on the industry where you belong to. So even if you want to earn 500,000 and above, which industry? Where are you going to work to get that? Definitely, you are not going to be a government worker. You understand? Or maybe you want the government worker now to level up and increase the level of corruption. So maybe you want the police on the street now to step up and stop robbing the common people. So that's the only way. So the thing is, should not even be about what you earn monthly. Like I said, it's about you putting resources together and make a very decent living, or whatever you want to call it. You understand? So now let's look at it this way now. Why not this way? Because if 500,000 is the limit you are setting, why not a situation whereby the man will earn 300,000 and the wife will be earning like 250,000, and they put resources together, to form their family. So to me, Oga Beno, this is your policy, Abasha will be a saint too compared to you.
Uncle Phil, please. 500K and getting married in Nigeria. Is that not like signing a death warrant? Who want to maintain a woman with 500K in Nigeria? With all the ladies we are seeing now.
Well, my own take. I don't know if you can hear me. And greetings to the panel again. To the panelists again. You see, everybody's submitting to the point I raised initially. If you're going into marriage on the basis of figures, I will not be married as I'm speaking to you by now, because all these things in hindsight now, I'm hearing all this thing, and it's really scary. I will want to give a little bit of detail here. When I married, in fact, if I can remember very well, my salary was not up to 120,000. And this year was 2010.
120,000 in 2010, big go. You passed 500,000 today.
Yeah, let's just use that figure. Was not even up to 120,000. Then I changed job. I changed job just because some things were happening in my sector at the time, and if I mention some name now, you understand the sector I'm talking about, right? A huge thing was happening at the time. When it comes to national carrier with Obasanjo and all that kind of thing, Richard Branson, I'm sure some people are plotting the graph now.
We don't know already now.
So when that happened, I had to quickly jump the ship before. In fact, I jumped ship. It was a week later. Everybody that was on board in that where I was working was fired over the media. They just announced on radio, you're all fired, right? But me, I jumped ship a week before because I got another job. I left from private sector, then I went into public sector. Public sector, I was even earning less than that. I was barely in the 90s to 100,000. I took a pay cut, right? Even at that, I had to work an extra 1 year with no pay before alert even enter my account. What am I saying? If you follow that trajectory, I have no business speaking to a lady, talk less of talking, getting married, with all my circumstance. Not that I'm lazy, right? Not that I'm not a hustling guy. You get what I mean? So that's why I still come back to my point. If you are the type of person that is looking at the calculator, okay, how much are you earning? Is it 250? And you are plotting graph, and you will get it wrong. Because it is the same me that is speaking today, right? How I got here, if you ask me, that was not my goal. My goal was, okay, how can we make it happen? What is the next thing? Is it rent? Okay, let's figure it out like this. Is it we're going to buy a vehicle? Let's figure it out this way. And we are getting it done. And one word I always tell my wife, even up till now, anything that's coming, I will always tell her, when we get to that bridge, we will cross it. When we get to that bridge, we will cross it. So that gave me a lot of peace of mind. I'm not putting myself under unnecessary pressure. Because the truth is this, if you say 500,000 is the end goal, you get someone that is making 700,000, you say, oh, that's a good candidate. What if that person does not love you? What if that person is stingy? What if that person is in Yahoo? All those things, all those things comes with baggage. It's really scary, and it should be. It should be, because we are, all of us now, we are talking and we are having kids, and these are the world they will be growing in, right? It is very, very important. When you put it on a basis of something, and as I'm speaking for myself now, it's not as if I always got it right, or not I. Let me just, it's not, a lot of our discussion has been about me, her. It should be us.
Yeah.
Just like my uncle Ola said, now, how about someone bringing 300K and someone bringing 250? You understand? So I have never, I'm been married now, well, over 15 years and counting. I can't remember a day that me and my wife sat across a table and say, how much are you earning? I've never. In fact, I don't see myself having that awkward conversation. Because my first question is, are we lacking in anything? And if we are, Let us address what we are lacking than what you are bringing to the table. And that's another thing that I mean vocabulary that is now being generated. What are you bringing to the table? Well, that is post after me I got married. I don't know what that is. And see, you will make your life a little bit easier. And like we started from the get-go, I said, see, my wife, the bucket will be in the middle. I'm earning, it goes. In fact, it got to a time, it is my wife that knows when I'm being paid at work. See, where I'm speaking now, if you ask me for the figure of what she's earning, I don't know. Because I don't care. I don't care. So long we know we are in this together. See, I gave you an idea. My line of job now helps me to see things in a different way. My line of job. See, when you have two pilots, when you have two people, you know, moving an equipment, when I say equipment, a plane, we give it any number now, build 777 or 87 or whatever. You're going from Toronto, you're going to Japan. Both of you are responsible for yourself first. And by extension, you will be responsible for the people you're transporting from point A to point B. So if the co-pilot is pressing one button that is not supposed to be pressing, you look at the person beside that, you want to die? You understand? So that responsibility, that's the way I see marriage. You have to see yourself at that pinnacle and say, yo, if you like, press any button, we are going down together. Do anyhow, yeah, we are going down together until we begin to see things from that angle. Then all this, and I understand. Let us not remove the fact that economics play a role in marriage.
But
It's
Uncle
very, very
Phil,
important.
you are not listening to what our sisters are saying here, Sintu. They say they are not willing to change their lifestyle. Okay,
That is why I
a
explained.
woman in Nigeria, I'm coming, sir. A woman in Nigeria that is currently making 1.5, 2 million naira. Maybe she's influencing, doing business, selling hair, doing everything. She's already clearing like 3 million naira in a year. How are we going to say that woman should marry a guy that is making 500,000 naira in a month, and she will not kind of reduce her lifestyle?
Okay, in the words
That's
of
the
Uncle
point I'm
Ola,
trying to make.
Okay, sir. With that point, with the point of Uncle Ola, then that woman should be married, but not to that man. And I will clarify. Everybody should be married to whatever they feel they can be with. But mind you are getting married to make better. You are getting married to what that person is at that time. Is a state. And this state changes. It's just like you are going from solid liquid to gas. It's a state. You are married to that person in a state. And that state is going to grow away. That is the whole essence. Only BC resi. The meaning of that is not that you have omobere or ishibere or whatever. What it means is you should go and evolve. That is the word. So if I marry my wife now and she's earning, say, 50K, or let me turn it around, because that's the bone of contention. I'm earning 50K, she's earning 250K. You get what I mean? Our conversation should not start on the basis of as if we are comparing earnings. We should start on the basis of, okay, this is what we can do to grow. If us can grow, that means I will grow personally, and she will grow too, right? No, now she is doing everything to make her partner grow, and I am doing everything to make her grow, even away from that 250. And that's how I am growing. I'm hitting some points, right? Okay, do I need to go to school? Do we have to start running a business? Do we have to do this? Do we have to do that? Before you know it, we will grow away from that. It is just a starting point. But if you're looking at it as if like, okay, I'm earning 1 million, you are earning 500,000, that means you have resigned me to my fate that I cannot grow away from that figure.
That is it. But a lot of people don't look at marriage long term. If you
But sir, you know, Uncle Phil say the marriage dynamic changes as soon as the couple started living together. We know that, Uncle Phil. We know that the dynamic changes.
Of course, it
The
will
pregnancy
change.
may occur.
It will change, and that is why you are still making my point. That is why you don't start on looking at figures, because that figure is favoring you now because the circumstance has not changed for better, for worse, for richer and for poorer. That word carries weight. You are making a vow to someone. Till death do us part. You are making a vow. So now, for better, for worse, for better, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it going. For worse, we are not perfect. We are not. Look at me now, for instance. When it was
Uncle Phil, I know that's Uncle Phil. I'm talking about the young girls and boys we have now.
and
They
that is
don't
what
look
I'm
at it from
saying.
your lens, sir.
And see, and that is why we are here teaching them. We are helping them to see it, because the truth is, what you and I we have seen now, they have not seen it. That is the truth, and that's what I believe this platform is for. Right? Help them see it, because in hindsight, sir, I will still repeat it. Even listening to all this conversation, fear they catch me say, how I even get liver marry self? But how God did it, now I can talk in hindsight. It was partnership, and it was genuine. It was genuine, right? So I'm looking at, okay, she's going low here. Okay, this is where I can assist. Oh, I'm going low here. This is where she can assist. And that way, you don't know who is helping who. You don't know who is helping who. And that is how partnership works. It's like, have you watched the Jamaicans when they on the tracks? I did track and field in school, and I can relate with this. You can't compare Usain Bolt with some other of his colleagues when they are running 4x4. You can Everybody have different skills. Some are good in the turns, some are good in long haul, like 100 and bust it and get it done. Right? Some are good starters, some are good finishers. Now, if they combine all that power, you see how they beat the world record. Now, if you want to talk about it individually, Usain Bolt is holding some of the records in 100 meters. But look at how they brought that to 4 in 4x4 relay, for instance, where they have to change baton. Right? Now, his capacity to be a world-class sprinter, as in 100 meters in an individual race, come to 4 when you're working together in a team, because his ability to earn that title has cancelled out the inadequacies in his other team members. And that is not to say his other team members too did not contribute. See, if you look at marriage from that angle, you will not get it wrong. But Usain Bolt can say, okay, I'm just going to do whatever. You guys sign prenup and come here and do. They're going to lose the race, because they are running the race against other people, the US team, the Caribbean team, the Antigua team. They are running a race against those people. And this is not the time for you to now do divide and conquer and say how much you earn, how much I earn. Oh, you earn 50. The moment you say you like me, I like you, we agree. Let us see how we can grow away from where we are. And growing away from where we are doesn't only lie on economics. It lies on character. It lies in upgrading, because some people, they were brought up in a very, very horrible way. And you are beginning to reshape yourself. Now, you will leave your father and mother, and you will cleave. Don't forget that word, leave and cleave. Means that whatever it is, how you were brought up back home, yes, it's going to play a part. But now you are beginning to grow a lifestyle. You are beginning to grow a way of life for you. What is sustainable for both of you, for where you are at that point in time when you're starting. That is not to say you will not evolve. You will evolve. And I'm speaking from experience. You will evolve. And some of those things that you grew up with, you will now begin to see that this is not in tandem with what we have now. You begin to drop it, you begin to pick some things, and before you know it, when you begin to have kids, those kids will now see what you are doing currently with your spouse now as the way of life. As the way of life. This is how my parents brought me up. That's my kids saying that now. But my kids will not know that there are certain things that even me, I grew up as a kid with. But when I married, I had to drop them because it doesn't work with me and my wife. And that is how you grow and evolve. So what I'm saying by and large is this, my own take, in my own opinion, if you have to stay married, if you want to be married, you have to have a job. And that job should be able to provide, put food on your table, put shelter on your head, put clothes on your back, and also make provision for another person that is coming to join you as a wife. Minimum. I don't know what figures it might be. Maybe you are in Brazil, it could be a different figure. In Nigeria, it may be a different figure. But let it reflect the current situation. And as it is, have the ability to adjust. Like there was a question that they say a woman has a mansion, if I can move in, or vice versa. I will twist the question. If I had a mansion, a woman would not have any problem moving in. But it's a struggle for a guy moving into that type of house. Why? Because women have these tendencies not to throw shades at any woman. My wife is a woman. I have sisters. I have a mother, right? Women have these tendencies. And there's a reason why you build a house and you have fire extinguisher there. There's a reason for that, just in case there will be fire. So your fire extinguisher there is this. You and the wife may love each other to the core. She might not even look at that house as something that she has to, on that basis, disrespect you for. How do you deal with your in-laws when it comes to that? When they come to visit, some of the side talks that will be coming. Now the woman will have more role to play. Dad, you can't speak to my husband like that. Mom, you can't speak to you can't perceive my husband like that. Because they will look at your marriage from that standpoint. That is why sometimes it is work in progress. Marriage is work in progress. But for the most part, most men, like me, God forbid I find myself in that situation, that I will now go and pack and enter a woman's house. In fact, by my own tradition, they look at it in some kind way. Me, I will not do that. Rather, I will
Uncle Ola say
find
he's going there.
rather, I will find a way to at least for my level and for her level. Not that I will bring her from one house and put face me and slap you. No, I will try my best to put you in a place that when people see, they will say, this one no bad now for a start. And I will not stop there. And we will keep growing.
Okay.
Evolution is the word. Evolution is the word.
Okay, thank you, Uncle Phil. Go ahead, finish, sir. Finish, Uncle Phil.
I know Uncle Ben don't like bass boost.
Uncle Phil.
Yes, sir.
I said finish, Uncle Phil. I caught you there.
So that is just what I'm saying. Like what my Uncle Ola said, the statistic is very scary. And I'm sure the statistic is lying from what we hear from what is going on in Nigeria right now. How many people is earning 500K? How many people? How many people? The society is not as diverse like that. You see someone who is reading home economics working in Intercontinental Bank or GTB. That person has blocked the chance for someone who is supposed to be there. You get what I'm saying?
Seriously, Uncle Phil, seriously. It's just that I don't know why Abby choose to be a student today. If Abby and if we have had this show like in the morning stroke afternoon, many of my sisters will be here. And if they describe to you the kind of boys that they are dealing with right now, you will understand why I said anyone making 500K shouldn't be thinking of marriage. Based on the current economic situation in Nigeria, honestly, 500K, if we go all the way back to like 2015, 500K should be like around maybe about 100K then, or maybe 80K. But at that time, it still makes sense more. What we have right now is not making sense. Don't let us encourage what is not there. We can that I'm so sorry. That's why I kept saying that one of our biggest problem in Nigeria is religion. We can encourage people to say, start, it will work. Nigeria environment is not like something like what we have here in the diaspora. That's why they are having a lot of issues in Nigeria now. That's why a lot of women are sleeping one-yearly. They are having boyfriend outside of wedlocks now in Nigeria because the husband cannot meet up. The competition in Nigeria is higher than what we are seeing, honestly speaking. Schools in Nigeria now, I learned that there are some schools in Nigeria where parents pay as high as 350. And those are still like low-level school for a child of 5 years or 6 years old, and they are paying like 350. So please.
Must you go to private school? See, Uncle Beno, when you talk of
that's what we are saying. Why won't they go to private school? Is the public school good? That's why, to me, I would say, any boy who is making 500K, please,
are you working? Are you traveling on private road? So if you can travel on private road and see why can't you go to public school?
There's nothing wrong with public school. There's nothing wrong with public school.
No,
Cut your code according to your
Nigeria is what I did. Public school in Nigeria right now is a mess. Let's
Can
be
I
honest.
say something? Can I say something? I'm sorry to cut all our uncles short. So sorry for that. What we are forgetting in all this thing is that if we want to say, okay, we are agreeing to be with somebody who is not earning enough and so on, with the potential that, okay, the person will revolve, just as Uncle Phil said. We're also forgetting that sometimes when those individuals now revolve and they now get the money that they get, they change, they become a different person.
I did not change.
No, I'm just saying, but we can agree to that. Like, they just changed. That's why there was a sister when we started that mentioned something about infidelity. They just change, and you'll be wondering what is going on.
Yeah.
So, in as much as we are looking at it from this aspect, we should also look at it from the other aspect. True, nobody has the manual of how things will be in the next 5 or 10 years, but we can look at it from this concept of, indeed, what if that man changes when he starts making money? Like the saying goes, you don't know a man until he has money, you know. So this is the angle too that I want us to also put at the back of our mind when we are doing, because we have daughters.
I thought about that too, my sister. I would like to say something. I thought about that too.
Okay.
But the thing is, there's something they call fate. There's something they call fate. You see, when you have, it is what you can think something into manifestation. Do you know that? You can think something into manifestation.
Yeah.
Sister, let me tell you, the job I described that I was talking about, the aviation sector, Obasanjo and all that. Before I got that job, I used to take bus from Wuse to Kubwa. And they used to have this very nice banner across the street. I'm not sure that road must have changed now. Across Guaripa, I'm sure people that know Abuja very well. And when I see that banner, I all love it. And I will say, this place, I'm going to work there. Do you know I work in that place? Nobody invited me. I jumped the fence to go and write the exam. And that day I was going to eat food. I was hungry as anything. I was crossing somewhere in Wuse. And I saw people going in and out. Apparently, they were invited for the exam. That's how I said, I packaged myself. I borrow pencil, borrow biro. That's how I jumped the fence because they locked people out because I was Mogbo Moya. And guess what? When we will get the job, we were less than 15 that got the job. Even those that they invited with email did not get the job. What am I trying to say? I have always conceptualized it in my mind that is going to be. So what am I saying? See, if you put something at the back burner of your mind, that there's a possibility, it is going to happen. It
Power of
is
positive
going
thinking.
to happen. You have to think it into existence. I know Uncle Ben is saying that we should not be talking Bible here, but there's no how I can talk about these things and not mention it. It is true, and I am a living testimony. There's a God factor. You cannot take it out.
Different, Uncle Fee. That's my point. Your time is different. All of us here, our times are different.
Even up till now, sir. Even up till now.
Uncle Fee is right in that God factor one. The truth is, whether we say the time is different or the time is not different, if there is no God factor in this thing called marriage, because nobody really have the manual for marriage except God, and it's not men who created marriage, it's God. So if we don't have that at the back of our mind, we definitely will not survive marriage. We will not even, we will just be doing like animals, and even animals, I'm not sure that they behave the way we are behaving now. So what am I trying to say? I'm agreeing with you in some points in the aspect of how many of our Gen Zs are moving mad, and I will still say it is because most of us, we don't understand marriage. We are just marrying for either marrying sake because probably we want to have children, or we want to just have the title. I don't know how to put it, or maybe we just want to be there with the bekus, whatever. But at the same time, if we understand why we are really in marriage, if we understand why this thing called marriage is there, I don't think we'll be having all these issues with even as much as finance. I love what Uncle Phil said about having faith and so on. Like I used myself as a case study, whereby I told you guys, I didn't actually look at how much my husband is earning. I was not looking at him now. I was looking at him tomorrow. But if he now wakes up and turns something else tomorrow, it will be a loss on my own side in a way. It will be like, well, I don't know. But what I'm just trying to say is that why we look at that point, if you understand the reason why we are married, if you understand the principles of marriage, if we, just as before we got married, we really kept to our promises and what we are looking out and, to building wealth, and the fact that in this marriage, it is both of us. There's nothing like divorce. We die here, that kind of a thing. And here, it will work just in every other concept. I will also add that just marry your standard. For like people like Abby, don't marry down. Because the truth is, in a way, if you marry down, based on the background of that person, because if the person is coming from a background that, even if they are coming from a poor background, but they are visionistic, they will survive. But if they are coming from a background that all they know is, take it now, scavengers, you will suffer. I'm just saying.
Thank you, sis.
Uncle Ben,
Uncle Ben is disappointed in me and the fact that I'm not fighting.
It scares me when Nigeria mention God, though, because I have this opinion about we Nigeria. Do we really believe in God? To be honest, do we really?
No, I feel like they just use that to, how they put. I believe that they use that to control people somehow. Because most of us will say we are this, we are that. But the truth is, like I said, I have always said it. I know that we have Christians, and I'm aware that we have Christian believers. What we have is Christians in Nigeria. I don't think we really have much people that are believers, Christian believers, because say by their fruits you shall know them. And this is also in the aspect of marriage. I'll still bring it back to this marriage. If number one, we understand that marriage is a ministry. Marriage is something that if we want to do it, unless we want to be like Paul the Apostle, but if we want to do it, you know that you have to do it the God way. If you don't do it the God way, you will crash. And that doing it the God way means you have to die to self. There is nothing like me, I again.
Okay, Sister B, if you are saying doing it the God way, then women should stay in bad marriages then.
No. You see, that's why Uncle Ben, don't twist it. Do you see the reason why in Matthew? Do you see the reason why in Matthew 19? I think the disciples of Jesus were still asking him. They continue asking him like, what will happen if a woman do this, do that, do that? I'm sure that the Bible, God has given us wisdom to do what is nice, to do what is right by us. He will not come down from heaven to now tell us to live when he has given us the wisdom to live, when he said there is fire on the mountain. Because if you die in that marriage, that man will ask, or that woman will ask for forgiveness, and God will forgive him. but you're gone. So that particular one is different. What I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that you're not supposed to die. Of course, when you see that this marriage is choking, there's wisdom is profitable to direct. You step out, you separate to see if this woman or man will come back to their senses. You allow them to be very much crazy on their own. After they have finished roaming around their craziness, then we'll not come back to the round table to see, are we going forward or are we not going forward? That kind of thing. You don't have to necessarily have to die in marriage. No, it's not. I'm not advocating that people should be like Osinachi. I'm sorry, Osinachi, if you're in heaven hearing me. I'm just trying to say that we should be wise.
Yes, you are right. See,
I'm just trying to say we should be wise in this kind of a thing.
You are being too nice, oh, Sister Vivi.
Yo,
you are being
Uncle Ben.
too nice, oh. Okay, my gender, no trust us with this thing, no. Don't go any man when they make 500,000.
I know, Uncle Ben, I know what you're trying to say. There are some men that, in fact, they are the elder brother of devil. You see how the Bible said that when you remove one demon, he will go and call his 7 most wicked brothers to come and see. Most men in marriages, they are like that. But we cannot remove the fact that there are good men in marriages. There are good men that they understand the concept of marriage. We should not undermine that fact. We will not allow the negatives of what is going on in marriages that we are seeing on social media to overrule the good men that are in marriage. Most of these good men, sisters, I'm sorry, I'll come here for us. They are doing very well. Do you know how many sisters, like, let me use myself as an example, as beautiful as I am, as you said, Uncle Ben, that will flash myself in the eyes of some good brothers, and you're home, you're doing anyhow. The husband may slide in, and you may never can tell, but this man is enduring a lot from you and so on. But you don't understand. The truth I've noticed is that some people have good spouses and they just torment their good spouses to leave the marriages. And some people, it's both for male and women anyways, but I'm just saying this to say that we should have the concept that if you think that this spouse can go out and do anything, also consider that the other spouse at home too is also capable of doing the same thing. So if you understand one, what is the concept of this marriage, or what is the fundamentals of this marriage? Priority. Who are you prioritizing in this marriage? What is this marriage about? What are your commitments? When you understand Genesis chapter 2, verse 24 very well, you will know that it follows with love pursuits. Most of us, we are just doing marriage as if it's just pack and go, this and that, the other one. We also talk about partnership. Partnership is where the finance comes in. When you talk about what are you doing, are we intentional about this? Are we moving forward because of the money we are earning, or we are moving forward because what we can bring to the table, both of us? Like Uncle Phil said, one we chase 1,000, two we chase 10,000. If you have that mindset of we are building together for our children, we are building legacy for us. We will finish this world, and then our descendants will live next after us as we are going forward. If we think about it that way, I don't think the issue of, oh, this one is happening like this will happen. One of the main causes of marriages breaking out is because people don't sit down to understand, or maybe meet the elderlies or those who have been in it and gain knowledge. Like, okay, how do I do it? How did you do it? There is nothing. They say history repeat to those who do not take lessons from it. How do I navigate this? You must not experience it. There are people who have experienced the negatives. They will tell you, okay, see how it happens. Or just like you mentioned, 5 years, 1 to 5 years in marriages, if you can succeed that or escape that, you can, stay on your own in marriage and so on. You can live longer. But when you bring that, what about this case study, Yellow Doce and Male Doce? When you put that into this thing, I'm just trying to say, because the truth is, when we try to do marriage without God, we are, what I would say is sorry to whoever that is doing it.
Thank you, Sister Vivi. Unacha won't convince me, Sha. I see our problem as Nigerians now. You make a lot of sense. Man,
it's true now. It's true. What you're saying is true.
All my uncles are preaching this night is Abby, waiting that they call that marriage. Struggle marriage, Abby, struggle love. Where did they call that thing?
Struggle love. Struggle love.
struggle love, my brother, they preach for now. Don't marry anybody
No.
making 500K. Brother Kidola is here. I beg,
Okay,
don't marry
No,
somebody
no, no. I
making
Okunbeni.
disagree.
now.
I
If someone
disagree.
was making 10 million, if someone was making 10 million and the person now, that job is no
Like,
longer there and start making 5 and now got a job as a teacher or as a policeman, so what will happen? So
Nobody will be
they should
making
get at
10
the
million and
marriage,
now
Abi.
get a job as a teacher, sir.
I'll come and
You
meet you
cannot be
there.
making 10 million and you
before
now
she go
get
to
a
Ben.
job as a teacher.
Uncle Ben,
Something
you're
is
also
wrong.
forgetting that as we are earning, this money can go, this money can come. Money doesn't stay like that.
Uncle
I
It
Ben,
can
beg.
go.
Uncle
You
Ben,
will be
the
sickness can
girl,
take it. There
my
are people
first,
who are
my first
spending more
girlfriend,
in being sick.
my first girlfriend, she
Uncle
left me
Ben,
because of this reason. She left me because of this reason.
okay,
I
not be
was in
only
my
me.
Because you
final
don't have
year.
enough
I
money,
thought it
Abi.
was only me.
She was in
I thought it
she
was
was
only
in
me.
her final. I was in my final year, and she was already working. You
Oh, back, Paris.
understand? Our
I
uncle
thought
called
maybe
me.
now only me now.
Yeah, our
Shebi
uncle called me.
na one Jaku Toyota Camry then come the tip go.
Our uncle called me, and he was telling me exactly what you were saying now, Uncle Ben. He was telling me that just because we had a like 6 month strike in our school and she was ahead of me and now she's working in a bank. Do you know what happened later? I found out that I was not the guy through a camcorder. How did I find out? She had already gone to do introduction with another guy while she was still in a relationship with me. That guy was working in one of these at the time Globalcom and MTN came at the time. She
Are you
went.
serious,
I'm telling you, my
Uncle
brother,
Phil?
this is real life. I'm telling you, and when
You
I'm
mean
saying this
say
thing,
this gender do you kasongo?
Kasongo, yeah. Mumbari nanga.
Great Bonawewe. I found out that it was over for me through a camcorder. How did I find out? I left my school at the time. I think I finished one of my papers in the exam in school, in my final year papers. And I traveled overnight. I left in Lorraine overnight about 3 p.m. I went to Kano. My eyes seen when before I reached the house that day. But anyway, that story for another day. I got there. She had gone to work, so I was just like there in the house and all that. That's another thing. I took that camcorder, I pressed play. I thought my head was somersaulting. I didn't know my head can somersault when even me I wasn't
That
somersaulting.
is poverty, somersault is not your head. And poverty, and
See,
somersault.
when I
I've been
saw
there myself. And that is why I'm so sure that no woman should do that.
I'm telling you, brother, what's going on here? I pause, rewind, replay, pause, rewind, and now realize that she has already gone ahead to do introduction. And I did not know. The brother did not tell me. Even herself, she did not tell me. And that was how I walked away from that relationship. Now, and I met my wife now. Now, looking at that.
Now I see why you are very faithful to my auntie, Uncle Phil.
I have to be. But what I'm saying is this.
My wife play now.
See, what I'm saying is this. See, and the table turned later on because she lost the job and all that. She started coming back to look for me. And at that time, I had not even had any other relationship. We came looking back and crawling back and all that. I said, no, if you can do this once, you can do it again. And that's how I moved on with my life. Now, see, tables do turn. Tables do turn.
True.
And if you don't have the right reasons for going into that thing, when the table turns, what you will be left with is that reason that brought you into that relationship in the first place, right? If you are not there for the right reason, it's going to burn you. It's going to burn you. And look at me today. I can't even say this is how things. I just follow the script, just as the scripture said. This woman is with me. I am for her. I'm going to serve her.
I know.
I believe she's serving me too. And that's selflessly.
Uncle Phil, you are a man of God. Since we don't know you for this platform, from your utterances, we know you are a man of faith and
Uncle
a man
Ben,
of God.
I want to correct
we are
something.
Talking about
Uncle
our
Ben,
own kind
sorry.
of men.
Uncle
Yes,
Ben, I want to correct something.
Sorry, no verse, I beg. Say you no go take. I want allow Brakidola talk.
No. What I wanted to correct was what Uncle Phil said about the woman that did him dirty. Not all women are like that. Like someone like me, I know for myself, I would grow with you. You know, I'm not that kind
Don't
of
grow
person
with
that.
nobody.
No, no,
Don't grow
no.
with anybody. We
Wait,
are
wait,
telling you now. Eh? But you know how we started today's show, right? You saw the image
Hello?
that I showed you.
I do. No,
Don't
Hello?
see,
grow with
Uncle
nobody.
Ben, just understand what I'm trying to say. I know that in these present times, it's quite tricky. But I,
Uncle Ben,
for
are they
one,
here?
myself, I know
I
that
know,
I
sir.
can go with someone, especially if I know that
Okay.
you're for me and I'm for you. If you are the kind of person that can keep your promise and you have a vision, you know where you're going to. It doesn't matter for me as long as we are doing it together. It's just us. But where there is a problem, it's when you now start making it or things now get better for you and you leave me. Then that will not be one chance for me. And I'll start
So
asking
you will now be
myself,
ready to unalive somebody then, right?
no,
Now
no,
you
no,
want to unalive somebody.
no, I won't unalive
Okay.
anyone. I will just count
No
my
worry.
losses. But the
No
only
worry.
thing is just that it is quite unfortunate that that's actually what's the reality of some of us in this situation. That's where we are. But the truth is that there are other women who are out there that can actually grow with a guy. That is if that guy is for them, just like Uncle Fee is saying. And if that, why I'm
But
saying it is because some guys will make it and forget who was with them from the beginning. That's my
all right,
problem with
thank
all.
you.
Hello?
Thank you.
What
Make I hear
that's
Uncle Ben,
Brakidola. Mona
what
no
that's
verse, I beg.
Uncle Ben.
okay.
Mona no
No, I
verse, I
just
beg.
want to corroborate
Brakidola.
what that sister said, and it's
Uh-huh.
valid.
Ah, okay, okay.
I dey listen to the things since that sister when they speak. It is very difficult to see such a woman nowadays for Nigerian society. You know, I'm not gonna lie to you. That woman,
I agree.
now the type of
I
those days
agree, Uncle
women,
Fedora.
yeah, now the type of those days women blessed go suffer with you if you not get to dead, pick on could give you, assist you till you find your feet, this good be bad. You know, and to get that kind of mind when she get that mind, they just come now. That mind that what it should be. You know, not like say she just develop that kind of mind when she just with her the years she dey talk here. But now that her personality and now that what it should be. You see, nowadays for Nigeria, not just the money alone. Sometimes devil don't enter some of these our people to not both be the men and women. Let me go for the women first. If you like,
No
you
go
get
for the
money.
women. Go for the men. No go for the topic
Okay,
today now for men, brother. No go for the women.
okay,
Go for the men.
okay. May I go for the men? You see,
Mm-hmm.
not the amount of money you really make go really make woman happy well. See, because you they make that money. If man they say, oh, I go make $1 million a month, now I go make that woman happy, na lie. Now different things and different package totally. You know, if that woman really love you, and no matter the amount of money when you make, not be the whole basis. But you see, there are some men will carry some women. I know that when blessed they make money, but not they really happy. We they always believe say, now money made that woman come. Now money made that woman come. Now money made that woman come. Now, but if you don't say that money make her come, then let her go now. Until I say your mind not they settle. You know, and due to poverty for our place, now make things they happen one kind. And they hear that brother they say if they won't get them, but they get go meet other because they have to get money. Yes, it did well for Nigeria. That's not one of the whole thing. They go jump go meet the other one because if you say or family pressure, I go there and there and I have to get money also far. Maybe after 10 years, you see the person live very well. So not be the real amount of money, but still for Nigeria national, you need big money. I still remember say my auntie were married a very rich guy, a corrupt rich guy anyway. When I go visit her for Nigeria, they pray say to God say make you buy the latest Jeep. Now I turn look am. I said, oh, whoa, for all this one, you understand me? So some people get greedy mind. No matter how much the money when you get, they still get greedy. I make my job understand, say, you know, are they better? I go see my sister there, are they one room? This Igbo guy, they make money. Even when we go their house, the mighty pillars for the mansion or the house, they kind of like a hill, are baffled. But when this guy come visit my sister, and they sleep for the other room, this guy they tell my sister, say, man, say, you not care. The guy they carry sponsor boys, they go for street with the Jeep.
What man say, my sister comes like when they so not good though. They say, man, if the guy not taken, you don't close the guy eyes. We are there for that room, I panic. I say, hey, after the guy confidence says, why you they move with this kind of girl? Not that guy won't go, not the wife of that man won't get that passion. Money they smell everywhere, say yes. So we men, we could very careful say, not be the money. You feel flashy the money to invite her. If you not love you, not love you. That money are just temporary. If you sick, you go run. If you go jail, you go carry allergy. So we know how the thing be. Find the one place go really like you without the money. Now go love each other. That's what I think.
Thank you, Uncle Kidola. Let's begin to round up now, please. Uncle Dio, your final take, please.
Now, thank you, Uncle Ben. Uncle Kidola, you are welcome, sir. Everything that we have said so far to me is really good because we all can learn one thing or the other. I just want to reiterate some of the things that we have said earlier on. There was something that Uncle Phil said that I want to bring back. Marriage is all about focus. Be focused, be determined, and take it one step at a time. Do not compound just this problem, tomorrow's problem into today's problem. When you get to that bridge, you shall cross it. Learn to adopt that attitude in marriage. Live your life one day at a time. Let today's problem survive for you for today. Because that's the only way you can solve these issues of challenges in marriage. If you can learn to pace yourself, when you get to that bridge, you will cross it. You'll be able to manage every crisis that comes your way. That's number one. Number two is that when we're talking about reality of our present times, the one side that I did not bring into what Dr. Beno asked me, that what is the average salary for a man in Nigeria for him to be able to get married? What I did not bring into it was that if a man is earning as a regular income 500,000, that is just a part of it. For instance, now, if the wife is earning about 300,000, that means totally they have 800,000. If you get a woman with a like mind, both of you can build together. And the Bible says, despise not the days of small beginnings. Don't despise it. Even though your beginning may be small, but your later end shall be greatly great. That's what the Bible says. So not everybody have the opportunity to start big. Some people start big, fine. Learn to get somebody that has the same vision with you, that can align with you, that can plan with you, that can grow with you. Of course, it's a 50-50 chance. This same person that you grow together, or maybe that you support each other to grow, may leave you eventually. But we must not work on negative mindset. Let us be focused on the positive side and see whether it will work or not. Because it is what you conceive in your mind that will happen to you in reality. That's why I like when Uncle Phil was talking about positive mindset. If you can think something, if you can conceive it in your mind, and you are constantly watering it with your mind, there is a 90% chance that you will experience it. So if you're always thinking that this marriage is going to work, there is a 90% chance that it will surely work. If both of you have that mindset. However, no marriage is made in heaven. It takes both partners' effort to make it work. Both of you must be ready to pay the price. There's a price to pay. No doubt about that. Every married couple that are still married today, they know that. Even I that I'm talking, I know how much price I'm paying in my marriage. Uncle Phil, Uncle Beno, Uncle Ola, all of us that are married today, even our sisters that are married, they know that they are paying some price. I'm not talking about paying money now. I'm talking about sacrifices that they are making. I'm talking about the compromises. I'm talking about the commitments that they are paying to make the marriage work. And this thing is a continual thing. Now, what I would like our Gen Z or our new people that are coming to marriage, either millennial, whatever, some people are still not married and they are already they are and they are in the millennial generations is that if at any point in time you want to marry, have the back of your mind that you must learn some of these principles that have been taught this night on this platform. Your own marriage does not have to suffer a particular thing before you learn. Learn from other people's mistakes. As my sister Vivian has said, learn from other people's mistakes. You don't need to suffer that crisis. You don't need to suffer that mistake. Learn. And when you're building marriage, build a marriage with somebody that can grow with you. Most importantly, I like to say this just for the people that may be listening or that may be watching later on. Never you compare or try to compare your marriage with any other persons or with any other people around. Every marriage is unique in their own way. Never you try that. Question is, Nigeria as of today is very, very difficult. 500,000 naira is next to nothing. Let's be sincere. It's next to nothing because based on the present economic situation now, it can hardly afford anything. However, question is, if we are basing marriage on that, as Okola said, how many people are actually earning that in Nigeria as of today? An average Gen Z now that is working. I'm not talking about social media influencers, maybe people that are working on social media that are collecting all this Google money and all, being paid in dollars. Not everybody is getting such an opportunity to be able to make money on social media. An average youth now that is working in Nigeria, they are not even earning up to that 500,000. And they are the ones that are within that marriageable class. But they can always grow. They can always grow. You can grow by building up yourself. You can grow by diversifying into some other things in life, just to be able to make that ends meet. But the bottom line is this: if you can comfortably provide for yourself, if you can comfortably, you have a shelter, you can provide for yourself, you can put food on your table, and you can cater for one extra person. As at now, I don't know how much you are earning or you are making, but if all these things are available that you can comfortably do them, then I think you are ready for marriage. And please don't marry too far from your bracket. I don't agree with this idea of marrying somebody earning 250,000, marrying somebody earning 50,000. To me, it's a little bit far-fetched. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's a little bit far-fetched. And then it is prone to many problems. That's why if it's a sister that is earning that much, it may be a little bit difficult for them to really come down to marry low, because many of them have tried it. I've heard of testimony of a sister on this platform that have said that she tried it once, until today she's regretting it. That is to marry low and then that you will go up. So finally, let us all learn from all these things that we're talking about, and let us take lessons from there. Marry within your brackets and marry intentionally to make it work. Both of you must have that intention to make it work. Then you are good to go. Thank you.
Tomorrow I will take you on this last thing you emphasize. This marry within your bracket. How many guys they make 500K for Nigeria? Where the man go marry him if they make 500K? But tomorrow we'll dive into it. Thank you, Uncle Dayo. Have a very sweet night. Nobody dream about me. I say make 500K people no marry you. May they not go they protest against me. Well, Uncle Dayo.
Uncle Ben, anyway, we'll talk about it tomorrow. No worries.
Have a good night. Oh my God. Uncle Phil.
Yes, sir.
Final take, sir. Your last word, sir.
Okay, my last word is not any far from what my uncle has said. If you are a man, my advice to you is this, from my experience. If you are a man, do whatever you can to be able to provide for yourself and your home. do whatever you can. Don't go and steal. Don't do Yahoo. But legitimately, do whatever you can to provide for your home, because half of your problem will be solved by that. That is not to say that everything is going to go like really smooth with you, even if you had that right. You know, you have your best foot forward when you have that situation well taken care of. And then, secondly, as a man, don't create a circumstance where see finish will enter. Don't agree to a situation where there's a possibility of see finish to enter, because that will derail you, will not allow you to focus, and it's going to put you on grounds that is filled with eggshells. So I would not advise any man to put himself within that situation. Well, you can see a woman where you can have a compromise on how to work around things, but always have that behind your mind. And also, thirdly, always believe with faith. Every one of us now, I'm sure, either we are standing or we are sitting. When we wanted to sit on that chair, we did not test that capacity of that chair, even though we have been sitting on that chair like who knows since we bought it. We did not test the capacity of that chair. Will this chair carry my weight? If I sit on this chair now, will this chair just break and I will be on the floor? No, but we sat on that chair with faith. That is how you should see marriage going forward. You should be intentional and you should have that faith. This is the reason why I'm going to this. There's no room for failure. And if I enter into this room, there's no other door. There's no other door. If fire breaks out in this room, there's no door, there's no window. It is me and this lady we're going to put out that fire. Not that we should now get ourselves in a situation where we say we are married and we are having back door, side door, and all that. If fire breaks out, the first thing we want to do is to run out through that door. But when we create a scenario where we say it is me and you against the world, if the fire breaks out, if an issue comes, we're not going to face each other. We're going to back each other and address that issue and move forward from there. That is the way to go. And also, I want to encourage people as much as possible. Have the mind of evolution. I get it. You might be at a state before you now joined by someone, whether you like it or not. You're marrying someone's daughter or you're marrying someone's son, it's going to change the way you see life or the way you agree to see life. You get what I mean? But more importantly, the way you see it should evolve both of you, both in character, both in status, economical wise. You should be able to see that, and also have people in your corner that can be your mentor. Not just any kind of people that will enter your situation and make it worse, right? Like one of my brother was sharing, right? It's not all about money. We are just saying this. Let's even put it on the table. We have seen so many marriages that went awry, even when they had everything going on for them. How about that? So it all boils down to that simple thing. Why are you in that marriage? Why are you marrying this person? Stay focused on that, evolve, learn from each other, grow together, fight for each other. That is the way to go. And if you've seen it, regardless, even if you're marrying up, you're dating down, you're dating up, it doesn't matter. You're not looking at the worth of that person per the dollar they're bringing in. You're looking at this person as me. You say two shall become one. It's like if I see it now, that I'm looking at my hand, I'm relegating my hand. She is part of me. I am part of her. And that's the way to go. So I hope people listening and who's going to watch this later on, this will help them to change their mindset. It's scary out here, but it is a lot easier if you work together as a team. That's just my own submission.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much, Uncle Phil. Wow. Uncle Phil stay on business from beginning to the end.
Bro, may I go?
You must have this love. Yeah, your final take, sir.
You see, we as men, the sister when you speak, I do really like her type of speak a lot. The one that was quoting Bible, you know. if men should get such a woman, I think a husband will be a very lucky man that have a God-fearing and the way she talk. These are kind of women that you build a house with, and somebody tell you, "Oh, congratulations, man, for building this house." You say, "No, now me and my wife." You understand me? Because that kind of woman, when blessed stand by you and did a lot by you, but blessed when I contribute together. You understand me? Do a lot together. No matter what it is, if you leave such a woman, God will punish that man. You gotta tell you so. You know, because you never see such a woman nowadays anymore. There's no replica of that kind of woman with her mentality. So men, we should try. If you see the one that stand by you, doesn't see you as a money bag. He see you as human being, somebody you want to be with, love and everything. It's good to at least work with a day with this kind of people and get this kind of mind. No, and because we get our own fault also. In the moment the money come, we go change. Now that we go no say those ones they pack the thing up and all those artificial one, BBL and all kind of fake ones, you know. We should also discipline ourselves. Yes, there are some things that you might like that will finish you. And there are some things that you would think and see through the grace of Spirit of God that this is mine. No matter what you are, they go look for outside, not the same. Or let's say you get one when they start when they godly mind. You know, those kind of people, men, when they honor them and they respect them to not die. And those kind of women, even if you're sick, they go there by your bedside. If you die, they go bury you well, and they go stand by you. You know, okay, so Bernard, thank you very much. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Uncle Kidola. Have a
Uncle
very
Ben,
good
should I
night.
go before baby wakes up? So
Yeah. You are even the last person in the studio now. So go
okay.
ahead.
Uncle Kido, thank you very much for the attributes to self. I really appreciate. So my last take on this is praying. I will conclude. I wrote them down so that I don't take long. Is praying. What do I mean by praying is if you're not married now, just start from now and start praying about your marriage, because your first 5, 10 years marriage will be sweet. What about 20 years, 30 years down the line? Like I said before, nobody has the manual for, oh God, boo boo. Nobody has the manual for marriage. Oh, boo boo. Oh, I was avoiding this. I will come back. Give me a second.
All right, Abby, your wrap up.
Yes, I don't
I'm
even
back.
know. I feel like
Sorry, Abby. Sorry.
go
I
ahead,
was
sis, no
just
problem.
trying to avoid baby waking up, but it's fine. I put him to feed. So it's just to start now praying for your marriage, because you can't tell what will happen. Why praying for the marriage? Pray for the children. My number 2 point here that I have is marry at your level if you can, especially in this present time. The reason is because not everybody will be like V. Let me put it that way. So there are people that have seen Shege, and there are people that have used other people. Like I said, the negative narrative of marriage is what is going out there, and people are watching, people are feeding themselves, saying that marriage is no good. You're hearing people saying, I rather have a child or do this than to get married, because of what they are seeing. Like I still said, there are good marriages, there are good men out there, there are good women out there. Doesn't matter. But pray and marry at your level. If you can grow with someone, fine, fantastic, do it by all means. But if you know it to be a problem in the long run, please avoid that problem. Marry at your level. And the other point I had is if you want to marry, you have to learn, you have to unlearn, and you have to relearn, and you have to continue learning. You have to kill I, me, and start thinking about us. Basically, kill yourself. Remove anything about you. Start seeing everything about we, us, and so on. The other thing is be sure to understand what you mean by, or what it means by, I'll leave my father and my mother and cleave to my wife. Because some people, this is another aspect we didn't even talk about, which I think is another route altogether. We have the issue of in laws or friends, third parties inside marriages. And this is one of the killers of marriages. So you have to understand that, okay, at the end of the day, I and my spouse, we are the team against any other person, including the children. Like I always say, the children are supplementaries. They will grow, they will get married. You and your husband or your wife will be, at the end of the day, either perfect roommates or perfect couple. The other one in what I pointed out is know the background. Know the background in terms of, if you know you're coming from a home that is quite troubled, or a polygamous home, you know that, okay, I don't want to be a polygamous person, or I don't want to be in a home whereby, I know circumstances do happen that people will divorce themselves, but if you already have that notion that this is what happened with my grandparents, my great grandparents, if you see the patterns, you can easily avoid it. If your grandparents, the mom side, they are doing things that are not right for marriage, or you think that will be a struggle, you try your best to make sure that you avoid it doesn't repeat, because if it repeats with you, there's high chances that it will repeat with your children and your grandchildren, and then the cycle continues. The other one I have is maintain purity in marriage, no matter how it is. I know marriage is headache. A lot of things will happen to you, but don't ever try to introduce infidelity, because there may be forgiveness, but it will never remain the same. It will only take by the grace of God that it will work well. Prioritize your spouse, male or female. Pursue your spouse. Continue to pursue them. Have this rule of 555 or 777. Because of time, I will just say, in a day or in a week, take your spouse out. Buy them good things. I will always say it. A man who cannot give you 100 naira out of his 1,000 will never give you 100,000 naira out of his 1 million. I'm not saying you should, I'm not trying to say that anyone is stingy, but try to understand that when you look at someone, they are cheerful givers, and there are people who are giving for giving's sake, or giving because they want people to see that they are giving. So you have to understand that when you're cutting or when you're dating someone, I know you don't truly know people until you know them. And even if you think you know them, you still don't know them. The other thing I would say is intentionality, and then the partnership. That's where this finance thing comes together, where you know that your money and my money is our money, that kind of a thing. That's if you marry your level. I'm not talking about those who are, living the trenches and they don't have mindset of their own, I would say. Once you understand the concept of, okay, we are building together for our legacy, we are building for posterity's sake, we are building for our children and grandchildren, then it will work very well. Always allow God in everything you do. I mean, you cannot do it alone, even as a man. You need God to help you. You cannot do it on your own. Even the woman too, you need God. The God, none of us can do it on our own. We need God send people to us via humans, our pastors, or most people may not necessarily be pastors. They may be traditionalists, but those people are there to help us navigate. We cannot do it on our own. I will bring back again to the Bible. Abraham and Sarah couldn't do it on their own. They needed God to come in a human form to tell them that, okay, I understand you're going through a trial of fertility, right? Fertility issue, but don't worry. A child will come, this and that. In as much as Abraham was he's a friend of God, but still he was going through a lot of crisis in that aspect. He cannot do it on his own. They needed God. So grow in love. Be transparent. One of the killers of marriage is secrets. I remember the last time we spoke about Uncle Ben, opening up to us about how his marriage has been. Secret kills marriages, a lot of them. Once you're able to open up to your partners, nobody will come and tell your partners XYZ, or there's nothing. They can even beat their chest and say, my husband cannot do this, or my wife cannot do this, because you have placed all your cards on the floor. You have told them all they need to know. Tell them, like I said, from nursery school, who was your first girlfriend you kissed? Whatever thing that happened, like the incident that happened at Calgary. If that man had told the wife what has happened, even if it's a one-night stand, just say it. Let it be that the woman will tell you, go and stay in the couch, go to the sitting room, but just do it. Just you as a wife, Don't go and bring another man's child and claim that it's your husband's own. Open up. I don't know. I've done this with this one. Maybe the child is not yours. Just let it out. The last one is remember that the morning of your marriage determines the evening of your marriage. You have to always understand that as people who want to go into marriage or who are already in marriage. Like one of our uncle mentioned that the lady is 70 something years and divorced the man. Why are you divorcing? Because she has not forgotten what happened in how many years, 30 years in marriage. You have to always have it at the back of your mind that women never forget. The way you, I will tell you this as a medical personnel, the way you, as OB-GYN, the way you treat a woman when she is pregnant, she will never forget. The way you treat a woman when she delivered, she will never forget. The way you treat her, even after the children are growing and so on, women hardly forget things. So you have to be very careful what you're doing with your wife or your baby. I don't know. I'm focused on marriage. You have to be careful about that. Remember, legacy will always show at the end of the day what you have done so far with your marriage. Marriage is hard work. And yes, temptation is real, but you can do it with God.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. Thank you very much. But don't trust my gender too much. Thank you, Sister V. Don't trust my gender too much. Oh.
Okay. We'll put that in mind. We'll put that in mind.
Don't preach that they should marry man who make 500,000. Oh, thank you, Sister V.
Thank you so much, Uncle Ben.
Take care of baby. Take care of everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Abby remind me already. I wanted to add you to the backstage, but unfortunately, the phone where your number day, no, they follow me, Waka, but I will sort it out tonight. Thank you very much.
No problem. It's all right.
Have a good one, sis.
And you too. Good night, Abby. Good night.
Bye.
Abby. Oh, you don't carry Sunday school come make her the run the go.
Uncle Ben, I can't
I
believe
was
that.
gonna say what's your final stage. I want to say what's your final. Your final. The next thing at Sunday school now you drop for my lap.
Yes.
Abby.
Yeah, because we have a
tell us
different
about it.
So my final take first. My final take is I really appreciate all of our big uncles and sisters that have spoken today, from the comment section to those on the panel. And honestly, I wish I could just go with the flow. I wish that I could just love somebody without using my brain, just because they show basic signs. Do you know what I mean, Uncle Ben? But unfortunately, that's not the way it is. I wish that I could have the marriages that I grew up seeing. I wish I could have a marriage like my parents' marriage and all of my mentors and people that I love. But the reality is things have just changed a lot. I don't know what is going on. I can't come here and tell everyone what's is going on. So there just seems like there's so much more we have to do to protect ourselves. Unfortunately, if we ourselves haven't experienced, we know one auntie, one cousin, or somebody that has experienced something really bad, and it just makes you think, what do I have to do? And I've said it on a previous show before, where we are at right now, your heart is not enough, right? Prayers are good for direction, but your head also has to be in the game. And the ideal situation here is that your head and your heart align pretty much. That's just the reality of dating and marriage in our current generation. But obviously we're all hoping for the best, and we're all hoping that we'll get married once and that will be it. But at this point, there's so many things we have to do to protect ourselves, because we no longer live in an ideal world, and humanity, like most people have said in the comment section, is literally non-existent at this point. So it is what it is. That's all I have to say, Uncle Ben.
All right, Abby. So when is the time for Sunday school tomorrow?
Okay, so Sunday school tomorrow.
Oh, it's already today for you. Sorry.
Yeah, well,
So
yeah,
what's the
today,
time?
tomorrow, depending on where you are. The title is My Commitment to Service and Eternal Life. As you know, it's mostly Uncle Patrick, Uncle Dio, sometimes Auntie Grace, other times Uncle Phil,
And
and
sometimes Sister Sue,
sometimes
if she's free.
Sister
Yeah.
Sue. That's it. But yeah, so because the time in the UK changes today, actually,
Okay.
it's now the same time as Nigeria. So it is back to 8:30 p.m. Nigerian time. It's no longer 9:30 p.m.
Okay.
So that's pretty actually I'll do the
Okay.
announcement beginning of the show actually because most people have gone, but yeah, so it's 8:30 p.m. Nigerian time now. And because we'll be going back to the time in a couple of hours. So yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Please, everybody, join us for Sunday school. Don't worry, you will not come and meet me and Abby. Me go. I know the part of
You will
Sunday
meet
school
me.
team. So Abby will be there, but me, I'm not part of Sunday school team. So I'm just somebody who also listen and learn from all that is going to be shared. So don't worry. I won't carry my wahala come and disturb you. You will just be hearing sweet voice tomorrow, voice of wisdom, Uncle Patrick, Uncle Patrick, Uncle Dio, Auntie Grace, Sister Sue. And now we have a lot of sisters and brothers too. Uncle Phil himself, if Uncle Phil is free, he will be here tomorrow.
And Sister V
So
as well.
come and learn the word of God, That's what makes us unique in this community. We have the people who are doing bad goes here. We have the people who are gentle, the people who are doing bad go, for instance,
Gentle like me.
Misty, CC, Abby, them plenty where they do bad go. DD.
And I'm gentle, please. Don't
Until
do
you they do bad goes at times safe. Until you go just drop us small. And then we have Gen Zs, the troublemakers, they're full here too. If you are looking for wife, I have a lot of Gen Zs here. They are not even Gen Zs. Waiting they be because all those we know we call them Gen Z. There are many beautiful, successful,
Make sure you're not
earning sisters.
Make sure you're not earning 500K, Abi Uncle Ben.
Yeah. The only problem is if you are earning 500K, don't come towards any of my sister because I'm telling you right now, if they tell me I go tell them they don't marry you. No verse. I've told you guys, I have seen poverty show me shaggy. After what I've gone through in the hands of poverty, I'm not going to open my eye and allow anybody to go through them. I know say all my bonds, they're not going to agree with me. You see, they don't disagree with me today, but it is what it is. Back in the days, we they take faith, carry on, but now the sister where I get here and I be the wala. This sister not be the one we go manage 500K. And if you live here in the US or you are in London or anyway, if you are making below 100K, let me know so that I go help you research which of the sister where you feel approach you. These sisters here, they are making big money, big money, not like you. So tomorrow we have Sunday school. When you come, it's gonna be peaceful. Misty Misty is not part of Sunday school, even though she's a Christian. She listens in the background. But don't worry, since me I know they there. Even when Misty calling, well, I know they today if I know they there. So until you be there,
I'm glad you acknowledge that you're actually the root of the issues that we have.
Until you say me, I'll be going and call me like Nepa. Where do you talk, Abby?
I said, I'm glad that you can acknowledge that you're the root of all of the issues we have on this platform.
No, Abby, everybody knows I'm the most gentle person here. The only problem is that
the only time
you sisters, you usually trigger me. And can't you even see that I have improved well? You know, see me, they speak calmly. I even they speak grammar these days. Are you not impressed?
And my point is even when I do Recap Central, it's only when you come and be my panelist that it goes left. I'm gentle. I don't shout. Uncle Ben, you're the one that makes me shout. Think about it.
You are pressing people's neck with your Gen Z approach, Abby. I'm even surprised you are quiet today. Okay, by the way, let me ask you your own question now because later now you will do 360 today. Uncle Ben, no, let me talk. Abi, how much should a man earn if he dey US or UK before the women should begin to consider him? Or before he propose to a woman, how much must he earn before he propose?
In the UK, I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. I don't know what goes on in America. I was just saying something to Sister Sue the other day. In the UK, Uncle Ben, the way our UK salary is set up, I'm not going to lie. If a man,
How on a salary they set up?
wow, salary is terrible. If a man tells me that he's earning 40 something K, I'll be okay with it. As long as, because that's just the way our salary is set up. It's ridiculous to think
Wait, make,
otherwise.
make I understand the money for dollar first.
I'm sure
47K,
he doesn't even know what I mean.
47,000
Because
pounds in
if
dollar.
earning
I want to
60
see what's
something,
going on.
he's doing pretty well.
That's
But
62,000. So okay, why when I call they fight me yesterday? When I they talk say
no, no, Uncle Ben,
60,000,
Uncle Ben,
50,000.
1 second. Uncle Ben,
Eh?
I mean,
And after all, now where the UK, Papa Charlie go collect half of that money.
yeah, Uncle Ben is
And I thought they
different.
fight
But
me yesterday.
that's why my requirement has always been someone that is innovative and, you know, because I maybe when I explained that X situation at the beginning of the show, you need to have that kind of mindset to be with someone like me, because that's how I am as well. The way our salary is set up in the UK, you need to do a lot more if you're going to have the lifestyle that I aspire to have for myself
So
and my
that's why I say how
children.
much the guy must get before you begin
That's what I
consider.
said. Now I
For
said
those
that
of you sisters in the UK,
Uncle Ben,
47,000
salary
pounds.
in the 40s is a good salary in the UK. And
But
then
they
if
say on tax now 40% now.
sorry,
Maybe they say on tax now 40%. On tax.
around is
No, they say the tax is
yeah.
40%.
Uncle Ben, I don't know what I want to say. That's just the reality of living in the UK. I don't want to. It's the same thing Uncle Dio said. I don't want to be unrealistic. And that's
How do you
why
people survive? I will work 47K and they will take 40% from my salary.
UK people have everybody slept. Somebody should help me, back me up. Am I lying? That's why, Uncle Ben, you have to do a lot more. And I explained that there's a lot of people that do they do consulting and all sorts. You have to.
Wait,
If you meet someone that has a job, you meet
I see what you're saying.
you meet someone that has a great tech job and all, 60s, 80s, 100, amazing. But generally, Uncle Ben, I feel like in this country, the only men that I'm attracted to are men that are just innovative and have other stuff going on. You have to.
Okay,
Like
no wonder UK ladies they know they like to they marry their guys. The
so,
money no
because
reach
for
at
instance,
all.
if we both bring in from our salaries, we both bring in 100K, that's a standard UK home. And then imagine we're doing like our consulting here and there. We have our businesses, you know what I mean? Someone like me, I can say, okay, social media is doing something. That's a great life, Uncle Ben. That's a great life. So ideally, and that's one, remember that I always diss UK guys when I say I don't like to date them, because I haven't really met anyone that is born and raised here that has that mindset of they
Born and
always,
raised in UK.
yeah, they always want simple life. They don't have the mindset.
Most time the people who are born and raised in all this Western world, they grew up in the system. They grew up in the system of reliance. So it's like, although few of them they are exceptional, we say they are entrepreneurial, but the vast majority of them they are not entrepreneur. They just want to sit on their lazy ass, just chill. They are not motivated. Mostly the young boys, they are
Yeah.
not motivated at all,
You
and
don't
the
even
thing
have
they
to
vex me.
be. You don't even have to be an entrepreneur per se. Like I said when the show started, most of my friends that at the end of the day they bring in about 120, It's because they,
Jesus.
especially ones that have access, they do little bits. Uncle Ben is how they have a media company as well. That's even entrepreneurship, but they even do like consulting, right? For smaller companies, startups and all, because they always are looking to outsource until they can afford to employ permanent staff, whether it's law, whether it's analytics. Like I do that a lot, and most of the time they find me on LinkedIn, and then a few. So by the time you do that, there's no way you will not bring in an extra 2,000, 3,000 pounds every month.
Okay.
Do you understand? That's what. So it doesn't even have to be straight up entrepreneurship. You can still be using your skills, but you have to add in extra
Okay.
hours.
Sorry, Abby, please confirm this. Sister
No,
Ngozi is asking if Sunday school has
no,
been changed
it's
from 8:30 to
8:30.
4:40.
It's 8:30 for us in the UK. Misty asked, she's in Canada, so I gave her this Canada time.
Oh, okay. So Sister Ngozi is still 8:30. Anyway, Abby, I think we're gonna continue to pray for you sisters. But like I said, any sister that desires marriage, if you go to school, you hustle, you make a lot of money, there's nothing wrong in sharing it with your man so you can have your dream life, especially if you desire. Is that what do you mean? I like my sister for here, they tell me saying I lie, saying no, they share. So please, ladies, there's nothing wrong in you making 250, 300K and you share with your man. Please. Look at Vicky James. Vicky James was already making millions upon millions. Why her husband was working for say 1 acre, beauty with that lady where they say her. But
Yeah.
look at them now. They are both happy together.
Did you see they
Even
started a
though
joint business?
you see,
Did you see that they started a joint business?
yeah, that's the way to go. That's what every woman must do now. And maybe I'll still do some standalone videos to
Why do you
emphasize.
say most?
That's what most women do now. When they find love and the man is not at their level, they try to float a business together. That
Fair.
business will cover up for whatever
And the
is
family
missing
legacy.
on the guy part. Yes.
The
So it's
family.
very important. People should not deny themselves happiness. And like Uncle Phil, Uncle Dayo, and Sister Vivi said, sometimes what you pray for is what you have. So don't be scared. If you can earn less and marry the guy that is making 250 300K, and you can easily chop the guy's money. I know that you will not expect that guy to blow all of that money without having investments. At least a good woman will tell the guy, I have to start doing something. Let's create something. It's the same thing. Okay. And don't be like my Misty. Misty is the only person that told me today that if she doesn't see the money, you are not getting your respect. But that will be a conversation for another day. Let me go and consult more books because I had to argue with, if not be the uncles that are here today, I was really, really ready to go all the way with Misty. I wanted to tell Misty, according to what was that law yesterday? Muslim or wait till be that one way.
Exactly.
No,
Uncle
yesterday
Ben,
or today.
read these comments, please.
Which one?
The one on the screen. I don't
Okay,
like
Sister
that
Joy.
example.
Sister
It
Joy
won't.
said, I don't like that example. It worked for Vicky. It doesn't mean it will work for others. Not everyone is like Vicky or Femi. I agree. But all I'm saying is, for Vicky, many people are like that, true. If we listen to what our uncle said this night, Vicky James desires marriage. Everything is in place. And she don't collect breakfast where. She dey take her mouth, talk am. And then she found Femi. One thing I noticed about Vicky James that even though I not too fancy her, Willie, Vicky James is self-aware. I can say that Vicky James is self-aware. She knows Femi is more handsome than her,
Eh,
and
eh.
she knows she's the one who owes the money.
Uncle Ben.
What do you mean?
Hey,
What
whoa.
is Femi not more handsome than her?
No.
He knew. She knows Femi is more handsome than her.
No.
She knows Femi is ladies' man. She
Uncle
knows
Ben,
Femi is a cool
can't
guy.
say Femi
And
is
at the
more
same time, she knows that she is the one who owns the bags.
Uncle Ben, you cannot say Femi is more handsome. You literally cannot
What
say
do you
that.
mean?
What do you mean? She's a beautiful lady. What do you mean?
No. Vicky James is beautiful. I can't take that away from her. But if we have to compare, Femi is more handsome than Vicky James. I'm sorry. It is what it
No,
is.
you're wrong.
Eh?
You're wrong.
What do you mean I'm wrong? Is Femi not more handsome than her? What are you saying now?
They are a good-looking couple. They are equally good-looking. What do you mean, Uncle Ben?
Bagbe. Femi is way balanced, and I know what you are doing, Abby.
I'm not doing anything.
You are doing sisterhood.
Do you know what's bad? Do you know that I don't find Femi attractive?
That is you.
So
every woman,
a
lot of women out there will pray for a guy like Femi and somebody. The
Uncle
reason
Ben,
you don't find him attractive is because you know his story. It's because you know his story. If Femi had came out of nowhere, damn, when I just see him picture and I never see and I never hear all those stories, you people will be fancying him.
With his crack.
You will be saying, oh.
With his cracked tooth.
See, I look at him now, handsome guy. Now Femi Femo.
No, come
this
on.
This is Femi Femo, Yoruba guy. Femi Femo, what are you saying? So you don't take me there. Femi fine passing wife. Let us agree.
We can never agree to such.
No. Femi fine passing wife. But I just like the fact that Vicky James know how to handle her husband. Look at fine boy now. What are you telling me?
And look at fine girl.
I just
Ben.
pressing my neck.
Look at fine girl.
Now BBA, forget. Let's go. You know go make me commit sin now.
Ben, good night.
Abby, you started. Make I go find on you in the building.
Fine boy that did not have money.
Is it a crime for him not to have money? He doesn't have money, but he has God.
Who find the help?
You don't get money, get God.
Fine, empty pocket. So
right now, Uncle, is he not rich now?
By virtue of marrying Vicky James. How can you say he's finer than Vicky James, Uncle Ben?
That's what we are saying.
Why did you
now look at
the handsomeness, the fineness?
Abby, don't make me get kata by fire by force. Abby, they go good night.
Why did you
just the good night, Abby? What do you mean?
Become a millionaire.
I gave this example yesterday. All of now won't finish me. When Vicky James is already worth how many millions of naira? Femi does not worth 2 million self.
Is it fine? We want to chop. Even fine boy cannot go and collect agege bread. Either can he buy Titus fish or pomo.
Oh, Abby, you are making mistake. They are buying fine boys now. You know how many fine boys with sisters they buy now?
Don't
Abby, no let me go commit. No, let me go commit sin.
Abby, read my comments above where my baby thinks you is fighting you. Uncle Ben, can you?
Where am I fighting anybody?
I can't see you. Oh, my baby just asked me if you be fighting. Yes, he's fighting me. My life is in danger. All the way from Dallas to London. I'm not safe. He's fighting me.
Mr. Leave me. Una no let me enjoy my show today. Una don't carry maturity, can't spoil my show for me. I was ready to press everybody neck today. But you know our uncles here now. Our uncles and sisters, they always like to hey, you guys, you are making mistake. Let's go this route. Because today I was gonna go all the way, but they don't let me do it in my mind. You know, that's how almost they fight Uncle Dayo. Well, as soon as I say Uncle Dayo, I know say we go end up in church. I'm not gonna say Sister Vicky can't watch Uncle Dayo yourself. Sister Vicky don't quote like how many Bible verse she quote today.
Uncle Ben, we are the one that always bragging. We have doctors, we have lawyers, we have these, we have big people, engineers, we have
Yes.
This is what you get. You get maturity when you have all these big people on your platform. So maybe
Sometimes when they
what's gonna bring Zazu? And Reggae Miami.
Miami, for this kind of platform.
Come bring like Egungun of Lagos, then you will get the energy that you're looking for, sir. How about that?
All right, Abby, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Thanks, Abby, Mama.
And I'll be so clean. Talk love, talk life, talk dream supreme. Empowerment vibes like a royal queen team. All of Sunday. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You be in the building. Hey, vibe with Uncle Bino. Let's go. Now happy hour things, you know. Hang out with you, babe. It's our vibe tonight. Hey, laugh and learn. We shining bright. Oh yeah. You be stories, life lessons time. Hey, on the Uncle Beno show, everything feels right. From the streets to the world, we talk real talk. Vibes on the beat make the whole place rock. Happy hour flow with smiles non-stop. Sip and chill with you, be the energy on top. You be stories dropping them every day. Wisdom for life, the African way. From the grind to the glory, hear what we say. Tune in now, don't delay. Hang out with you, be it's a vibe tonight. Hey, laugh and learn, we shining bright. Oh yeah, you be stories, life lessons type. On the Uncle Beno show, everything feels right. Join the sister circle. Oh, what a scene. CC Inca, honey, baby, and I'll be so clean. Talk love, talk life, talk dream supreme. Empowerment vibes like a royal queen team. All of Sunday school when the beat gets low. A moment of reflection, let the spirit flow. Men of God speaking wisdom, you should know. Faith and vibes on the Uncle Beno show. Hang out with you, be come catch that light. Oh yeah, you be stories, keep your heart so bright. Yeah. Join the sister circle, feel that fire. Oh yeah, Sunday school for your soul so right. You be nation, we rise together. Love and vibe forever. Uncle Beno show. Yeah, we outside.
Welcome to UB Reactions, the place where we keep it real. Today, we've got some hot topics, so let's jump right in.